First of all, a very warm welcome to all of you to this current affairs initiative of SIVARAJAVEL IAS Academy. So what is the purpose of this initiative? It is to make you strong in current affairs. Current affairs is what is the heart of this UPSC preparation. Whether it is prelims examination or it is mains examination or even in the personality test, they will ask you lot many questions from current affairs. See, there was a time, 2017-18, I remember, 40 to 50% of GS prelims came only from current affairs. Then subsequently, the number of questions which can be purely called current affairs got reduced, but does not mean that current affairs can be a neglected portion, because this is the basic qualification which is needed to enter the civil service. A civil servant should have an understanding about what is happening around. So, whether it is coming for the examination or not, definitely it is going to come for the examination, for prelims, mains, interview. Apart from that, a very strong understanding of current affairs will make you a person who is aware of things. Awareness is what is self. What I am is based on the awareness. So, this not only has an examination purpose, this has an overall personality development component, and that is why we have conceived this class. There are 4 classes which will be having every month. For example, today's class will be covering January to March 2022. So there are some students who keep on asking me, sir, should we read January 2022? Don't go back to read the current affairs. Or whatever has happened in the past, we will take care of. So January current affairs, I need not go to study now in November. From now onwards, there are only 2 types of people. One, who are very regularly, like eating food, they are reading current affairs. 3 times they are eating food. No, in the same way, they are reading current affairs. Current affairs has started, it has become a component of their blood. Like RBC, WBC, current affairs also will be there in some students. Leave them, because they are microscopic minorities. The majority are those students who may not be able to maintain the consistency. Consistency is what is the name of the game called UPSC. Consistently you have to prepare. Consistency for some reason cannot be guaranteed in our preparation, for reasons multiple. So to bring that consistency element to your preparation, we are having this current affairs classes. January to March 2022, most important from UPSC point of view. Remember, the classes are designed based on the recent UPSC trends. It is trendy as far as this topic selection is concerned. As far as the lectures are concerned, it will definitely match to the expectation of UPSC. UPSC is your competitor. Your friend is not your competitor, or your enemy is not your competitor. UPSC is your competitor. So, to match the UPSC standard, the topics will be selected. To match the UPSC standard, content will be given in the class. To match the UPSC standard, strategy also will be discussed in the class. Today, you will be having current affairs class covering these 3 months from polity and international relations. Polity and IR current affairs will be covered today. Tomorrow, economy related current affairs for these 3 months. Then day after tomorrow, environment, science and technology related current affairs. Then thereafter, some miscellaneous, because culture, heritage, this is something which normally will not come to our mind when we read the current affairs. So some historical portions of current affairs or some miscellaneous aspects of current affairs will be covered on the fourth day. Those who are coming 4 days regularly to the class offline, on the fourth day after the class is over, you will be given our Catalyst Current Affairs monthly magazine. You will be given means it will be given free of cost to you as a token of appreciation for attending all the 4 classes. Consistency is what is missing. No, consistently, if you are coming for 4 days, the consistency which you missed can be somehow balanced. Understand this. So be consistent to the classes. Whatever may be the reason, just all these reasons keep aside. This is what is your primary reason, and this initiative is free for you, not for us. Try to understand this. The initiative may be free for you because it is not involving any cost from your end, but it is involving a huge cost from our end. So it means that this is not a free course. The cost which is incurred through this course is borne by the institution. It is like we are paying your fee. It is, you have to keep like that, because nothing in the world comes free of cost. Understand this. Nothing in the world comes free of cost. If things have to be valuable, then it cannot be coming free of cost. The cost is borne by the institution, right? So what we are expecting or requiring or requesting from your end is consistently 4 days a month, not a week. We are asking 4 days in a month, you come to the class. Okay, you plan your preparation accordingly. 4 days of class, 3 months of current affairs can be covered. 8 hours of class, 3 months of current affairs can be covered. And when we are going first November, we are starting, then December, January. So when we go along through the course, you'll find that you have learned many things. You have learned many things. And this is the main purpose of this course. This is not just a class, it is a course. So we wanted your presence. And we also have clearly told many students who ask for online that this online we will not give to you. Why? Because online consistency, they are becoming polar opposites. Anytime I can see in online, no, that brings some sort of letharginess, which we have observed, not in all cases, but in substantial number of cases. So to beat that letharginess which is there in anything which is coming online, we are wanting this course to happen offline. So you can also tell your friends who have not attended today's class to get benefited by this class, because the class, as I have told, is not just for the sake of doing class. It means that we are empowering your preparation through these current affairs classes. Empowerment. Information will become transformation. And this process happens to transform information to transformation is what is this course called current affairs course. So be a part, be an active member. If you have any topics from your end, this is a democratically designed course. It is that some students may want some topic which they feel it is very important. You can also give the topics to the faculties. Next time I wanted this class, sir, I am not very clear about this particular concept in economy, which you have not covered in the class. Kindly cover in the next class, means definitely your point will be taken, right? So it is a collective endeavor. Everybody will have to pull the chariot in one direction. Only then that a chariot will move. So get used to this consistency. Enjoy your preparation. Whatever you wanted, which you think we can give from our end, we are always ready. So use the expertise and the long experience which the team of teachers have in this institution. All the very best for your preparation. One, I have told about the Catalyst monthly magazine. Second important thing which I have to tell is about a new test batch which we are starting on December 10th. This test batch will be having around 30 tests. We are giving equal weightage to GS as well as CSAT. 16 tests will be for GS and 14 tests will be for CSAT. So 30 tests are there, which will be which is there in the timetable. Just to go through the timetable and get benefited by this, right? So I don't want to take much of your time because sir is waiting for polity and IR class to happen. Thank you. All the very best.
So good evening, friends. Yeah. So myself, Vivekanandan. Basically, I'm handling geography for this institutes and some of the areas of current affairs also I'm going to take for this session, right? So for this particular session, we are covering the 3 months of current affairs, especially on the topics of polity and IR, right? So if we take all the topics into considerations, it is not possible to cover entire topics for within this 2 hours. So I have picked up some of the important topics which are more relevant to the UPSC, right? Especially those topics which you cannot derive the information directly, right? For example, majority of the questions, if you observe in the prelims as well as on the mains examinations, you can find the questions are directly or indirectly related to the fundamental rights-based issues, especially those cases which have the connection with respect to fundamental rights are frequently asked by the UPSC, right? Either they could ask which among these principles or which among these issues are related to which among the fundamental rights, or some other times they will directly ask you which among the following principles or which among the following activities can be considered as a part of this fundamental rights. So as much as possible, I have collected the important issues where Supreme Court have interfered in bringing out judgments of those important cases, which is very much related to the fundamental rights. We just try to cover all of these issues, and some of the issues where UPSC is highly focusing on center-state relations, right? Center-state relations, and in the further classes, we will go for numerous topics related to center-state relations, especially the role of governor. And in this particular session, we will go through some of the most, we know about the functions of governor, but some of the important informations with that particular issues, we may miss out blindly, right? Some important issues will be covered in this class. In this way, if we take the case of international relations, if we take into the preliminary consideration, means international relations are not basically on the basis of analytic as it has been asked in the mains examinations. It is mostly related to the factual informations, especially the locations, international organizations or groups, and what is the relationship of India with respect to that particular groupings or any of the particular protocols or any of the conventions which has been in the news. In that way, I'll try to cover some of the conceptual areas with respect to international relations, right? Around 20 topics will be covered. Around 20 topics will be covered in these 2 sessions. Just go through these classes, and if you have any doubts, you can ask right upon that, right? First, I mean, we know that Haryana government have introduced, not only the Haryana government, numerous state governments have introduced an act with respect to the anti-conversion, right? Anti-conversion means here, not voluntarily conversion of one religion to another religion. If a person is forcefully, or especially in majority of the cases for the sake of marriage, if a person is compelled to convert for another religion, then that must be considered as a crime, right? This is the most important provision of this bill. And what are all the important issues with respect to that bill, and what kind of rights is available with respect to conversion, as well as what are all the basic rights we are enjoying in terms of freedom of religions. We just derive related information from that particular case, right? So in the month of January, I mean, after Haryana, numerous states have also passed this anti-conversion bill, right? They have drafted a bill that is called as Haryana Prevention of unlawful conversion of religious bill, right, which seeks to prohibit religious conversion effected through misinterpretation. They are specifying the grounds on which it can be it can be considered as an anti-conversion, right? Misinterpretation or force, undue influence, coercion, allurement. Allurement means some kind of inducement, some kind of influence, right? Brainwashing or some kind of information. So some kind of way through which that people will be converted to another religion, right? Allurement or any fraudulent means by marriage or for marriage, because majority of the cases the conversion is taking place with respect to marriage, especially from one religion to another religion, right? If anything is happening based upon these conditions, then that marriage or that form of conversion will not be considered as legitimate, right? This is the most important provision of this particular bill, right? In here they have clearly mentioned about some of the vulnerable sections who are frequently or in the majority of the cases, because of their economical backwardness or because of their social backwardness, they have been used as a tool for conversion, right? In that sense, they have clearly mentioned that based upon this bill, there will be higher punishments if the persons belonging to minors, women, or members of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, right? So if they are converted forcefully, you have to consider that if they are converted forcefully or for any other purposes, then the punishment for that conversion will be more stringent. This specific provision has been mentioned in this Haryana anti-conversion bill. But other states, if you take the case of other states, this is not specifically mentioned, especially with respect to vulnerable communities, right? Then the bill also declares that for declaring marriages, right, that were solemnized by concealment of religion, null and void. What does it mean? If any, not through any legitimate means, if a marriage is conducted in a religious place, it may be a temple, it may be a mosque, or it may be a church, right? If it is done without revealing the real religion of that person or hiding the original religion of that person, if they are going for that marriage means, then in rule that marriage will be declared as null and void. So directly, without any second thought, if the purpose of marriage is based upon concealment of religion means, then that can be declared as null and void. These are all the important provisions of this particular bill. And here, in majority of the cases, or for this particular case, if a person is accused that you are responsible for your wife or your husband for the religious conversion means, the burden of proof falls on that particular accused persons. He has to prove that the conversion is taken on the basis of voluntary basis, not on the basis of any coercion effect or not on the basis of any forceful effect. So it is the burden of proof is put on the accused. This is one of the important provisions of this bill. So it makes the illegitimate conversion from one religion to another religion more stringent. These are all the provisions with respect to the particular bill, right? So this is in news, right? So if we take any issue like this, these are all the important data about that issues. But for exam point of view, you have to take the points with respect to this particular issue. What are all the important points with which right is related to this particular issue? Right to, what are all the rights which may be related to this particular issue? You can relate. First, we can relate the right to freedom of religion, right? Article 21, because conversion or Article 21 can be related to any of the forceful events or any of the issues, because it is the most collective right of freedom of life and personal liberty, right? Article 19, right to freedom of speech and expression. So in this way, you can relate multiple fundamental rights to this particular issue, right? Right. If we take the case of Article 25, Article 25 has clearly mentioned that any person has the freedom to profess, propagate, and practice religion, right? And also, and allows all religious sections to manage their own affairs in matters of religion. But this right is not absolute right. Not every right is absolute in terms. Every right is subject to certain reasonable restrictions. This right to practice any form of religion, or right to practice any rituals or any practices with respect to that particular religion, will be subject to reasonable restrictions. On what conditions they can be considered as reasonable restrictions means in terms of public order, morality, and health. Here, apart from public order, this particular issue can be related more to this particular moral issue, right? Because the forceful conversion of a particular person without his or her belief in practicing that particular religious faith mean, then it affects the moral character of that person, right? Individual morality. This can be taken as a tool to consider this can be taken as a tool to mention that it cannot be practiced for the marriage purpose or something like that, right? However, the most important thing is no person shall force their religious beliefs, and consequently no person should be forced to practice any religion against their wishes, right? So this particular provision is for practicing any religion, and this provision is not making anyone to forcefully convert any person to another religion, right? Right to practice and propagate is a form of right, but not right to propagate cannot be equated that you have the right to convert any person to any religion, right? So on that particular sense, this case can be taken, right? So here, this anti-conversion bill or anti-conversion act are majorly created by numerous states, right? But if we observe any law created by the center means not even a single law which has been created by the central or parliament, right? Because the law ministry has said that parliament does not have the legislative competence to pass anti-conversion legislation, because every state might have various religious practices within themselves. India is known for diversity, right? So even though the issues with respect to religious and religious conversions can be put under the concurrent list, but all the laws with respect to anti-conversion so far has been made by the state governments. Still now, parliament doesn't make any single law with respect to the anti-conversion. This is one of the important takeaway you have to look it for examination. So far, parliament has never made any law with respect to anti-conversion, but numerous states have bring out this conversions right. There has been no central legislation restricting or regulating religious conversions. There are numerous states, like recently Karnataka have passed this legislation, right? Karnataka, Arunachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and in India, Odisha is the first state in the year of 1968, around 1960s. Odisha is the first state to bring anti-conversion law, right? Then Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand have also passed these laws restricting religious conversions, right? So these are all the important things which you need to take with respect to the practice of religion, practice of religion on the basis of voluntary basis or for forceful basis, right? இப்போ இதுல இருந்து இன்னொரு ஒரு விஷயம் நம்ம என்ன நல்லா கவனிக்கணும்னா, yes, on one side the conversion not by forceful means is considered as antithetical, but if a person by willful for the sake of marriage is converting to another religion, then it could not be restricted even by state, or it could not be restricted even by the parents. One important judgment is related to that particular anti-conversion. Any idea about that? Which judgment or which case? We are talking about the freedom of practicing religious conversion in the sake of marriage. Hadia case, Hadia judgment. Have you heard about that particular case in the year of 2017, right? A famous case in Kerala where a woman who had attained the legal age, had attained the legal age, and her father have claimed that she had been converted to another religion without her consent during her marriage. But in the later cases, in the final Supreme Court has delivered the judgment that she, by her will, had converted to another religion for the sake of marriage. So it pertains to the practice of her fundamental right of Article 21. So no one can question her conversion to another religion because it is her individual right. So இதுக்கு ஆப்போசிட்டா எக்ஸாக்டா ஆர்டிகல் 21 கன்வர்ஷனுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணவும் செஞ்சிருக்காங்க, ஆர்டிகல் 25 கன்வர்ஷனுக்கு எகெயின்ஸ்டாவும் வச்சிருக்காங்க. ரைட்டா? ஸோ ரெண்டு விஷயத்தையும் பார்த்துக்கணும். புரியுதா? ஸோ அப்போ மேட்டர்ஸ் அதுல என்ன important key points which has been delivered by Supreme Court in that particular judgment means matters of dress and food and ideas and ideologies. Ideologies means here practicing any faith or practicing any religious purposes of love and partnerships or within the central aspects of identity. So neither the state nor the law. In the previous case, we are talking about the law. Here, if she or he wants to convert to any other religion, no state or no law can restrict his or her, can dictate a choice of partners or limit the free ability of every person to decide on these matters. They have clearly mentioned that this principle, that is right to marry a persons of one choice, is integral to Article 21. Right? So அதுலயும் இன்னொன்னு என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்கன்னா, இதோட ரிலேட் ஆன another important case என்னது புட்டஸ்வாமி கேஸ். புட்டஸ்வாமி கேஸ் is known for right to privacy under Article 21, right? In right to privacy also they have said that intimacies of marriage lie within the core zone of privacy. So again it will be protected under Article 21, which is inviolable on the choice of life partner, whether by marriage or outside. It is part of individual's personhood and identity. So both the cases with respect to conversion, you have to think about it, right? So individual by willful means at any situation and any condition can convert to any religion, which is protected under Article 21 basically. Or if any person is forcefully converted to another religion for the sake of marriage or for any other purposes, then they will be protected by law. That law has a legal backup with respect to the protection of their fundamental rights. Even Article 21 can be related to that particular issue also. Right? So in the mari, some of the important rights and cases with respect to these anti-conversions, you have to take it for examination purpose. Right? So this is important on a takeaways. Then the second case, we another important issue with respect to the religious freedom or religious practices is hijab case in the Karnataka. And everyone knows that Karnataka High Court had declared that the practice of hijab is unconstitutional and should not wear in the public institutions, especially the schools and colleges, right? In that particular case, everyone know about the important judgments, but one important principle has been frequently appeared in the news. That principle is called as principle of reasonable accommodation. But what is this principle? Abdina, in this particular case, one of the important arguments for taking hijab as a part of considering the basic religious practices in Solapombode, the opponent against the government are arguing that under the principle of reasonable accommodation, you should allow wearing hijab as the basic essential right for educational institutions. அப்படின்றத ஆர்கியூ பண்ணிருந்தாங்க. அப்போ what does this principle of reasonable accommodation என்றத நம்ம பார்த்துக்கணும், ரைட்டா? அதுல ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்ல என்ன கிளியரா சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, that is wearing hijab is not essential part of religion. Here also we are talking about Article 25. Article 25 is related to practicing any kind of dress or practicing any kind of religious practices or faith is the basic fundamental right. But at what case, at what situations and at what place is the question of this particular case. Here, the High Court has ordered that it is what are all the important reasonable restrictions with respect to Article 25 we have talked about. public order, morality, and health. In the previous case, we can relate morality as the reasonable restriction. But for this case, it has been clearly mentioned that practicing hijab or wearing hijab for the religious, for the educational institutions is against the public order. This is what argued by the state government while they have proposed that particular act against the wearing of hijab. Right? அப்ப அந்த இடத்துல public order has been taken as a reasonable restriction not to practice Article 25 in public institutions or public places. புரியுதுங்களா அந்த இடத்துல எது வரைக்கும்? So right to practice religion is a basic fundamental right, but it is not an absolute right, and it cannot be practiced anywhere without affecting the other principles like public order, morality. So in the rendu விஷயங்கள் on the basis of public order it has been negated. Then even though if we take into the Islamic laws for these kind of issues, majority of the courts, high courts or supreme courts are referring to their personal religious laws. Even within the Islamic law, the high court had said that wearing hijab is not the essential practice of religion. For example, if you take the case of turban, it is the most important essential practice for Sikhism. But wearing hijab is not the essential practice for Islam. So even if you take into the case of their personal laws, it doesn't fulfill the doctrine of essentiality in சொல்றான். Right? அப்ப doctrine of essentiality இல்ல, essential principles இல்ல அப்படின்றதுனால we can announce or we can declare that wearing hijab in public institutions is violating the constitution. These are all the important takeaways with respect to this particular case. புரியுதுங்களா என்ன சொல்றேன்றது? ரைட். அப்போ இதுல ரீசனபிள் அகாமடேஷன்ன்றது என்னன்னா எதனால இது வந்துச்சுன்னா the similar case in South Africa their Supreme Court has announced that on the basis of reasonable accommodation they have allowed wearing of hijab for the girls in their educational institutions. So that example has been taken by the opponent lawyer during this particular case. But what that principle of reasonable accommodation is exactly? Do we have any laws with respect to that particular reasonable accommodation அன்றத நம்ம பார்க்கணும். மித்தபடி இருக்கிற general informations everyone know. But for examination purposes, these are all the important things you have to know. அதுல என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்கன்னா it is a general principle which promotes equality, that is enables the grant of positive rights and prevents discrimination based on disability, health condition or personal belief. This is the most important keyword, right? So wearing hijab can be regarded as a part of personal belief. If he or she is believing that it is my basic right, then it should be accommodated in the public institutions on the basis of reasonable accommodation. அப்படின்றது அங்க ஆர்குமெண்ட். புரியுதுங்களா? பட் இது வந்து ஒரு ஜெனரல் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் தான். But do we have any legal backup internationally for considering this principle of reasonable accommodation? Yes, we have the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. No other conventions are having direct application or direct representation of reasonable accommodation. But in Article 2 of the UN Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities has mentioned that it defines ன்றது எப்பயுமே முக்கியம் பாலிட்டில, ரைட்டா? whatever the forms or whatever the principles you are coming across, whether it has been defined in the constitution or whether it has been defined in a particular law or it is subject to interpretation அன்றதையும் பார்த்துக்கணும், ரைட்டா? This will be asked in one of the statements of the UPSC prelims questions. So it defines that reasonable accommodation as necessary and appropriate modification and adjustments, not imposing a disproportionate or undue burden. So it has been taken as a part of consideration to make necessary changes. We can allow that particular person to wear hijab in the public places because she believes that it is her personal right. If that is the case, the common principles will be slightly lenient. That is what the principle of reasonable accommodation. பட் இது வந்து பர்சனல் பிலீஃபை தாண்டி ஒரு பிசிக்கல் டிசபிலிட்டி இருக்கு அப்படின்னா அதை தான் நம்ம கன்சிடர் பண்ணணும்ன்றது இந்த கன்வென்ஷன் சொல்லுது. ஓகேவா? ஸோ திஸ் இஷ்யூ ஆர் திஸ் பிரின்சிபல் is basically dealing with the disability rights sector. It is not dealing with the fundamental rights of practicing religion. Okay, va? So the principle of reasonable accommodation cannot be taken as a case for considering the wearing of hijab in the public institutions என்றதுதான் ஹைகோர்ட் எதிர்த்து சொன்னாங்க. ரைட்? அதனால புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். அப்போ ஒரு டிசேபிள்டான பீப்புளுக்கு தேவையான ஒரு இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர், டிசேபிள்டான பீப்புளுக்கு தேவைப்படக்கூடிய ஒரு லீனியன்டான விஷயம், ஈவன் ப்ரொவைடிங் ஸ்கிரைப் ஃபார் disabled people who are appearing for the examinations is also comes under the principle of reasonable accommodation. So it is a wider principle. Moreover, mainly this principle is dealing with the disability sector. So appo idha pesirukangale, do we have any law with respect to, yes, our Disabilities Rights Act is also based upon this principle of reasonable restrictions, which is following the principles of UN convention. Okay va? Appo idha base panni நம்மளுடைய Rights of People with Disabilities Act 2016 defines that reasonable accommodation, it defined. புரியுதுங்களா? So reasonable accommodation is not defined by constitution. In numerous cases you can go through the questions, you can find the place that whether this principle or whether this term is defined in the constitution. Under that, reasonable accommodation is not defined in the constitution, but reasonable accommodation is defined in the statutory act called as Persons of Rights with Disabilities Act. They defines that reasonable accommodation as necessary and appropriate modification and adjustments without imposing a disproportionate or undue burden. Right? Even if that modification is not done, or if that adjustments is not allowing the persons with disability to accommodate to that particular situation, that can be regarded as a part of discrimination. Right? Discrimination under section 2 of this particular act. Right? So denial of reasonable accommodation irukku, ஆனா இத வந்து நம்ம ஹிஜாப் ரைட்ஸ் ஓட ரிலேட் பண்ண முடியாது. கோர்ட்ல ஆர்கியூ பண்ண போகும்போது they have taken the example of South Africa and they have taken the act which has the legal backup for this reasonable accommodation for the issue of hijab. Okay va? அப்ப ஹிஜாப்ல ஜெனரலா ஆர்டிகல் 25, 21, 19 எல்லாமே நமக்கு தெரியும். பட் இந்த மாதிரியான சில இம்பார்ட்டன்டான இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் you have to take a note of it. Right? So have you understood what I have said so far? Right. Then another important case where we know that minorities are two types, right? Linguistic minorities and religious minorities. In general, we know that religious minorities are declared by the parliament or central government, and linguistic minorities may differ with respect to different states. For southern states, Hindi people might be minorities. For northern states, Tamil people will be minorities with respect to that particular states. So what are the recent events with respect to declaration of minorities in பார்க்க போகும்போது, Ministry of Minority Affairs have said that state governments can also, it has been publicly announced, state governments can also declare religious or linguistic community as minority community. But what is that case? That minority status will be applicable only within that particular state. If a particular community is announced as a minority or declared as a minority by a state government, then that community cannot enjoy that minority status in some other state. Okay va? If a community is declared as a religious minority by the central government, then for the whole India that community will be considered as minority. But if a state declare a particular community as a minority, na and the state la mottum they can enjoy the rights with respect to minorities. But what is the clear indication that it is not mentioned anywhere else, but it has been openly stated in the recent times. So for the case of minorities, both central governments as well as state governments can announce both case of minorities. What are those? Linguistic as well as religious minorities. The government's affidavit explained that parliament, as I said before in the previous case, the laws or legality with respect to religious conversions or marriage or divorce or comes under the concurrent list. Here also both of these cases are comes under the concurrent list. Right? Concurrent, that is the parliament and state legislature have concurrent powers to enact laws to provide for the protection of minorities and their interest. ஓகேவா, இதுதான் நியூஸ். ஓகேவா, அப்ப இது நியூஸ்னா இதுல இருந்து நம்ம பேக்ல what are all the basics with respect to the minorities issues ன்றதை நம்ம பார்க்கணும். அப்படி பார்க்க போகும்போது we have two important articles which is directly mentioning about the protection of minorities, article 29 and article 30, that is religious and linguistic minorities in India. But you should definitely know that minority is mentioned in the article. Minority is mentioned in article 30 of our fundamental rights, but it is not defined anywhere else in the constitution. So in no place minority is defined in the constitution. Minority is mentioned but not defined. இது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஓகேவா, சோ அப்போ மைனாரிட்டி அப்படின்னா என்ன அப்படின்றத டிஃபைன் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அல்லது மைனாரிட்டினா யார் யாரெல்லாம் வருவாங்கன்றத லெஜிஸ்லேச்சர் மூலமா டிஃபைன் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. So what is the status and what is the major key points which we need to note with respect to article 29 and 13 பார்க்க போகும்போது, article 29 எடுத்துக்கிட்டோம்னா article 29 and 30 are both belonging to the protection of weaker sections, but article 30 is exclusive for minorities, but article 29 is applicable for both minority as well as majority. அதுதான் அங்க ரொம்ப முக்கியம். article 29 நாலும் minority எடுத்துற கூடாது, ரைட்டா? So if you take the case of article 29, it provides that any section of the citizens, right, any section of the citizens residing in any part of India having a distinct language, script or culture of its own shall have the rights to conserve the same. Appo article 29 is applicable for anyone. It is not applicable only for minority or linguistic or religious minority. Adha nalla purinjukonu, right? So it is applied to both minorities, that is religious minorities and linguistic minorities, and also the majority, right? Even if it also includes rights of minorities in a particular state to propagate or to get any dealings with respect to their mother language or mother tongue. Okay, அது ரிலேட்டட் ஆகும் ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் பண்ணலாம், ரைட்டா? ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி article 29 is applicable for any section of the people. It belongs to both religious as well as linguistic minorities, as well as for any majority section who believes that their particular practices has to be protected or has to be preserved, then that could be considered as the fundamental right under article 29. But article 30 clearly said that all minorities shall have the rights of minorities in India to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. This right to establish educational institutions is not a fundamental right for majorities. Right to establish educational institutions is only applicable for minorities. புரியுதுங்களா? அது ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா மென்ஷன் பண்றதுதான் article 30. அப்ப இதுல என்ன சொல்றது? It recognizes only religious minorities and linguistic minorities in India are not majority. Okay, but it includes the rights of minorities in India to impart education to their children in their own language. புரியுதுங்களா? இந்த டிஃபரன்சஸை பார்த்துக்கணும். அப்போ மைனாரிட்டிஸை பத்தி நியூஸ் வந்திருக்குதுன்னா we have to trace back to the basics. What are all the important and what are the key differences within that fundamental rights? Which right is applicable for whom and who are all belonging to that minority sections அப்படின்றத பார்த்துக்கணும். இது ரெண்டு தான் நம்மளுடைய கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷனல் ப்ரொவிஷன் வித் ரெஸ்பெக்ட் டு minority. ரொம்ப கீ டீக்கவே என்னன்னா minorities have never been defined in our constitution. So அதே மாதிரி article 350B through 7th constitutional amendment is also introduced a particular post called as special officer for linguistic minorities who has to be appointed by President of India. இது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். Okay, so special officer for linguistic minorities, normally linguistic minorities are declared by the state governments, but the appointment for the special officer of linguistic minorities is done by president. அத ஒரே ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்லயே கேட்கலாம். புரியுதுங்களா? அதாவது linguistic minorities can be declared by state government so that it can be appointed by governor of that particular state. லாஜிக்கலா கனெக்ட் ஆகும், பட் அப்போஸ் ஆகும். இப்படிதான் கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆகக்கூடாது. புரியுதுங்களா? So special officer for linguistic minorities is appointed by the President of India. It would be the duty of the special officer to investigate all matters relating to the safeguards provided for linguistic minorities under the constitution. Currently, as I said before, linguistic minorities in India are identified on state-wise basis. Okay, va? Ipo Tamils are minorities only in certain states of North India, right? Hindis are minorities only with respect to particular states. So state-wise declaration of linguistic minorities, but it is not the case for religious minorities. Okay, va? But religious minorities state announce பண்ணலாம். In general, இது வரைக்கும் என்ன இருக்குதுன்னா, currently the state governments are determining linguistic minorities, whereas religious minorities in India are determined by central government. Religious minorities are determined by central government. இதுல ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயம் என்ன, அதாவது linguistic minorities அப்படின்றது ஸ்டேட் தான் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. இப்போ தமிழ் அப்படின்றது, இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஜம்மு அண்ட் காஷ்மீர்ல தமிழ் மைனாரிட்டி அப்படின்றத ஜம்மு அண்ட் காஷ்மீர் கவர்மெண்ட் தான் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. அப்பனா தமிழ்ன்றது அந்த ஸ்டேட்ல மட்டும்தான் மைனாரிட்டி ஸ்டேட்டஸே தவிர பக்கத்துல இருக்க ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு அப்ளிகபிள் ஆகாது. அதே சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் ஒரு ரிலீஜியஸ் மைனாரிட்டி அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா அது இந்தியால எல்லா இடத்துலயுமே அவங்க மைனாரிட்டி தான். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி லிங்குவிஸ்டிக் மைனாரிட்டின்றது ஸ்டேட் ஸ்பெசிபிக், பட் ரிலீஜியஸ் மைனாரிட்டின்றது இன் ஜெனரல் இந்தியன் ஸ்பெசிபிக். பட் இப்போ நடந்த சேஞ்சஸ்ல என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, ஸ்டேட்ஸும் ரிலீஜியஸ் மைனாரிட்டிஸை அந்த பர்டிகுலர் ஸ்டேட்டுக்குமே அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதுதான் சேஞ்சஸ். புரியுதுங்களா? இந்த சின்ன சின்ன நியூவன்சஸ் தான் கவனிக்கணும். புரியுதா என்ன சொல்றேன்றது? ரைட். ஸோ த பார்லிமெண்ட், ஜெனரலி பார்லிமெண்ட் ஹேஸ் தி லெஜிஸ்லேட்டிவ் பவர்ஸ் அண்ட் சென்டர் ஹேஸ் தி எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ் கம்பீட்டன்ஸ் டு நோட்டிஃபை அ கம்யூனிட்டி. இது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஓகேவா? இப்போ ஒன் பர்டிகுலர் கம்யூனிட்டி ஹேஸ் டு பி அனௌன்ஸ்டு or has to be notified as a religious minority na, that law has to be made by the parliament and it should be notified by the central government. Law made by the parliament, notified by the central government, not under the direct provision of the constitution, under the provision of a special act. இதுல தான் டிஃபரன்சஸ் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். புரியுதுங்களா? இதுதான் ஸ்டேட்மெண்டா போடுவாங்க. இத போட்டுட்டு this has been made under the constitution அந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்டை ஃப்ரேம் பண்ணாங்கன்னா தப்பாயிடும். புரியுது என்ன சொல்றேன்றது? So parliament has the legislative powers and center has the executive competence to notify a community as a minority under section 2C of the National Commission for Minorities Act of 1992. So it is a statutory provision, right? On the basis of this particular act, parliament can enact law for announcing any community as a religious community, right? And that has to be notified by the central government. Okay va? Idu varaiku inda law base panni 6 minorities were announced. Who are those? Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains and Zoroastrians. Recently add pannadhu yaru? Jains were recently added to the minority status, right? Ivanga mottum da notified minority communities as per central law. புரியுதுங்களா? இது வரைக்கும் ஜெனரலா இருந்தது. பட் இன் ரீசன்ட் டைம்ஸ் ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் ஆர் ஆல்சோ ஹேஸ் தி கெப்பாசிட்டி டு டிக்ளேர் அ கம்யூனிட்டி as a minority community. I mean what community? Religious minority community. அப்ப என்ன கண்டிஷன் வரும்? They will enjoy that status of religious minority only to that particular state. அதுதான் அங்க விஷயம். ஓகேவா? அப்ப both has the concurrent powers of declaring both religious minorities as well as linguistic minorities. ஓகேவா? பட் linguistic minorities சென்டர் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. ஏன்னா சென்டர் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்றதுக்கு எந்த பேக்கப்பும் கிடையாது. அந்த ஸ்டேட் தான் ஒரு பர்டிகுலரான லாங்குவேஜை linguistic minority அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ண முடியும். ஓகேவா? So religious minorities can be announced by both central as well as states, but linguistic minorities are announced by state specific மட்டும்தான். ஓகேவா? So அந்த மாதிரி தான் ரீசெண்டா பாத்தீங்கன்னா மகாராஷ்டிரா has notified Jews as a minority community within that particular state. If we take the case of Karnataka have notified that religious minority க்கு ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் இருக்கு, linguistic minority க்கு ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் இருக்கு. Karnataka have notified that these languages, that is Urdu, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Marathi, இது எல்லாமே as a minority language within the state. இதுதான் அங்க முக்கியம், within the state. ஓகேவா? இதுல அந்த கீ பாயிண்ட்ஸ். ஓகே, என்னன்னா மைனாரிட்டிஸ்ன்றது டிஃபைன் பண்ணப்படல. மைனாரிட்டிஸ் பத்தின டெஃபினிஷன் அண்ட் கிளியரான ஆஸ்பெக்ட் எங்கேயும் கிடையாது. பட் மைனாரிட்டிஸ் யாரு? ஒன்லி 2 minorities are applicable, religious and linguistic minorities, right? Center under statutory provision can notify, not on the provisions of constitution. Constitution provides protection only for the minorities. Constitution does not provides the procedure for declaration of any community as a minority. இந்த லைன்ல தான் எப்பயுமே நிறைய கேள்விகள் வரும். கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் மென்ஷன் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க, சிட்டிசன்ஷிப்பை பத்தி கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் மென்ஷன் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க, பட் எப்படி லாவா கொண்டு வரணும்னு கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் சொல்லியிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. இட் ஜஸ்ட் ஃபெசிலிட்டேட் தி பார்லிமெண்ட் டு எனாக்ட் law for that provisions. அதே மாதிரி தான் மைனாரிட்டிஸும். ஓகேவா? So these are all the key points with respect to this particular topic. Then another important, you have numerous cases with respect to reservation. Recent times la economically weaker section cases, then even some of the OBC reservation cases for the local bodies is also been in the news and in the months of May to July varaikkum. Seriya? So in the further classes we will discuss about those important reservation based areas. Idhula romba mukkiyamanadu, as like that of anti conversion, Haryana is also known for announcement of one particular important reservation, that is what? Reservation to private sectors. 75% of reservation is idhula romba key point nalla gavanikkanum, right? So Haryana have announced that they provide 75% reservation in private sectors, right, through an act called as Haryana State Employment of Local Candidates Act, right? இதை announce பண்ணாங்க. But initially this act and the provisions of providing reservation was declared as unconstitutional by Punjab and Haryana High Court. But later Supreme Court declared that yes, that can be applicable. They uphold the law. Okay, so at present they can announce reservation for private sectors. அப்படின்ற போகும்போது இங்க என்னென்ன ஆர்டிகல்ல வர வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு? ரைட்ஸ், ஃபண்டமெண்டல் ரைட்ஸ்ல ஆர்டிகல் 19 எஸ்பெஷலி, தென் ஆர்டிகல் 16, டு சம் எக்ஸ்டென்ட் ஆர்டிகல் 15 ஆல்சோ. அப்ப அதுல உள்ள ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் என்னென்ன, அதுல உள்ள கீ டேர்ம்ஸ் தான் நம்ம நோட் பண்ணணும். ஓகேவா? அந்த சின்ன வேர்டு தான் அது பயங்கரமா கன்ஃபியூஸ் பண்ணிடும். என்னன்னு பார்த்தோம்னா, ரைட், என்னென்ன அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா, தீஸ் ஆர் ஆல் தி கண்டிஷன். ஜஸ்ட் கோ. இதுல ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒண்ணு என்னன்னா, this private reservation for private sectors is applicable not to the persons belonging, not to the persons who had born in that particular state. They are applicable for the residents of the state. Residents வேற, place of birth ரெண்டுமே இருக்குமா? ஆர்டிகல் 15ல place of birth இருக்குமா? ஆர்டிகல் 15ல இருக்குமா? ஆர்டிகல் 16ல இருக்குமா? 16ல பிளேஸ் ஆஃப் பர்த் இருக்கும், பட் ஆர்டிகல் 15ல ரெசிடென்ஷிப் இருக்கும். இந்த டிஃபரன்சஸ் தான், அதை வச்சு தான் சொல்லணும். சரியா? சோ ஒருவேளை பிளேஸ் ஆஃப் பர்த்னு சொல்லியிருந்தாங்கன்னா that can be declared as unconstitutional, but they clearly mentioned that this local reservation is applicable for anyone who can reside in that particular state. He may be belonging to Tamil Nadu, but he can avail that reservation in the private sector within that particular state. அதுதான் அங்க key point. இதை நம்ம கவனிக்க மாட்டோம். சரியா? So என்ன முக்கியமான விஷயம், residents of the state of Haryana. It is not persons who born in the state of Haryana. It is applicable for residents who are having the domicile in that particular state. அந்த பாயிண்ட் ரொம்ப முக்கியம், ரைட்டா? இன்னொரு ஒரு கேட்டகரி சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. யார் யாருக்கெல்லாம் the private companies, societies, trust and partnership firms are all been covered under this law. அதுக்கு ஒரு salary limit வச்சிருக்காங்க, up to 30,000. அதாவது மேக்ஸிமம் 30,000க்கு வரைக்கும் இருக்கக்கூடிய salary வாங்கக்கூடிய பீப்புளுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே this provision of providing 75% of reservation is applicable. But it is not applicable for government sector, because government sector ன்னு வந்துட்டா which case provides this limit of 75% க்கு லிமிட்னா எந்த கேஸ் ஞாபகம் வரணும்? மண்டல் கமிஷன். எந்த கேஸ்? இந்திரா சாணி கேஸ், which restricts 50% cap for the reservation. அப்போ government sector-க்கு applicable ஆகாது. So this law is not applicable for central or state government under any of the act. இப்ப இதுல உள்ள key points என்னன்னா, இதெல்லாம் சொல்லிருக்காங்கன்னா, if we observe article 15(1), that is in general no person can be discriminated on the basis of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. ஓகேவா? இதுல 15ல place of birth சொல்லிருப்பாங்க. ஓகேவா? 15ல place of birth சொல்லிருப்பாங்க, பட் 16ல. ஓகேவா? அப்போ ஆர்டிகல் 15 பேஸ் பண்ணி இந்த 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 ஆக்ட நம்ம வந்து அல்லது இந்த ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் நம்ம வந்து வயலேட் பண்ணலாமா அப்படின்னு கேட்டா முடியாது. Article 15 is dealing with the place of birth, but this act has a provision with respect to residents of the state. Suppose 15 violate பண்ணதுன்ற அந்த ஆர்குமெண்ட் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நெகேட் ஆயிடும். ஒரு சின்ன வித்தியாசம் தான், பிளேஸ் ஆஃப் பர்த், ரெசிடென்ஸ் ஆஃப் தி ஸ்டேட். அதுக்கு சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட்டோட ஒரு கேஸே பேக்கப்பா இருக்கு. வாட் இஸ் தட் பர்டிகுலர் கேஸ்? தட் இஸ் domicile based reservation was challenged before the Supreme Court in the DP Joshi versus State of Maharashtra in the year of 1955, wherein it was decided that domicile based reservation does not violate Article 15 because there is a difference between place of birth and place of residence. I mean, for example, which one? Okay. So if we take the case of Article 15 subclass 1 mentions that no person can be discriminated on the basis of place of birth. If we take this as a violative principles against this particular law, means it cannot be taken as a case. Why? Because here place of birth is not the provision as per this particular act. Residence is the provision of this particular act. So if a statement has been mentioned in the exam that the provisions with respect to reservation in the private sector violates Article 15, that statement will be wrong. To have a clear distinction between which article is exclusively violated or which article is protected for this particular act, you have to find the difference, right? So this is clearly mentioned by a Supreme Court judgment as a court of record, right? As a court of record, it has been mentioned that place of birth and place of residence have two different distinct purposes. But place of residence is not mentioned in Article 15, but it has been mentioned in Article 16, right? Even if we take the case of Article 16, now you can say that if we take the case of Article 16, then this provision can be violated, right? But Article 16 has some other provision also. Yes, place of residence can be taken into account, but it is applicable only for the government sector or only for the central government or state government services, not for any private sector. So if we take the case of Article 16, no citizen shall, on the grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth as well as residence. So residence as an additional criteria has been mentioned in Article 16 alone. Even we have a direct provision within Article 16 itself to some jobs. When the state decides that place of residence has to be the category for that particular job, then it can be directly allowed. It cannot be considered as a violation of Article 16, even though without considering about private sector or public sector. For certain public sectors, place of residence can be taken as a criteria for provision of jobs, is directly mentioned in Article 16 itself. Article 16 subclass 4030, something like that. It has that provisions. So the argument against the provision of reservation to private sector cannot violate both Article 15 as well as 16. But that violation is different with respect to these two articles. This is what you have to know about with respect to this particular case, right? Or any of them be ineligible or discriminated against in respect or any employment under the state. So Supreme Court in another case, that is Government of Andhra Pradesh versus PB Vijay Kumar in 1995, said that the ambit of Article 16 subclass 2 is limited only to the public employment and not private employment. Okay, so allowing the provisions of reservation to private sectors are done by considering two cases. It doesn't violate any government, I mean, it is not applicable to government sectors, and it is applicable only for the residents, not with respect to place of birth. Another article from the side of private sectors has been filed in the court that it is violating their article. If we consider from the employer's point of view, which fundamental right of the employer will be violated with respect to this particular provision? Article, do you understand what I'm asking about? Who might have provided, who have initiated the case against this provision? Mainly the private sectors. They have initiated this case that it is against our fundamental right. Which fundamental right might be violated for that private sectors. எதுவா இருக்கலாம்? Article 19, right to practice any trade or business is a fundamental right. So practicing any trade on the basis of their principle, if government is restricting that you have to take only these people, now that is against their fundamental right. So Article 19 is also related to this particular issue. Do you understand what I am saying? Right. So these Article 15 and 16 is providing a facilitating provision to the reservation. But on the another side, it is also not violating the Article 19 as per the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said that Article 19, yes, it is a right which can be enjoyed by any private sectors. But again, it is not a absolute right. It is also subject to reasonable restriction. That reasonable restriction comes under in terms of public interest, general public interest. That's announced pannirukanga. Do you understand what I am saying? So if we take the case of Article 19, Article 19 violation is set by the private sectors, who are definitely going to get affected by providing these reservations, because it is compulsory for them to take men only from that particular states, that they may not have sufficient skills for that particular job, right? But they are forced to take these peoples into them. They demand that it is affecting their fundamental right of practicing trade and business, because it is their fundamental right. It is not applicable only for a single person. It is for any institution or any corporation or any industries or factories who can enjoy this fundamental right of practicing trade, right? So Article 19 does not provide absolute freedom to private companies against the state's regulations upon their business activities. Article 19, 1 subclass G guarantees citizens the freedom to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. But Article 19 subclass 6 said that the state can put reasonable restrictions on the basis of interest of the general public. Here the interest of the general public are taken as the tool for considering as a reasonable restriction, even though it violates the Article 19 of the private sectors. So one issue but three important articles, how each and every articles are differing with respect to this particular issue, you have to take into account. Do you understand what I am saying? So this is one of the important areas. And reservation based questions reservation based areas need to be dealt in the further classes also. For example, 27% reservation in the local bodies elections of Maharashtra is also in the news for quite some time. Then recently in the EWS sectors, we will deal in those reservations on the later days. Then another important case with respect to fundamental rights violation. Again, here also we are dealing with the Article 19, right? So Karnataka High Court has delivered a judgment saying that the Karnataka Police Amendment Act of 2021, this act introduced by the state have brought about a ban on online gambling and skill-based gaming platforms like rummy, poker and fantasy sports that involved any wagering or risking of money on an uncertain event. I mean, even Tamil Nadu government has also introduced a ban on rummy circle or something like that. But High Court have violated or negated that ban on the practicing sports. There are two conditions on which, because state governments can enact a law to ban the activities only on those things which are playing on the basis of chance. But these online platforms they have a clear definition that these are not considered to be the part of gambling or betting. This is a game of skill. So if you ban these apps, means it is violating the fundamental right of that particular apps or owners, is what said by the Karnataka High Court. Do you understand what I am saying? So banning the practice of or banning the apps like rummy circles are unconstitutional against the ban which was provided by the state government through this particular act, right? The Karnataka High Court struck down the amendments to the Karnataka Police Act on 3 grounds. What are those 3 grounds? It is against the violation of fundamental rights. That is what we have said in the previous case. Article 19(1) subclass G said that right to practice any trade and commerce is violated here, because no clear definition was there that their practices will be banned. அதனால அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி நீங்க வயலேட் பண்ண முடியாதுன்றதை கிளியரா சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. And it is also against the right to liberty and privacy. This right is applicable for the companies and this right is applicable for the users, right? Choice of choosing the apps, choice of playing the games is a part of my privacy, right? And it is also a part of my choice. So on the basis of both Article 19, right to freedom of speech and expression, and on the basis of Article 21, right to privacy, it is against the violation. It is against the fundamental right which is enjoyed by the user. So in both the cases, this ban can be considered as unconstitutional, right? So other than solranga. And speech and expression on the basis of Article 19 and privacy and liberty on the basis of 21, these both applicable for users, and this article, this fundamental right is applicable for the companies who are providing the services. In this judgment, the Karnataka High Court have clearly given a distinction between on what basis you can consider that particular app or that particular game or belonging to the chance category or belonging to the skill based category அப்படின்றத பத்தி நீங்க பார்த்துட்டு தான் கொடுக்கணும்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, ரைட்டா? So the law being manifested arbitrarily and irrational insofar as it did not distinguish between the 2 different categories of game. That is, the apps which was banned by the state government are all belonging to the games of skill. It is not belonging to the games of chance. Games of chance are considering to be the part of gambling or part of betting, but these are played on the basis of his or her skills. So this cannot be banned on any circumstances. That is what clearly said by the High Court. The same provision is also said by Madras High Court with respect to the ban initiated by Tamil Nadu government in the recent times against Rummy Circle, right? So this also related to 3 important fundamental rights, right? So the court also held that playing online games could help in building the character of an individual, and enjoy online gaming could also fall with the contours of the freedom of expression, and it is also belonging to the right to liberty and privacy guaranteed under the Constitution, right? So the judgment noted that state governments have been granted power. Yes, state government has the clear power, because state government have banned the lotteries. That is a game of chance that can be banned by the state government. But rummy is not a game of chance. It is a game of skill. This is the clear distinction between the 2 different applications, right? Granted powers under the Constitution to make laws for gambling and betting. They misinterpreted this game as a game of chance. This is what the explanation given by the High Court, and they have clearly mentioned these 3 articles with respect to their judgment. So how many cases are related to most important fundamental rights? These are all the important things where questions will be framed, okay, on the basis of application, right? Then next topic, another important topic, right? If you take the case of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, 12 MLAs from Maharashtra's legislative assemblies were suspended by the speaker, right? But that activity, again, Supreme Court declared that it is unconstitutional. So what are all the important things and what are all the important provisions with respect to this event has to be noted for examination perspective, right? How far the speaker announced 1 year suspension for 12 MLAs, but the announcement of 1 year suspension is clearly unconstitutional, is what declared by the Supreme Court in this particular case. So the MLAs were suspended for misbehavior in the assembly, right, regarding the disclosure of OBC data. That might be due to any other reason, but providing some reasons, speaker has the right to suspend. It is under the provisions of the rules of provisions with respect to the rules of procedure of that particular legislative assembly or Lok Sabha. But that has to be backed up with the legal data. That has to be backed up with the proper provisions with respect to even that particular rules is what said by Supreme Court. They challenge that suspension is based primarily on the grounds of denial of natural justice, and they said that the way they have been suspended is affecting their fundamental right, because they have not been treated unequal to the other MLAs. So their fundamental right of equality will be violated in this particular case. Directly, the right to fundamental right to equality of that MLAs is directly violated here. And another important thing is the procedure established by the rules is also been violated here. So what are all the provisions and what are all the legal backup and what are all the constitutional provisions with respect to the relationship between court interference in the legislative assembly or Lok Sabha? We need to go for that important point so that questions will be framed that particular topics. The 12 MLAs claims that they were not given an opportunity to present their case, and suspension violated their fundamental right to equality before the law as guaranteed under the Article 14. They said that their fundamental right of equality is also violated, and the speaker is not following the procedure established by the house. Okay, so what are all the procedures? So on the opposite side, the house will say some other points that they have the right to suspend these peoples, right? So what are all the provisions with respect to rules of the house has to be taken into account. What are all the provisions? They said that according to Rule 53 of the Maharashtra Assembly, here each and every legislative assembly has certain specific rules for their functioning. It is not equally applicable for every legislative assembly, but for Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, they have their special rules of procedures. Okay, common provisions of the constitutions will be applicable everywhere, but the way the functioning of that legislative assembly is quite differing with respect to different cases. So Rule 53 of the Maharashtra Assembly said that speaker may direct any member who refuses to obey his decision, right, or whose behavior is in his judgment grossly disorderly, to withdraw immediately from the assembly. So he by himself can decide that this person is not functioning properly. So he has the right to suspend that particular MLA or MP as per the MLA as per the Rule 53 of Maharashtra Assembly. They are not only taking this particular rule alone as a safeguard for suspension, they are also quoting some other individual provisions of the constitution itself, so that the separation of power will be maintained. We know that clearly separation of power is the basic structure of our constitution. So legitimate or independent functioning of the house will not be questioned by the court on every matter, because court cannot, even Supreme Court itself cannot interfere on any matters with respect to legislative assembly or Lok Sabha, because it is their fundamental right or it is their basic right under the context of separation of powers. What are all the important constitutional provisions? Note what are those important provisions now? That is, the member is required to what is the provisions with respect to the house. The member is required to absent himself for the remainder of the day's meeting. If a person is suspended, means at the max he can be suspended for that particular day, right? Or if the member is ordered to withdraw for the second time in the same session, the speaker may direct the member to be absent for any duration but not exceeding the remainder of the session. So at what max a speaker can suspend a particular MLA means at the max of the duration of that particular session. Beyond that, he or she cannot allow the suspension to continue, right? It itself directly mentioned in Article 53. So on one side, the speaker or the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly said that by using Rule 53, we can suspend the MLA based upon his misbehavior. But the very rule itself has the provision that suspension at the max cannot go beyond the session. But you have announced the suspension for 1 year. How come it is acceptable is what the other side of the argument. So what is the constitutional provisions with respect to interference of court within the ambit of legislative assembly or Lok Sabha அப்படின்றதையும் பார்ப்போம். Right? In Article 212 said that the House acted within its legislative competence and courts lack jurisdiction to inquire about legislative procedure. So it is a clear power enjoyed by the House. Their way of functioning cannot be questioned by court of law because it is against the basic structure of separation of power. It is also applicable for state assemblies also. That is Article 212 subclass 1. The validity of any proceedings in the legislature of a state shall not be called into question on the ground any alleged irregularity of the procedure. So Article 212 and 212 subclass 1 is giving a clear constitutional backup for individual functioning and decision making of the House. Right? Then how come Supreme Court have announced that this activity is unconstitutional? The other side, what are all the important points said by Supreme Courts need to be noted for examination point of view, right? That will be noted now. Upon Supreme Court, what are all the points said that? Yes, this, another important point also, the state has also highlighted that Article 194 on the powers and privileges of the House, right? Special functioning of the House is protected under Article 212. Beyond that, it has a special privilege also. That privilege is also protected by Article 194. So in no case Supreme Court or High Court can enter into the basic functioning and activities of the legislature is what been argued by the other side, right? So that arguing that any member who violates these privileges can be suspended under the House inherent powers. But the most important point what Supreme Court said is this activity is not only related to basic functioning of the House alone. This activity directly violates the basic structure doctrine. How come they can different? How come Supreme Court elaborate that idea that how it affects the basic structure now? That is violation of basic structure. How means the Constitution's basic structure would be violated if constituencies of the suspended MLAs were represented in the assembly for a full year, because they are not an individual persons. They are representatives of the people. They are representatives of the constituencies. If they are not functioning for the whole year means it is against the principle of parliamentary functioning, right? It is against the principle of democracy. So the basic structure is itself been violated when you doesn't allow the MLAs to function for a maximum term of full year. So against all other principles, whenever a principle is violating the basic structure, it can directly be taken by Supreme Court into account. They substantiate that how it can be regarded as a basic structure. Rendu moonu points Supreme Court solranga. What are those 2 points means? You in Article 190 subclass 4 of the Constitution, which states that if a member of the House of Legislature of a state is absent from all meetings thereof without permission of the House for a maximum of 60 days. Yes, a person can be absent from the proceedings of the House, but he cannot absent beyond 60 days without any permission from the House or without informing the House means automatically his seat will be vacated. In this particular case, the ban for full year is automatically leads to vacation of the seat of that particular MLAs. So this is also one of the important provisions which is violated for the suspension for entire 1 year. Another important thing, if this process continues, right? If a person is at the max is absent for 60 days, then what will happen? His or her seat will be vacated. Then within 6 months, under the provisions of Representation Act, election has to be conducted. If election is not conducted means that is also violation of the Constitution, right? These two are the key points taken by the Supreme Court, right? That is section 151A of the Representation of the People Act states that a by-election for filling any vacancy shall be held within 6 months of the date of the concurrency of the vacancy. But a vacancy for the whole year makes this provision not to get facilitated, right? So automatically this means that with the exception specified in this section, no constituency can go more than 6 months without a representative. So these are all the important provisions which can be taken as violating the basic structure. So you can never allow the MLAs to get suspended for conditions which has been mentioned up to a maximum of that particular session. Beyond that, you cannot have the right to suspend the MLAs. This is what finally said by the Supreme Court. But you have to note these important points, right? So it has basic structure. It has defined on the basis of maximum days on which a person cannot attend the house without getting the permission, and if the constituency is not represented for more than 6 months, a by-election has to be conducted within the 6 months, right? So they said that punishing the constituency as a whole cannot be accepted, because he or she is not only the representative of one particular person, he representing a larger section of people. Their basic functions, their basic rights with respect to democracy will get affected. So this can never be allowed at any cost. This is what finally said by Supreme Court with respect to suspension of MLAs and Maharashtra Assembly. So these are all the important points you need to note for the examination. Then we have numerous issues with respect to functioning of governance, especially if you take the case of Kerala and Tamil Nadu, right? But numerous issues are having distinct problems with respect to the particular states. If you take the case of Maharashtra, one specific issue, right? One specific issue again with respect to the, because governor in principle has to function as a neutral person, right? He should not function as the representative of the central government. But in reality, it is not happening, because on the day, on reality, he or she is appointed by the central government, and he always function against the legitimate government which has been elected by the people. So there always been a bone of contention between the functioning of governor as well as state government. Idila, for the very first time, one incident has been happened in Maharashtra, so that you have to take a note of it, right? So for the very first time, governor has refused to fix the date of election of the speaker. Normally, if the speaker post is vacant, the election will be conducted within the legislative assembly itself, and the governor has no role in the determination of election. It is a nominal procedure that he will be directed by the state government through the secretary of the legislative assembly. Only way of him, only rule of him is to sign the provisions with respect to the fixation of that day. He has no right to decide on the date or the manner of the election of the speaker, but he refused to fix the date. For the very first time in the history of India, this had happened. He doesn't have any power, but he refused to fix the date for the election of the speaker. So on that particular day, the election was not happened. So here again, the relationship with respect to governor and speaker with respect to the election will be asked in the examinations, right? In this activity is directly against the principle of the constitution, because governor's refusal to accept the date of election of the speaker goes against the principle of constitutional government. It is directly, it doesn't take any special provisions, right? Because as per Article 178, the constitution has not assigned any role to the governor in the election of the speaker, which is exclusively the power of the house, right? The house has the complete authority in the decision of election of the speaker. He cannot have any right based upon the constitution itself. But how come he can enjoy, or how come he can make this provision not to get executed in Rapambode? Yes, there is a provision in the rules of the house. By using that provision in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, he had delayed or not accepting the date of the election of speaker. What does that rule means? Yes, the rules of the house. It is only the house rule which says that governor, here also they said that governor shall fix the date. Here the shall is not a discretionary power. Shall fix the date indicates that he has to fix the date which has been indicated by the state government, which has been indicated by the secretary or the representative of the government. Here it is not a discretionary power, or it is not a, he doesn't have any decision making authority with respect to election of the speaker. So under the procedure followed in all assemblies, the government fixes the date and conveys it to the secretary of the assembly, who forwards it to the office of governor for his signature after the date is formally approved by the governor. That is what normally been practiced. But fixing the date by the governor is not of any constitutional importance, rather than the election of the speaker is of holding higher importance. So if the governor stands in the way of the election, the only way open to the house is to amend that particular rule. Even the rules of the house, it is not the rule specified, or it is not a provision which is directly mentioned in the constitution. Even the fixing of the date is part of the rules of the house. It is not mentioned in any of the constitutional provisions. That rule can be amended so that in future governor cannot even take this kind of activities which violates the fundamental provisions of the constitutional government, right? So these are all the important points you need to take into account. These are all specific points. புரியல. Simple தான். Then another important thing is contempt of courts, right? So this contempt of court is, contempt of court is a common principle which is appeared in the news for numerous reasons, right? But one specific reason or one particular issue with respect to contempt of court is also been in the news. For that particular case, we will discuss this particular issue, right? So normally contempt of court, the definition of the contempt of court here, if you take the previous year question, 2022, a direct question has been asked with respect to contempt of court, right? In the year of 2022, 2 to 3 statements with respect to contempt of court has been asked in the prelims, right? So contempt of court is the offense of being disobedient to or disrespectful towards the court of law and its officers in the form of behavior that opposes or defies the authority, justice, and dignity of the court. Here, this particular statement was mentioned in the preliminary examination. The Constitution does not define any type of contempt of court, or Constitution does not give explanation or definition for what belongs to civil contempt or criminal contempt. There are 2 types of contempt of court, civil contempt as well as criminal contempt. But this definition is not given by Supreme Court. This definition is not given by Constitution. This statement was directly asked in the examination. That's, in the exam they have mentioned that Constitution have a clear definition with respect to what is called as contempt of court. If you eliminate that particular option, you can arrive at the answer for that particular question. So Constitution never defined about contempt of court. So if Constitution doesn't define, means it doesn't mean that Constitution don't have any provisions with respect to contempt of court. Provisions with respect to contempt of court is there in the Constitution, but what defines contempt of court is not there in the Constitution. You have to know about these differences. So provisions with respect to contempt of court for Supreme Court has been provided under Article 129. Article 129 of the Constitution conferred that Supreme Court has the power to punish contempt of itself, right? In the same way, Article 215 have conferred the rights to high courts also, right? So where this contempt of court, what is the definition of contempt of court, means it has been elaborated through an act of parliament in 1971. That is Contempt of Courts Act 1971, which was enacted on the basis of Hutchin Sanyal Committee. This is UPSC question. This is last year UPSC question. Hutchin Sanyal Committee, on the basis of which the Contempt of Court Act was passed, right? And this is also a statement which was mentioned in that particular question. Constitution doesn't provide any definition for contempt of court. So here, this particular act, that is the Legislative Act, Contempt of Court Act of 1971, defines or clearly distinguishes what does mean civil contempt and what does criminal contempt means, right? So what is the definition given by this Courts Act means? It defines both the civil and criminal contempt. That is, civil contempt is simply refers to willful disobedience to any judgment of the court. If a judgment is given by a court and that particular person is not following that judgment or not or functioning against the provisions of the judgments, means that can be simply regarded as civil contempt. Criminal contempt can be invoked if an act tends to scandalize or lower the authority of the court, right? The dignity or authority of the court is lowered in the public space or in the social media. That can be considered as criminal contempt, right? Then interfere with the due course of any judicial proceedings. Then obstruct the administration of the justice. These are all considered to be higher level of contempt, so that it belongs to the criminal contempt. So what are all the important key points we need to take? The powers with respect to enactment of contempt of courts can be done only by the parliament. The power to legislate with respect to contempt of court cannot be done by state legislature. Only parliament has the power to enact a law with respect to contempt of court, on the basis of which the Contempt of Court Act 1971 was enacted. Which committee has recommended that? Hutchinson-Neal committee, right? And contempt of court have provisions in the constitution, but contempt of court not defined in the constitution. These are all the important key points. You have to take it from here. Another important thing, right, where majority of you have not noticed that particular point, right? What is another important provisions with respect to contempt of court means? So far we have seen that the proceedings against the, proceedings with respect to contempt of court can be initiated by the court themselves. Supreme Court with respect to their judgment, or High Court with respect to their judgment. But it is not every time that the courts will directly involved in the contempt of court proceedings. So for that purpose, for example, if court gives a judgment, right? If court gives a judgment, means that judgment is not followed by a particular person. Court doesn't know that he is not following. So another person can initiate the contempt proceedings against that particular person. A person can initiate the contempt proceedings against another person who is not following the directions of the court. That can also brought under the provisions of contempt of court. But for that purpose, he cannot directly approach the court. The person who is initiating the contempt proceedings cannot directly approach the court every time. He has to get permission from an important authority. Who is that authority? Any idea? Attorney General. This is one of the important provisions with respect to contempt of court. So for normal proceedings with respect to contempt of court, that has to get that procedure has to get consent from the Attorney General or Solicitor General. So here the section 15 of the Contempt of Court Act 1971 described that Attorney General or the Solicitor General is the consent of both of them is mandatory when a private citizen wants to initiate a case of contempt of court against another person, right? However, this consent is this consent of AG is not required if court by themselves are initiating the proceedings. It is not mandatory for the courts if they initiate the contempt of court proceedings. But if a particular person is initiating a proceedings against another person who violates the provisions of the court, means that has to pass through AG, that is Attorney General or Solicitor General. This is mandated by the Contempt of Court Act. This is one important point. Recently, Attorney General Venugopal, through Attorney General, one particular contempt of court case was initiated. So it was there in the news for that purpose. And in numerous other ways, the courts, several high courts and Supreme Courts have initiated that contempt of court proceedings. But this one particular information you have to note it for the examination point of view, right? So these are all the important things with respect to contempt of court proceedings. Then another important news with respect to High Court also been there. What is the official language which can be used for the High Court and the Supreme Court proceedings? In definition, in reality, it is English. English is the official language for the court proceedings of High Court as well as Supreme Court. But there are certain situations where you can get the permission or consent from the president, which is initiated by the governor for taking Hindi or official language of the state concerned. These are the important things you have to take it from that particular issue, right? So in one particular issue, the division bench of the Gujarat High Court has asked a journalist who is facing the contempt of court proceedings to speak only in English, as that was the language in the higher judiciary. That the judge asked that particular person to speak only in English because it is the language of the court. So from that particular news, you have to trace back to the basics of the language with respect to judiciary. Though in High Court, there is a clear rule that mentions that even if any party who does not hire a lawyer or appears in person has to speak in English only. Okay, ba? So it also has a constitutional provision. Article 348(1) of the Constitution of India provides that all proceedings in the Supreme Court and in every High Court shall be in English language until Parliament by law otherwise provides. So in general, English is the official language, but Parliament can provide the facilitation of usage of another language, right? Without that, English is the only language which is the official language for both Supreme Court and High Court. Another provision, that is Article 348(2) subclass 2 provides that with the consent of the president, governor of the state may authorize the use of Hindi or other official language of the state in the proceedings of the High Court. But usage of other language apart from English can be taken as a part in proceedings alone. But for judgments and for any documents, you have to finally go by English only. These are all certain provisions with respect to usage of language in both High Court and the Supreme Court, right? So another provision is also having this, not only the Article 348, the Section 7 of the Official Languages Act, their statutory provision is also been there. Official Language Act provides that use of Hindi or official language of the state in addition to the English language may be authorized by the High Courts of that particular state. Again, that process is same. That consent has to be given by president on the recommendation of governor, right? So the provision of usage of other language apart from English has both constitutional backing as well as legal backing. Legal backing on the basis of Official Language Act, constitutional backing on the basis of Article 348. These are all the two important things. But without any exemptions, English is the only official language for both Supreme Court as well as High Court proceedings. This is what you need to know for the examination point of view, right? There are other states which have made Hindi as their official language. For example, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar, right? Hindi is one of the important official language in every proceedings of the High Court of their particular states. Then finally, so these are all the issues with respect to polity, right? So polity, as far as possible, I have covered important cases and important issues with respect to fundamental rights and other important cases, right? Remaining things are more factual in information that you can go for that particular. In the same way, we can see some of the important topics of international relations also. So during the time, we are talking about January to March, right? That is the time where the war has started. So at that particular time, this is the name of a new grouping which was appeared in the news, which majority of you would not be aware of, right? That is Bucharest 9 countries. This is nothing but the 9 Eastern European countries which were attached to the NATO after the Soviet collapse, right? After the Cold War period, in the early 1990s, the destruction of USSR has happened, right? The erstwhile members of the USSR, the first important members of the USSR have joined along with the NATO membership. Those countries were called as E9 countries. Later, when Ukraine or some other countries are trying to be a member of NATO, the crisis and the war have started. This is the initiation of those particular issues, right? So it is a group of 9 NATO countries in Eastern Europe that become part of the US-led military alliance after the end of the Cold War. Just make a note of the 9 countries. What are those countries? That is Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. Ukraine is not belonging to this group. Ukraine and Belarus is not belonging to this group, right? So idu nalla paathukanum. So Ukraine and Belarus still not officially part of the NATO, right? Ukraine is still not officially part of the NATO. So this B9 countries or Bucharest 9 countries or the Eastern European countries which later attached to the NATO, especially after the destruction of USSR. They were part of the USSR during the Cold War time, right? So they have started to, they have attached to the NATO in the early 1990s itself, but they have formed a separate organization called as B9 countries in the year of 2015, right? And the capital, the Bucharest is the capital of Romania. From the name, this grouping of countries have been aligned. Some of the basics with respect to NATO and other related informations also we need to go through, right? So NATO, we know that North Atlantic Treaty Organization, especially after the end of Second World War, the US-led alliance, US and major powers of European nations have formed this grouping for the security purpose. This is otherwise called as Washington Treaty, right? This is otherwise called as Washington Treaty in the year of 1949 to provide collective security, against the Soviet Union. That what is the principle of collective security? If anyone is attacked, all other nations are considering that as an attack among everyone. So it is a collective grouping where attack on any single persons will be considered as an attack on every person. So in order to protect their region from the invasion of communism, at that particular point of time, USSR was the prominent figure of communism, right? So Second World War time la form pannapattadhu idu. So this membership is open for any other European state in a position to further the principles of this treaty, right? Initially it was formed by 12 members, but at present, how many members are there? 30 members were part of the NATO groupings. Who is the recent member of NATO? Any idea about that? Huh? Still North Macedonia, right? That was the recent member. Still, if you look into the websites of NATO, it still holds 30 members. There are numerous informations that some of the Scandinavian countries and some other countries are also approaching the membership of NATO. But officially, still it is not been declared that they are part of the NATO. Up to this point, NATO has only 30 members. So what is the most important thing, as I said before? The principle of collective defense. The principle of collective defense is mentioned in Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, right? This principle of collective defense so far has been used for only one time, right? That is the attack which was happened in the 9/11 attack on the Twin Tower was the only incident where NATO has used this object of collective defense against the Islamic states in the West Asian regions, right? So in the Mari NATO and the collective defense kana basics is with respect to the Article 5 of the Washington Treaty. Then in the later stages, it was initially considered as a defensive mechanism. If anyone attacks us, we will retaliate. But in the later stages, the scope of NATO has been enlarging to some other aspects also. For example, collective defense, apart from collective defense, crisis management and cooperative security. In the name of cooperative security, they are allowing other members to be the part of NATO. So they try to reach up to the margins of Russia, which paved the way for the current crisis, what is happening in the region, right? So the objective of NATO has been expanded in the later stages, not only from the defensive point of view, to some extent they are approaching towards in an offensive way towards the USSR in that particular region. We know that its headquarters is in where? Brussels in Belgium is the headquarters of NATO. Then this is the timeline on which the majority of the countries have joined NATO. So initially it was formed by 12 members, but as I said before, in the time where 1990 is the end period of Cold War and the destruction of USSR has happened, from that majority of the members of the USSR were part of NATO. Those countries were called as benign countries in the initial phases, right? That is these Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovakia. But the recent member in the year of 2020, the last member who have joined NATO, the 30th member is North Macedonia. Still, in the website, it has been mentioned that it has only 30 members. There are numerous informations about other European countries are also aspiring to become the member of NATO, but officially it is not recognized, right? So, directly still NATO is not participating in the war, but in reality, in backdoor, they are helping the Ukraine, but directly they cannot take part in the war because Ukraine still is not a member of NATO. Right? So you have to know some of the basic information about NATO from this point of view. So what is the other important groupings? I mean, during the Cold War era, NATO is an alliance of USA and Western European nations. Is there any other grouping on the other side where communism led by USSR and other Eastern European countries? Warsaw Pact. Warsaw Pact was there again, was the ideology of Warsaw Pact is against the NATO until the Cold War era. But once the Cold War ends and the destruction of USSR has initiated now, there is another important grouping are also still functioning. Do you have any idea about the name of the grouping? It is also functioning on the basis of that collective security. Huh? Shanghai lang kedayadu. Collective Security Treaty Organization, same like NATO. This CSTO is a grouping of 6 major nations of USSR, I mean Russia and other Eastern European nations, right? So this grouping was there in the news for sometimes. So Collective Security Treaty Organization, you may not get confused that collective security is an aspect of NATO. So CSTO is exactly opposite to NATO, right? So it is an intergovernmental military alliance that was signed in 1992, especially when the destruction of USSR has completely happened. 6 members were in the beginning were part of this treaty, and it is also functioning on the same principle as like that of NATO. NATO is functioning on the principle of collective defense, right? In the same way, these groupings, that is Russia and its allied countries, are forming a military pact or security pact among themselves. If any one of them will be affected, then everyone will retaliate against that particular enemy, is what the ideology of CSTO exactly against the NATO. You need to know that what is the name or other name of NATO? Washington Treaty. The other name of CSTO is Tashkent Treaty. But you may wonder that, right? The name is Tashkent. Tashkent is the capital of which country? Uzbekistan. But Uzbekistan is not member of CSTO. Right? If you observe the membership of CSTO, that is Russia, Belarus, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan are the 6 countries who are part of the CSTO. But Uzbekistan was initially part of CSTO. Right? In the year of 1994, officially they were the member. But in later 1990s or in the early stages of 2000, they withdrew from this treaty. But the name still retains because the initiation of that particular treaty had happened in Tashkent. So Tashkent Treaty is another name of CSTO. You have to know about the members, who are all the present members. Turkmenistan is not there. Turkmenistan is not there. Tajikistan. Uzbekistan is not there. Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan is not there. Armenia is there, but Azerbaijan is not there. Armenia and Azerbaijan is also in the news for conflict. For which region? Nagorno-Karabakh. What is the exact name? Nagorno-Karabakh. is the disputed region between these two countries, right? Just make a note of these important names. It will be definitely asking in the UPSC prelims examinations, right? So this is another grouping. So you have to have some similarities between NATO and the CSTO. But erstwhile, during the Cold War period, what is the larger grouping of the USSR-led grouping means? It was called as Warsaw Pact. Warsaw Pact has larger membership, not compared to the CSTO. It has only 6 membership, but NATO has 30 memberships. Okay, well, so this is another important fact you have to take into account. Then, during the war time, numerous ways Ukraine have tried to initiate criminal proceedings or proceedings with respect to genocide against Russia and its activities. In one particular incident, that is when a resolution is brought by the UN Human Rights Council, which has its headquarters in Geneva, that is, which is functioning in the UN office, Geneva, the council moved the resolution to set up an international commission of inquiry into Russia. But in that particular case, India, as like any diplomatic process, is abstained from the voting. India is not voting against or for the resolution. In that particular sense, you have to know something about what is UNHRC, what is its relationship with respect to UN. These are some of the important basics you have to take into account, right? So the Human Rights Council is an intergovernmental body. It is part of it is functioning within the United Nations. If you come across any international organizations or any grouping in the news, first you have to check whether it is part of whether it is part of UN or UN led or the organ of UN and pathakno, right? This is one of the important area where UPSC is frequently checking your knowledge, whether it is an organ of UN, whether it is an intergovernmental body, or whether it is a body which consists only of NGOs, or whether it is a grouping which consists of only states as members. In this way, what kind of grouping it will be there, that has to be noted, right? So Human Rights Council is an intergovernmental body which is functioning within United Nations, responsible for strengthening and human rights violations. These are all the things. But you have to note about the important points with respect to its membership. Not all the members of the UN are part of the membership of this council. Only 47 member states are there, right? So only 47 member states. These member states are elected by the General Assembly of United Nations. So sometimes they will put the statement, right? All the members of General Assembly are part of the UN Human Rights Councils. That statement is completely wrong. Only 47 member states, that too by the election conducted by General Assembly. General Assembly is like the parliament, right? Which has all the members with its ambit. So this groupings, this membership is also been allocated based upon the population or based upon the continents, right? So different seats will be allocated for different continents on the basis of equitable geographical distribution, right? So the way you should not bother about the exact number, but the way on which the membership is allocated will be asked in the examinations. In the type, all the memberships, all the whether every states will be given or every continents will be given equal proportion or equal numbers of seats in the UNHRC, then that statement will be wrong. This is the way UPSC tries to put the statement, right? So you have to note that you should not bother about the exact numbers, but you should know that the numbers differs with respect to its geographical distribution. That is one of the key idea you have to take into account. But another important thing, whenever a resolution is in the news, you have to take a note that on what basis, for which purpose this resolution has been introduced. And another thing, whether that resolution has a legal backup, that is, whether that resolution is legally binding or not. If you take the case of UN-based resolutions, except the resolutions introduced by United Nations Security Council, all other resolutions are not legally binding. Do you understand what I'm saying? So UNHRC initiated resolution is also not legally binding on the member states. No other resolutions except the resolutions brought by United Nations Security Council is legally binding. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right. So this is also not legally binding. However, it may not be legally binding, but it creates an image of political pressure on the nations who have committed the violations against human rights councils. In numerous times, the representatives of Tamil groups are also initiated these resolutions against the Sri Lankans during the early 2000s in the UN Human Rights Councils. It is not that resolutions can be initiated not only by the state members. Any other members can also be part of the initiation of that resolutions, right? So these are all the ways on which Human Rights Council is functioning. Then another important, this is also in the news, International Court of Justice. This is another way. That is, if you take the case of UN, there are 6 important principal organs are there. What are those 6 principal organs? United Nations General Assembly, Security Council, Economic and Social Council, Trusteeship Council, International Court of Justice, then finally Secretariat, right? UN Secretariat. These are the 6 principal organs of the United Nations. So International Court of Justice is like the judiciary of the UN, right? General Assembly is like the parliament of the UN. UNSC is like the cabinet of the UN. We just relate it with respect to the 3 important organs of a government, right? So International Court of Justice is the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. This is the most important thing you have to keep in mind. ICJ is an organ of UN, whereas ICC, International Criminal Court, is not an agency of UN. This might be confusing, right? You have to take into account. So here again, Ukraine have initiated a petition against the Russia that they have involved in genocide, right? That provision with respect to genocide convention is the first treaty by UN. UN's, after the formation of UN, the first international treaty which has the universal membership for the treaty to get executed. Now, this convention on the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. This is the first universally ratified treaty of the UN after its establishment in the early years of, in the later stages of Second World War. So genocide convention. On the basis of this genocide convention, Ukraine claimed that Russia have involved in genocide kind of activities. It is not engaging in any of the legitimate war activities. So this convention was in use for this purpose. This case was initiated in the International Court of Justice, right? So what are the important points we need to take into account? It is in principal organ of UN and it was established in 1945, but it is not a new organ. It is the continuation of a previously existing organ. The previous name was Permanent Court of International Justice, which has been renamed as International Court of Justice. You should know that it is the only UN organ which has its headquarters in Hague. Remaining all other principal organs of UN has its headquarters where? New York, right? New York, ECOSOC, remaining all other things are having its headquarters in New York, but ICJ alone is having its headquarters in Hague. Is the principal judicial organ. Another important thing is that this ICJ is I mean, all the members of the UN, right? All the members who are part of the UN are automatically the party of the ICJ statute. That doesn't mean that whatever the provisions which was initiated by the ICJ is automatically applicable for the member states. Do you understand what I'm saying? All the members of UN are part of the ICJ statute, but it doesn't mean that ICJ is the principal organ which is directing any judicial related things of any of its members. It is only a membership kind of activity, right? Other than then 2 important languages, English and French, are the official languages of ICJ. All the members of UN are automatically parties of the ICJ statute, but doesn't give ICJ jurisdiction over disputes involving them. The judgment of ICJ is final and technically binding on the parties to a case, and there is no provision of any appeal because it is the highest court of justice with respect to international level. One important thing you have to note that here, no individual persons can initiate proceedings in the ICJ. Only member states, this is the key point. Only states or member states are eligible to initiate proceedings in the International Court of Justice, right? And it has no jurisdiction to deal with the applications from individuals, non-governmental organizations, corporations, or any other private entity. So only the members of UN can initiate the proceedings against another member in the ICJ, right? However, a state may take up a case or some other things which is not which is of very much significant. You just make a note of this important point only. There is another important court which is called as International Criminal Court, which is also having its headquarters in Hague, but it is not an organ of UN. It is an independent intergovernmental organization. You have to find the differences between them. ICJ only accepts the proceedings which was initiated by the member states, but ICC can accept the initiation by any individual members or non-governmental organizations or private institutions. So both are functioning in different ways, but for the same purpose. But ICJ is the principal organ of UN. ICC is not at all belonging to UN. These two are the important part. India is a member of ICJ because it is officially the member of UN, but India is not belonging to ICC, right? So Rome Statute is providing the basis for its establishment, and ICC has 123 member nations. The most important nations like India, US, and China is not party to the Rome Statute or not party to the ICC, right? So India's position with respect to ICC is also important for the examination point of view. But India, being a member of UN, automatically belonging to the ICJ statute. But India clearly distinguishes itself from the membership to the ICC. These are all the important things you have to take into account for the examination perspective, right? Then this is also an important thing. United Nations Security Council members, who are all the, how many members are there for UNSC? Totally 15 members, 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent members. What is the status of India in present? It is a non-permanent member state. Any idea about who heads the council now? I think it's Ghana from the month of November. The heading has changed in the month of November. I think it's Ghana. Just check over there, right? India kadayadu. Munadi da irundhu, right? So remaining 5 members, the powerful 5, P5 are the permanent 5 members of the United Nations Security Council, and they are functioning on the basis of veto power, right? So the 5 countries, that is China, France, Russia, UK, and US, again they are in the public space, they are indicating that they are going to facilitate the they are going to follow the principles which has been enshrined in the NPT, that is Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. What is this treaty and who are eligible to use the nuclear weapons officially? Detailed, right? So what is the purpose of this treaty? That is, it is an international agreement designed to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons and weapons technology. Not only weapons technology transfer also is prohibited under NPT, which seeks to achieve complete nuclear disarmament. It supports the right to harness nuclear power only for peaceful purposes. It is to make this purpose, International Atomic Energy Agency is functioning. I mean, nuclear power only for peaceful purposes is the objective of IAEA. It should not be used for any warfare activities. The time at which numerous escalations have been there in the international arena, that whether Russia is going to use the nuclear power or not, again all the 5 members have coming into the common platform and said that no, this is not the time for the usage of nuclear weapons. We restrict ourselves not to use any of the nuclear weapons, and we are also again making the provisions of NPT to be followed by all the members, right? What is the relationship, or in which period it came into force? It was entered into force in the year of 1970. What is the year at which we have conducted our first nuclear test? Any idea about that? 1974, right? 1974, Smiling Buddha in the Pokhran region of Rajasthan. But the process of that nuclear bomb making or nuclear facility was started in the year of 1967 itself. So by sensing that India is going to become the nuclear power, this treaty came into force. Because at that particular year, China have conducted a large nuclear test at that particular time. So at that particular time, we have numerous continuous wars with respect to China as well as Russia, Pakistan. Then after that, in 1971, we had again war with the East Pakistan, which led to the liberation of Bangladesh. At that particular time, the usage of nuclear weapons was, the escalation of usage of nuclear weapons was high in the international arena. During that time, by sensing that India is going to test its nuclear weapon in the future, this treaty was mainly enforced to curb the usage of nuclear technology by India and associated countries, by the 5 permanent members. So the year 1970 indicates that. This was the history behind that particular period, right? So, but came, as I said before, open for signature in 1968, and it still recognizes only that 5 countries, P5 countries, are allowed to legitimately use the nuclear power. No other countries are officially recognized to use the nuclear weapons. This was the provisions of this NPT. That is UN Office for Disarmament. They said that almost majority of the countries are part of this NPT, but you should know about the exceptions, right? What are those exceptions? South Africa is the only country who have in the past developed the nuclear weapons, but later they have dismantled its nuclear arsenal completely, right? So it is the only country which have completely dismantled all of its nuclear capacity. North Korea initially was part of the NPT, but later it withdrew from that particular treaty, right? So it is the only country to withdraw from the treaty. But if we take the case of India, India never signed that treaty and never withdrew the treaty. Right from initial points, India never participated. Not only India, like other nations, like what are the other nations? India, Pakistan, North Korea have joined and withdrew. South Sudan is also not joining the treaty itself. But everyone knows that Israel have never tested in the public domain the nuclear weapons, but it is the most dangerous country in the world. So it has the most sophisticated nuclear technology, but it has never tried and tested any of the nuclear weapons in the public. So it cannot be regarded as part of NPT. So these are all the countries. So these 3 countries you have to take into account. South Africa completely dismantled all of its nuclear power. North Korea joined but withdrew. India, Pakistan never signed this treaty. Israel never part of this treaty. South Sudan is also not part of this treaty. Remaining all other major countries are part of this NPT. So as I said, India have never signed this treaty because India knows that this treaty was enforced, especially the time at which India tries to become the nuclear power, official legitimate nuclear power. So from the initial moment, India have never appreciated the proposal of these treaties. These are the important points you have to take into account. Then finally, the BIMS. Recently, the 5th BIMSTEC summit has happened. Not by persons, it was conducted in the virtual mode by Sri Lanka, right? So what is the expansion of BIMSTEC? Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. The theme of this summit, that is towards a resilient region, prosperous economies, healthy people. That is the time at which the importance of SARC is reducing. We need to rely on some other regional groupings. BIMSTEC is having numerous scope in the international arena, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. Every country is focusing on Indo-Pacific region. So the route to Asia and East Asia, the first land connectivity between East Asian countries and India is through the BIMSTEC grouping. So the significance of BIMSTEC grouping in the recent times have enormously increased, especially in India's neighborhood policies, right? So you should know some basic details with respect to examination point of view. The headquarters of or secretariat of BIMSTEC is in Dhaka, and its chairmanships are rotating based on the alphabetical order. And in the recent time, all of these countries are interconnected through land. So we are trying to bring out a larger transport connectivity through roadways as well as railways. This is one of the important primary objective of India and other neighborhood countries, because to reach the other countries on the eastern side, we are having only small passage through the land network, through the chickens corridor, correct? And the chickens corridor. For any other thing, we need to go through the Bangladesh. Bangladesh is an important member of BIMSTEC. So when a collective transportation corridor has been enabled, then it will bring a huge benefit for India to reach to the eastern parts of its branches. So the membership, there are 7 members. Who are those? India, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, Thailand, and Sri Lanka. That is all the countries which are encircling Bay of Bengal are part of the BIMSTEC. It is one of the previous UPSC question, right? It was facilitated through Bangkok Declaration. It was founded in the year of 1997 through Bangkok Declaration. Then all other important facts with respect to its significance is also been there. But you should, from the prelims point of view, you should know about the membership, and you should know about its headquarters, and through at what declaration or on what basis it was established in the initial period. Bangkok Declaration holds an important point, right? Then we have known about Quad, we know about AUKUS, right? And we know about Malabar Axis, some other things. In the related areas, recently an agreement between Australia and Japan was signed, within the same ambit, that is within the Indo-Pacific regions, to enhance its security relationship, right? That agreement is called as Reciprocal Access Agreement. Reciprocal Access Agreement. It is a bilateral defense security pact between the governments of Australia and Japan. It is not with respect to every members of the Quad. This agreement is signed only between Australia and Japan. You should know about that, right? The purpose is to have a coordination in terms of exchange of armed forces, or to facilitate the docks to settle in during the warfare times, or some other like things. General purpose, but it is signed only by it is a bilateral agreement. That is what the important thing you have to note that. So remaining enna purpose, again the same purpose, in order to make themselves to get protected from the enormous increasing power of China on the South China as well as Indo-Pacific regions. So remaining groupings, maybe everyone knows about that, right? Quad, AUKUS, and some other thing. And India having 2+2 ministerial dialogues with almost every members of the Quad. But one other country is also having 2+2 relationship. That is Russia. India having 2+2 relationship means, what are those two ministers' relationship? Higher level ministerships. Defense minister and foreign affairs minister. Apart from the leaders of the government, these two important leaders of the nations are also having a formal relationship. That coordination is called as 2+2 ministerial dialogue in the diplomatic world, right? Adu vande Japan, Australia, adile munnadi irundhudu. Then later US also included. Then in the recent times, Russia is also included. So apart from Russia, remaining all other 3 countries are part of the Quad grouping, right? Then recently, a naval exercise is also conducted by US in the Indo-Pacific region. The name of this Sea Dragon 22 exercise. Sometimes from the name we can guess that this exercise may be done by China and Naneppo. Ana Dragon nane China nanechirakoda. This is an exercise which was conducted by US. It is a multinational exercise that is for in the Indo-Pacific region, where India is also taking part. What are all the countries who have taken part? Means India, Australia, Canada, Japan, South Korea in the Pacific Ocean. Just have a note that Sea Dragon is not conducted by China, it is conducted by US and other members of the Quad countries. So these are all the important points I have covered, right? So it is not possible to cover every issues, but I have tried to cover the important issues of these 3 months, right? I hope it will be useful, right? Is it the same way we can continue the classes for the next classes, or any other changes or any other suggestions is also accepted? Any other changes? Any other suggestions? Is it understandable? Right. Thank you, friends.
Okay. So today we'll be discussing certain news articles that came during the month of January to March. Okay. So ஒரு 1 year comprehensive கவர் பண்ணிடலாம். ரொம்ப இன்டெப்தா ஃபேக்ட்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் பெருசா பேசல நான், பிகாஸ் ஐ டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டு வேஸ்ட் டைம் ஆன் தட். ஸோ கான்செப்சுவலா எது உங்களுக்கு ஃபேக்கல்ட்டியா நடத்த வேண்டியது இருக்குமோ அது மட்டும் நடத்துறேன். ஸோ வில் ஆல்சோ பிரஷ் த பேசிக்ஸ் இன் தட் வே. ஓகே. ஸோ நிறைய ஃபேக்ட்ஸ் ஆல்சோ தேர், ஸ்கீம்ஸ் இருக்கு, ஃபேக்ட்ஸ் இருக்கு, அதெல்லாம் இருக்கு. பட் ஐ திங்க் நீங்களே அதை பார்த்துக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். isn't it? ஸோ அதை கொஞ்சம் ப்ளஸ் இந்த டைம்ல நம்ம ஜனவரியில் நடந்த ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு ஃபேக்டை அதிகமாக ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணணும் அவசியம் கிடையாது. ஓகே. ஸோ the period of time, so we want this to be a regular feature in the sense that கிராஜுவலாக கவர் பண்ணுறது இட்ஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் குட். ஒன், கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸை பொறுத்த அளவுக்கு if you see the trend in the last few years it has been changing. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து ரொம்ப கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ்க்கு அதிகமான இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் இருந்துச்சு யூபிஎஸ்சிலேயே. அதனால வந்து ஒரு 1 இயருக்கு நீங்க அவ்வளோ எஃபர்ட் போடுறது, அவ்வளோ மேகசின்ஸ் படிக்கிறது, அவ்வளோ எழுதி பார்க்கறது, அது என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா இட் வாஸ் ஃப்ரூட்ஃபுல். பட் இன்னைக்கு என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா மொத்தமே 4 கொஸ்டின் வருது சில நேரம். லாஸ்ட் இயர்லாம் சரி கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ்ல இருந்து வந்துச்சு, மேகசின் படிச்சா அது வந்துடும் அப்படின்னு சொல்ற அளவுக்கு கொஸ்டின்ஸ் வந்துச்சான்றது in my memory I don't remember in the last 2 years. But that doesn't mean that you can discount it altogether. மொத்தமா படிக்கவே வேணாம் அப்படின்னு முடிவு எடுக்கக்கூடாது. ஓகே. ஸோ என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா ரியலிஸ்டிக்கா சில விஷயங்களை, எதுக்காக இந்த கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் படிக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, இஃப் அட் ஆல் சம் கொஸ்டின் கம்ஸ், ஒரு வேளை படிச்சிருந்தான் இங்கிலீஷா, ஓகே ஓகே. ஸோ ஹவு மெனி ஆஃப் யூ கேன் நாட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் இங்கிலீஷ்? ஓகே. தமிழ் தெரியாதுல்ல. ஆனா நம்ம பசங்களுக்கு கோவம் வருவேன். ஓகே. anyhow, maybe little bit here and there. Okay. So anyhow, the thing is that we shouldn't give too much of focus on current affairs. That's what my personal suggestion is, because the trend has been so. So even if you come across a current affairs topic, make sure that you go behind it, understand the basics, make sure you know the fundamentals. So do that kind of check whenever you come across a topic. So that would suffice. No need to go too much and read the facts and all. Okay. So there are some dimensions that we are going to see today. Okay. So first topic, reverse repo normalization. The news was around the period of January. Okay. Because if you see here, so till January 2022, I guess you can see this. What happened to the monetary policy rates? So understand, the purpose of this is to just help the aspirants. If you feel a little bit disconnected, if you want me to go a little bit deep into those concepts, feel free to ask me. Okay. So ஏதாவது கான்செப்ட்ஸ் புரியல அப்படின்னு சொன்னா தமிழ்ல உங்களுக்கு சொல்லணும்னா கூட, even if you want it to be in Tamil also, you can ask me. Okay. So I'm here assuming that you know a little bit about monetary policy tools. With that assumption only, I am discussing this. Okay. So if you see the primary monetary policy tool, what is it? The key policy rate is repo rate, isn't it? So repo rate is the central rate around which the monetary policy pivots around. So if you look at the repo rate, it has been changing, especially after COVID. So COVID kapram, we slashed it down. So we can see it was around more than 5.15. Then from that time onwards, we have been cutting it. And since it reached 4%, there has been no change at all. Since since May 2020 till January 2022, There has been no change in the repo rate. Okay. So you would know the obvious reasons. Why did we slash during this period? COVID, slowdown, and therefore we need to stimulate the economy, and therefore we slashed the rates. So thereafter, maybe in this period, let's say May, June, July, August, this was also during a period of lockdown, but we didn't go for further cuts. The reason is inflationary situation was there, right? So one, we had to balance both inflation and growth, and therefore we maintained the status quo despite having a higher inflation during that period. So we have been having a sticky inflation or a higher inflationary period throughout this year, even during the COVID year and after the recovery. That is, let's say in 2021, roughly put it, that from 2021 we are recovering. Even during that time, what happened was the inflation, the growth was slowly picking up. Inflation was also high, but even during that time, we didn't cut the repo rate. The reason was that the RBI was holding on to this assumption that only when we go maintain a status quo and maintain an accommodative stance, there is going to be further impetus for growth. Okay, so that was happening, and it was long overdue in sense that the inflationary situation and the growth which was showing a recovery obviously necessitated the RBI to cut down repo rates. But due to certain reasons, to reasonable reasons, it did not. So during January 2022, which is more than 1.5 years it's been, isn't it? So there were some grounds in which even the RBI accepted that we need to cut down rates. And even if we don't cut the repo rate, when we come to the reverse repo, what happened during the reverse to the reverse repo rate? If we could see here, you could see a slightly dotted line here. This is the reverse rate, reverse repo rate. We can see that here there was a symmetry. What do you mean by symmetric policy? What do you mean by symmetric monetary policy? The repo rate, the reverse repo rate. What is the interest rate corridor? Monetary policy tools. What are the monetary policy tools that we have? One, first is the repo rate. Below that, what we'll have? Reverse repo rate will be lower than repo rate. Above that, we will have MSF rate, we will have bank rate, all of these rates we will be having. Okay. So now there is the accepted rule that always MSF or bank rate was 25 basis point higher and reverse repo rate was 25 basis point lower. So this was the situation until March 2020. So after that, things began to change when the RBI went for a lowering of the reverse repo rate at a higher gap, which means there was no 25 basis point gap. For example, since May 2020, if you could see, there is a 65 basis point gap. And for those who were not aware of that situation, the reason why we went for such a steep decline or steep reduction in reverse repo rate, can anyone say? Why was, those who know, just the classes and all we would have discussed. Maybe for others, just to brush up your basics, I'm asking. Okay, so anybody newcomers who have attended here the first time, you could try to answer. What is the rationale behind the RBI trying to cut down the reverse repo rate higher, very low? Romba lowa vachirukadana kaaranam enna? That is, why not just keep it at, let's say if it is 4, why not just keep it at 3.75? Why complicate the situation and lower it down to as low as 3.35? Pardon? Inflation is, of course, let's say, my question is, when the repo rate is 4, let's say, the RBI is of the assumption that if we keep the repo rate 4, which means there is going to be demand for money like this. So let's keep it like that. And even if it is 3.75, we can, of course, hold the inflation at 4. The question is, why do we need to go for 3.35? Anybody else? I don't think. Kavin? Huh? Bank have. So you should understand, this is where you should apply the logic. What happens during reverse repo operation? Reverse repo operation, what happens? Banks park their surplus to the RBI and they earn some amount of interest, isn't it? During the period of COVID, we slashed the repo rate because supply of money has to increase, which means we are incentivizing the banks to approach the RBI and take more money. That is happening on the repo side. On the reverse repo side, what will happen is that if at all they are having surplus, they will park their money with the RBI. So by reducing repo, we are ensuring that there is enough money supply with the bank, with the assumption that there is going to be demand in the economy, and the RBI and the banks should pass over this extra liquidity to the economy. But what if the banks keep the money with the RBI itself? Let's say, instead of asking for loans, instead of looking for creating more credit, I am having a surplus of liquidity here. Let me just park my money with the RBI. This happened in 2020, which means most of the banking had surplus of liquidity, which means there was not enough money, demand for credit. Loan vangarukku aal illa, isn't it? Due to which the banks were hoping to keep their money with the RBI, which of course defeats the purpose of lowering repo rate, isn't it? So to discourage the banks to not at all come to the RBI, we had lowered it very steeply. Understand? So what will happen due to this result? There is going to be a monetary expansion. Okay. So this was the case all throughout this year. Okay. So from May 2020 till 2020. The logic of keeping this repo rate, reverse repo rate low is to discourage banks from coming to them. But let's say after the period of recovery, when recovery is happening, what is happening? Growth is going on the upward trajectory. There is also inflation happening, which means now reasonably we have to cut down the money supply, which means the RBI should allow money to come to itself. Then the obvious reason, then the obvious way is to at least, now let's say banks were making a representation to the RBI that there has been so much of liquidity surplus with us. It is unreasonable on your part to still keep the reverse repo rate so low. We are not even able to find takers in the economy. At least you should help us park our liquidity. And therefore, in January 22, the RBI governor, in fact, in one of his speeches only, he said that we will go for a reverse repo normalization, which means it was due that at least this 3 point, even if repo rate was not cut, let's say due to the economic situation, at least the reverse repo rate should be increased to 3.75, isn't it? So when we do this, this is also sometimes this process was also called as the reset of monetary policy. That is resetting the asymmetric monetary policy. Asymmetry in the sense that there is no symmetry between repo rate and MSF and repo rate and reverse repo. Okay, so over mari behave pannudhu. So we are resetting it back. So this reset was to happen, at least discussion and the debate was happening around the period of January, February. Okay. So did the RBI reset it? Did the RBI reset it, or did the RBI bring it back to 3.75? What happened? Ashwin? Okay. So when we talk about reverse repo normalization, it talks about resetting it and increasing the reverse repo. Okay, as you can see here, it means the reverse repo rates will go up mainly because of rising inflation and interest rates have been climbing. Okay, so even the State Bank of India has said that we believe that the stage is set for a reverse repo normalization. Okay, so I've discussed about what was abnormal during this period. Purida, are you able to understand what was abnormal during this period and why we should go for this reset? Now, how did the RBI approach this demand by the economy? That to reset it. Okay. So here we need to again go into the basics. எப்படி reset பண்ணாங்க? It did not come out with the increase of reverse repo, but rather introduced an altogether different process called as standing deposit facility. Okay, so what is SDF? Okay, how many of you understand SDF? See, I think I can reasonably expect aspirants, whoever you are from, whatever institute or whatever training you are from, to at least have studied இல்லையா? அந்த பேசிஸ்ல கேட்கிறேன். SDF, have you come across SDF? Standing deposit facility. Has anybody come across this word? விக்னேஷ், நீங்க கிளாஸ்ல நடத்தணும், அதனால சொல்லக்கூடாது. Have you heard this term? Okay. Now understand. So then I think we'll have to cancel this current affairs class and again go into the basics of monetary policy. Okay. So first of all, a quick reminder. First we'll have repo rate. Then over here we'll have the marginal standing facility rate and reverse repo rate. So this is what we have been acquainted with. So this is the conventional monetary policy tools. Okay. So when it comes to reverse repo rate or repo, these are called as liquidity adjustment facility. That is, under this facility, there are two ways in which the RBI operates. One is trying to suck out the liquidity surplus, that is through the reverse repo. And if at all there is a liquid deficit in the market, then it will try to correct it through repo rates. Prida, in both of these aspects, what is the one precondition? What should happen? Repo na? What is repo? The rate of repurchase. Repurchase of what? Bonds. Okay. So prior to introduction of LAF in 2004, what was the primary go-to of banks? Whenever banks wanted money, whenever they wanted money from the RBI, they would take their bonds and they would just sell it to them. Okay. So, and the bank will, RBI will rediscount them. So, whenever there is a situation of liquidity surplus, there is one headache for the RBI, that is, it has to surrender its bonds, isn't it? So, let's say there is so much of liquidity surplus in the market, what will happen to the RBI? RBI will exhaust its bond. அதுக்கு மேல என்ன இருக்காது? Then what should it do? Without bond, there is no such system in India. Without bond, the RBI cannot accept, and neither should the bank give them. Just as you and I make a deposit with the RBI, there is no such facility with the banks. Okay, there is just one facility, that is making a deposit in the form of CRR. Other than that, there is no such facility where they can just park their surplus by opening a bank account with the RBI. There is no such procedure available. So, whenever we have a situation, this kind of a problem will not occur all the time. Okay, usually whenever we think about liquidity, the problem is that about liquidity deficit, isn't it? So, liquidity surplus problem has been occurring in India. For example, in 2020 it occurred. in 2016-17 during the time of demonetization like occurred. In 2011 it occurred. So due to this problem in 2011, 2004 itself, the government came out with something called as MSS bonds, Market Stabilization Scheme bond, which is if at all the RBI exhausts its normal bonds, then it can issue the bond on behalf of the government of India by the name that it is an MSS bond, and through that it can undertake its monetary operation. Okay, so every time there was an MOU signed and the interest burden of these bonds fell upon the government. Government than kattanu. Even for demonetization, the MSS bond issued by the RBI in order to absorb the liquidity surplus was eventually paid by the government of India. Okay, some amount of crores it came. So, time and again this is a problem, isn't it? So, to rectify it in 2018, the government decided to open up a facility called as Standing Deposit Facility. So, this facility, what is unique in this is that it is a deposit facility for whom? For banks with RBI. They can park their liquidity with the RBI, and the condition is that the RBI need not give them collateral. Okay, so 2019 we tried to bring it, we could not due to reasons. 20 we could not. So it was just waiting for the opportune moment. And in January, in February, in the and there were talks about reverse repo normalization, and the obvious choice to do was to just, if repo rate is 4, then just bring it up by 3.75 reverse repo, isn't it? This should be the normal reset. But if you look at how the RBI proceeded, in the month of April, it launched something called as SDF. SDF comes into operation, and when we bring, what happens in SDF? Both in SDF and in reverse repo rate, what happens? The liquidity is absorbed by RBI. But in this, the RBI has to give bonds. Here, no bond, isn't it? So, by bringing this in April, SDF was introduced and the rate of SDF was set to 3.75. Okay. And it did not even talk about increasing reverse repo rate. And from that time onwards, it did not even say that reverse SDF is replacing reverse repo rate. That also it did not say. Reverse repo rate still continues. But the rate of reverse repo rate is how much? 3.35. You know the logic behind keeping it still the same is to encourage banks or to allow banks to not resort to reverse repo, but to resort to SDF. Let's say this is also 3.75 notes. Here also this is 3.75. What do you think will be preferable by the banks? Reverse repo. Then what is the point of introducing SDF? Therefore, we introduced in that way, and we have just, which means over a period of time, we will give a slow burial to reverse repo. Over a period of time, reverse repo nadakadu, because let's say in the upcoming years, or let's say in the immediate future, there is going to be an increase in repo rate, reverse repo rate, everything is happening, isn't it? Now we are, when it was 4, it was 3.75. I think now, right now, it is 5.9 than a repo rate. 5.9, I guess. Yes, repo rate is 5.9. It has increased to that much in the last 7 months. Okay, 8 months. So now when it's 7.9, the SDF is how much? How much it should be? 5. Okay. How much should be the MSF rate? 6.15. Which means we have reset the corridor and we have brought in symmetry between the rates. But what we have done is, we are slowly bringing the limelight back to SDF and we are not reviving reverse repo. Okay. So this is what happened. So this, the talks about reverse repo normalization happened in January 2022 and February 22, but properly the RBI came out with the answer in April. Okay. From April 1, it has been in operation. So you can see here. Right. So accordingly, it has been decided to, when it was 4, they brought it to 3.75, and it will replace the fixed rate reverse repo rate, fixed reverse repo rate, which was around that time 3.75, as the floor of the LAF corridor. What is the floor of the corridor? The highest floor is repo, the lowest is reverse repo. The reverse repo's position is now taken by STF. So here also, so now we are back with the symmetry. Clear? புரியுதா புரியலையா SDF புரிஞ்சா இல்லையா? How many of you didn't understand? If you are not understanding, I am going to give you a very hard truth. You have not properly studied monetary policy. புரியுதா? So what you have to do is, now is not the time where I can individually attend to all your doubts. ரொம்ப பேசிக்ஸ்லாம் இப்போலாம் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்க முடியாது. So if you have any doubts, feel free to approach me. I'll take whatever time உங்களுக்கு தனியா நடத்துறதுக்கு எப்பனாலும் வாங்க. Okay. So the second news which was we are going to discuss is about a recapitalization bond which was in the context of the Punjab and Sindh Bank. Punjab and Sindh Bank. Recapitalization bond. What is this recapitalization bond? What is a recapitalization bond? Right. First of all, when it comes to the banks, public sector banks, I think உங்களுக்குலாம் அடுத்து தான் நடத்துவேன். சரியா? இந்த நாளைக்கு தான் உங்களுக்கு அந்த கிளாஸ் வரும். When it comes to public sector banks, the owner is obviously the government, isn't it? So I think you would have heard about, you would have come across something called as Basel norms. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? Have you? Basel norms. Okay. So Basel norms, there is some capital adequacy ratio. These are all some ratios which are present, which the bank has to subscribe by. So let's say, even if you don't know, to put it crisply, there needs to be a sufficient amount of capital with a particular bank to undertake business, which means to undertake normal business or banking business, there needs to be a safe amount of capital. Capital here means the own money of the bank, which means if there is a profit generated in a particular year, it is going to be part of the bank's capital. What all are going to be the bank's capital? Let's say they are having gold and there is a value of that gold that they have gained. That is going to be the bank's capital. Initially, they will be having shares. They have sold their shares. For example, State Bank of India has gone for IPO and it is a public limited company, which means that it is selling its shares. So through the sale of shares, it has received some amount of money and there is a valuation of the shares. So if at all they are going to sell some shares, it is going to become part of the company's capital. So likewise, there is some amount of capital which is a company's own fund. See, here I am talking about the bank's own fund. There needs to be safe amount of capital in order to run a business. This is what Basel norm says. Okay. So let's say it says that 8% should be there. To do a business of 100 rupee, you should have at least 8 rupee. So this is the CAR, capital adequacy ratio. Sometimes in cases, the capital falls to 7, falls to 6, what will happen during this time? Bank diwalna agadu. Even with 1 rupee they can run. With 1 rupee capital, they can run a 100 crore business, no issues. But the problem is there is going to be imminent risk coming. Okay, this is what we have understood after 2008 crisis, and that is where we are talking about Basel norms and all. So, in order to sustain the bank's profile, we are having these kind of norms. Let's say, if it goes below 7 or 6, then we will bring in certain conditions on them, and that will happen through, in India, we are following a norm called as prompt corrective action. That is, you have failed according to my norms, and therefore corrective actions will be taken, which means strict policies will be imposed on you. You cannot undertake your normal course of business. You cannot lend off, bring in a new customer. You cannot increase the salary of your employees. All these kind of conditions will be put. As long as they come out of their PCA, which means they have to bring back their capital. Let's say from 6, they have to bring it back to 8 rupee. So, in order to bring back the required rate, they will either have to cut down the loan or they will have to increase their capital. What is beneficial for the economy? What course of action will be good? Let's say, just for the sake of maintaining CAR, you have the option of cutting down all loans. Till now, you are doing 100 crore business. That's why you are falling short. Let's say you cut down all your business and bring it down to 90. Automatically, you will be eligible, isn't it? Because it's going to harm the economy. So, what should be the course of action is to try to increase the bank's capital back to 8. So, in normal, let's say, if it's a private bank, then they will be selling their shares to someone else. They will raise more capital. They can raise to debts. All these kind of things will happen. But when it comes to public sector bank, what should happen? Who is the owner? Government. So, one option is to disinvest. So, you know how much of a political problem is to disinvest in a national bank. So, and also most of the time, banks, the government will disinvest its shares in a company not to revive that company. Understand? Let's say if a private shareholder is selling, he will use that money to reinvest in the company. But banks, government will not do that. Mostly that has been the disinvestment policy. It will use that money for something else. Okay. So, what should it do? It cannot sell its shares. How should the bank increase its capital then? Okay, for this only, since 2015 onwards, earlier also, but it has been popular since 2015 onwards, where the government issues something called as recap bonds. That is, the name of the bond itself is recapitalization. I think it makes sense. The purpose is to bring back the capital back to the safe levels. So, recap pandradhukku bond yaar issue panna pora? Government. To whom is a question. To whom? Let's say, is it just going to sell it to the common public? Let's say normal bonds or securities, anybody can purchase. Even retailers can purchase, institutions can purchase, banks can purchase. Will it also sell in that manner? Then if it does so, then it will not at all give a discipline for that bank. So, enna pannuvaanga sonna, let's say, the bank is having some amount of crores, isn't it? Money. This recapitalization bonds, as was the practice, was issued to select banks. Let's say, hypothetically, Canara Bank is a bank which the government wants to recapitalize. So, it will issue a recap bond, raise that money and give it to Canara Bank. Okay. So, let's say who gave that money? Let's say SBI invested in the bond, which means the bond needs to give them interest. Only then they will invest in it. Okay. So, recap bond obviously has a debt burden. So, this company, this banking company didn't perform well. It did not follow professional standards, due to which the burden comes upon the government, which is ultimately upon our money, isn't it? The interest the government will have to pay out of its consolidated fund only. So, நம்ம பணத்தை வச்சு Canara Bank சரியா பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணாதனால நம்ம பணத்தை வச்சு அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க. This is wrong. So what should be done? SBAT vaangalume, the interest burden is there, isn't it? So over a period of time in the last few years, let's say 2015, 16, 17, on the time this was being done because many of the banks were in this situation. But since that time, the government decided that we are not going to unnecessarily burden ourselves for this recapitalization. Let's say Punjab and Sindh Bank was in kind of a stress. It was not having enough capital, and to raise capital for that bank, the government came out with a novelty, a kind of a special recap bond. A special recap bond. You know, if you could know, what is this? What is so special in this recap? Zero coupon, right? Zero coupon, zero interest, zero principal. I'll explain on some other aspect. I don't think here we need that. Zero coupon, zero interest. If your bond. What do you mean by zero coupon bond? What is a zero coupon bond? Karthik. Zero coupon are sold by private. Is treasury bill a zero coupon bond? Yes, which means you don't charge any interest, rather it will be sold at a discount because it is for a shorter period of time. Okay, which means one incentive for an investor is that either the instrument has to give him discount or it should give him interest. But look at this bond. What is it giving? Zero coupon, zero interest. Then who will purchase this bond? You know who? The Punjab and Sindh Bank itself had to purchase this bond. Out of what? Out of the depositors' money. Which means they should not use the depositors' money to put it out, to give a loan to someone, the risk element, loan kudukka kudadu. Rather, they can use that amount to buy this bond, which is bond pair yarla irukum, Government of India. And the government will take that money and bring it back into the particular company and recapitalize it. But let's say, is this a wise strategy? If it revives, then it is okay. Elena ramba kashtam. Okay. So the thing is, recapitalization pressure should not be felt on other banks, should not be felt on the government also. Therefore, we issued something called as zero coupon, zero interest bonds. So this is a kind of a recapitalization bond which was issued. So since last year, many of the banks have been at a safer limit, mainly because credit has not been taking too much, and banks also have been more or less safeguarding their capital levels. So therefore, in the month of January or February, the government decided this year, if there is going to be recapitalization, again Punjab and Sindh Bank only is going to need. Okay. So maybe if we come across these terms, I am explaining. Okay. Understood? In the month of January, the RBI came out with some factoring business guidelines for NBFC ICC. ICC na International Cricket Council. See, understand, there is I'll just brief you about the types of NBFCs. But let's say, NBFC, there are many types of NBFC. For example, insurance types are there. NBFC factors are there. Various kinds of insurance companies are there. NBFCs are there. There is a category called as ICC. I'll explain about this. Let's say ICC, existing NBFC ICCs with an asset size of 1,000 crores will now be allowed to undertake what? Factoring business. This is the report of the RBI. This is the guideline of the RBI. So what do you mean by factoring? Why should we allow it for NBFCs? This is the question. What do you mean by factoring? Factoring na? Huh? Lending? Lending madri da, maybe, but to put it very precisely. The factoring business, especially in economy, suggests something else. The RBI has given out a detailed guideline or a list or definition of what factoring is. Factoring business means what? Maybe if you go and read that, it will not make any sense. Okay. So what I want to say to you is, any business that happens to buy a collateral can be considered to be undertaking factoring business. In India's context, if you see factoring, where is this factoring coming from? If you take the case of MSMEs, or let's say there are many industries which would need, right? So what is factoring? Let's say there are MSMEs, there are exporters, there are some large industries which will not immediately receive payment upon delivery. They will take some time, isn't it? Let's say if you are exporting certain things, the importer of that country will receive it, will do a quality check, only then he will pay you back. Until then, what is the guarantee that you are going to receive? It will be a sale of its, the volume will be so huge, it will be sometimes around 200 crores also of business. Let's say a particular exporter, that's why export credit longer. So export credit because they are not going to get it on spot, they will take credit from the Exim banks and then use this collateral. Enna collateral use பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, the bill, the invoice is the collateral. So what is there in the invoice? That so and so company has delivered so and so goods to this company and is expecting a payment from so and so. So there is something valuable beneath that paper, isn't it? That bill. This is called, this can be used as a collateral. So let's say this particular company wants to have some money immediately for its liquidity purpose, but it's expecting after 3 months 200 crores, but right now it needs 100 crores or 150 crores. What should it do? Can it wait for another 2 months? No. This paper can be sold. Whatever is the entity that buys this, that is called as a factor. Okay. So an entity, let's say, will buy this. Let's say this is worth 200 crore. Will buy this for 180 crores. And upon the completion, it will receive 200 crores. Okay. So this is what will happen. This is called as e-bill invoicing. Or let's say TREDS. This is a system that is applicable for all our MSMEs in India. What is this TREDS? Trade receivables discounting system. Okay. So what happens during this process of the trade receivables, the bill that an MSME is having, will sell it to someone else at a discount. And who is going to purchase this? The business entity is called as a factor. So let's say some company is undertaking this kind of activity where all it has to do is buy the trade receivables or the invoices of someone and receive money. Is it doing anything other than just get into finance? Financial mattumdana paakranga. So should it be deemed as an NBFC or not? Yes, of course. So RBI came out with a regulation way back. We had a separate law for this, factoring law, Factoring Act 2011, which allows for all of this process. Okay. Under this, the RBI maintained that only certain companies which are registered with the RBI, having required a special license as NBFC factor, the name, just as we have NBFC microfinance institution, NBFC housing finance corporations, there's different types. Like that type, there is a new type that is called as NBFC factor. So how many of them were registered and how many of them were undertaking factoring business in India? If you would ask, only 8 of them. Only 8 companies out of the total NBFCs were eligible to do factoring business in India. This was not deepening this market. This was not widening the sale and purchase of this e-discounting systems. That is why in 2021, the government came out with an amendment. Right? Factoring Amendment Act 2021 la kondavanga. Under this, it removed that principal business அப்படின்ற ஒரு criteria. That is, principal business na என்னப்பா? ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? Ashwin. Have you heard this term? Have you discussed in the class? No, we were discussing about this in NBFCs only, where the condition for a company to be called as an NBFC is that its principal business should be from finance, which means 50% of its revenue should be generated from financial activity. Only that company should be considered as an NBFC. Okay, this is one condition. So, principal business means RBI defined that only companies which had 75% revenue from factoring will be given the license of NBFC factor. So, this under this law, there was a clause that only companies which are principally doing the factoring business can require this license, and accordingly RBI also gave them this license, due to which there are only 8 in India. After this removal, that is, no principal business criteria. So now the RBI is free. It is having discretion to give any NBFC the license to undertake what kind of business? Factoring business. Okay. Adula dhaan yaar kuduthirukanga? If you see here, there has been of late there has been so much of activity in which the RBI has been rationalizing and harmonizing the entire structure of NBFC. Romba complex ah irukkudiya NBFC structures has been rationalized. If you see now, based on the activities, if you could see the NBFC types, one is investment and credit company. These are the largest type of NBFCs in India. So, this company, all NBFCs which have already the license as ICC will also be permitted to undertake factoring, due to which now suddenly the size has increased to 187. Clear? Right. ONDC, you have to identify the statements whether they are true or false. ONDC is operated by the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Yaru? False or true? Okay, false. What is the truth then? Trade and commerce. Right, we will discuss. Now, let's see the second question. ONDC will establish an application that will rival e-commerce entities like Flipkart and Amazon. Rival means compete. let's say it will, ONDC will establish an application that will compete with first of all, the problem is that it is not at all an application, it is not at all platform in the sense, it's a network. A network in the sense, it tries to bring all the players together. It itself is not a standalone application. ONDC na ennadhu? Open Network Digital Commerce, isn't it? So what is this? They are even saying, they are giving the name that it is a UPI of e-commerce, which means this is a mega platform or umbrella platform under which all players can come together. For example, how this is going to revolutionize e-commerce in India. Let's say this is some data that you can get. The reason behind why we brought it, a steady increase in, not even steady, an exponential increase in e-commerce, digital buying. Okay. But if you see here, right now it is driven by a platform-centric e-commerce model. Platform-centric. If you see whatever you have made purchases, it could be all on a basis of a platform which facilitates buyer and seller, which is Amazon is a platform. Flipkart is a platform. They've just given you a technology, are using this technology and bringing the buyers and sellers, and you depend on that technology to search for the commodity, to choose the buyer, to choose the billing system, to choose the payment method, to choose the courier also, isn't it? All of these are all verticals. Everybody is integrated to this platform, which means the platform is having a control over all these verticals. That is where completely dependent on that Flipkart to, let's say, can you choose your own courier? Let's say, in the courier vandam. Choose no, we cannot, isn't it? What is this ONDC is, mainly it is not meant for consumers, it is mainly meant for whom? Shopkeepers and mind levels. Which means for shopkeepers to be onboarded into these platforms, they are asking for a very high fees. And also commission charges are rumba higher. Amazon and they also, once they enter, they are not having any control over how things happen, isn't it? So in order to democratize this only, we brought this ONDC. So ONDC is still not completely functional, and pilot basis only we are implementing here and there. Only when it really comes out, only when we have had a practical taste of it, we can know how it is going to operate. But right now what we do know by the words that the government is saying. This is a e-commerce model. From that we are going to a network centric model, where all applications and platform can be connected to this open network. Let's say ONDC, in this network you can have Amazon, you can have Flipkart, you can have what the other things are, Meesho, Myntra, you can have all these players, Jio, whatever it is, if they are willing to come on board. Okay, it is a voluntary thing, which means any buyer, any seller, any platform, any verticals, it could be a mobility service provider, it could be a platform provider, whatever it is, all of them can come and give their services individually. And as a consumer, as a customer, what you can do, and you can search the product that you want, and it will list out all the commodities, and you can buy from Amazon also, you can buy from Flipkart also, wherever you want. But here it is that the control is not with these tech companies, but it is decentralized. Okay, this is one of the technology revolutions that India is trying to bring out. Okay. So see here, this is a clear-cut explainer of what ONDC is and what ONDC is not. First of all, it is just going to be an open network that will not require a central intermediary, which means there is also a notion that is in this the government will play a very crucial role. No, it is not so. Okay. It is a private companies which have come together and they are offering the technology services to establish this. Or blockchain mari vechukkalame, which means nobody controls on the mari. Of course, the oversight is going to be with the government, but still everything is going to be, there is not going to be a central authority for this. And it is, expansion is going to be there, innovation. Okay, market, it is going to be both demand driven, that is from the community the participation is going to happen rather than being driven from the tech giants. Okay. So what it is not, it is first of all not just an application or a platform. Okay, it is a network, just a web platform, web network which is going to integrate all of this. It is not a central intermediary. It is also not a regulator which is going to regulate e-commerce. Understand? Okay. So this is just in the pilot basis only. We are implementing it. Still further details will come over the period of time. Okay. So in the last 1 year, especially in the January, February, we have been talking about ONDC, and further it is complemented by something called as account aggregator. This is also a new word, a fanciful term that we are speaking of right now. So what is this account aggregator? To identify an account aggregator network is to be compulsorily registered as an NBFC with the RBI. To be an account aggregator, there is a term now. We do not know what an account aggregator is. This is a new technology, a new form of idea or concept that we have been experimenting with. So, the government has come out. Who is an account aggregator? But how the possibilities are going to expand, we do not know. So, right now, there are companies which can apply for an account aggregator license. The question is, if you apply for it, should you be compulsorily an NBFC or not? So, this is a statement. Second statement, account aggregator can allow the sharing of bank statements from even savings, deposit or current accounts. Is it right or wrong? I'll explain what account aggregator is, don't worry. But whatever knowledge you have, try to guess whether it is false or true. This is true. மேல இருக்குது. Okay. So, என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, after this, we have been talking about different types of NBFC, isn't it? So, after bringing, after the government said that we are going to experiment with something called as an account aggregator, the RBI has been giving out a guideline that anybody who applies to be an account aggregator should be a license holder, and I'll give him a separate license called as NBFC WA. Right? Account aggregator is to be compulsorily registered as an NBFC with the RBI. Okay. So, what is this? This is also, see, understand, if you understand technology எப்படி நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு, how in the full stack development, blockchains, all this kind of new age technology is happening around us. Maybe if you are geeks, you could understand. அப்படி யாரும் இருக்கீங்களா? தீபக், உங்களுக்கு எதுக்கு சார்? Okay. So, here we are also trying to establish a kind of a digital database across all levels. That is what it suggests. In digital commerce, e-commerce also, we are trying to expand the scope. And account aggregator, today most of our digital data, especially financial data, is scattered across different applications and different services that we are going to use. Isn't it? Let's say you are applying for a loan. Today, loan services are not only provided by traditional bank. There are many applications and NBFCs which with just touch of a button you can take a loan today, isn't it? So, what will they ask? They will ask for your bank statement. And what you should do? Unga bank statement eduthu, sometimes most of the time KYC documentation, everything will be happening, for which you need to go and digitally sign that. NAC nu onnu irukum. Let's say you are making an EMI, means automated payment or settlement nadakradhukaga there is a NAC. So, e-NAC அப்படினு சொல்றது, you have to sign. All these things will happen. So, there is so much of services that is being scattered across. So இதை integrate பண்றதுக்காக, if there is a player who could bring all this data of a person, let's say Deepak's financial data is there so much, நிறைய வச்சிருக்கீங்களா? Okay, so he's having so much of financial data, and there is a company which is trying to offer him a new kind of financial services, for which it is requiring certain demands from you, your information. As an aggregator, what I will do is I will take the consent of Deepak, take his services and provide it to that particular company. The only obligation here is that I should not do it of my own. I cannot access anything unless and until he gives me his consent. Okay, so it's a consent driven account aggregation process, and also that's a kind of a misnomer, which means aggregator na it takes data from all, compiles it together. Avadana permal nenapom. That is what we feel as aggregator, but in fact here the RBI itself has said in one of its report that it cannot even aggregate the data, which means, let's say there is a service provider which is asking for a bank financial statement. Then the account aggregator will have to ask Deepak whether you are willing to transfer your bank statement to him, to that company. If he says yes, then he can do. I have no business to collate his data and to do analysis of his financial data, which means I can just be an intermediate which is passing the data between a client and a customer. Okay, so aggregate pandradhe thappu. That's why it is saying that it is a data blind. This account aggregator should be data blind. Being an aggregator, I should not know what is in his profile. Okay, so there is no chance of the data leaking out. There is no chance of privacy issues in this particular. So that is how we are tightly regulating this particular system. So this is also going to be tech driven. So yaar idella panna pora? ONDC, this account aggregator, all of this requires what? Financial technology, isn't it? Sorry, technology, the use of technology. Just like as we used Aadhaar, we have a separate committee for it. Expert panel. Nandan Nilekani, you know him, isn't it? Nandan Nilekani theriyadappa? Don't you know him? He was one of the founders of Infosys, and he was the chairman of, I don't know, chairman enna pernu sonnanga, Aadhaar. He was a manager, project manager of Aadhaar. Avadha first Aadhaar kondu. Okay, so he is also in the part of the company. He only is spearheading the evolution of these two. Okay, ONDC, account aggregators. One, they cannot read the consumer data. They cannot resell it for every particular single point of time. Let's say first time you asked, I gave it to you. You also cannot store it. I also cannot store it on your behalf. Again, if you ask, I have to again fetch that consent from you. So every point of time, I'll have to fetch your consent, and in a graded manner only I can pass your information to the others. Okay. So I don't think Nandan Nilekani yaarne theriyadappo no point of going into a news article of what he said. Okay, so whatever it is, these are going to bring new avenues of financial innovation and a new kind of ecosystem into this economy. Okay, so that's it. Card tokenization. Okay, now let's come to card tokenization. I think there is another digital system also, but it's not been more in use. Open credit some network, something. Open credit information or credit some network is there. That is also there. So once we have all of this, then we will have a new digital architecture in place. Okay. So tokenization, card tokenization was in the news. Let's discuss a little bit about it. So two statements. One, it requires new card tokens instead of credit card or debit card numbers every time one has to transact in an online platform. Is it right or wrong? A consumer has to pay a small nominal fee for availing a token from the card issue. No, of course, there is no nominal fee, no fee will be charged. And the reason behind this card tokenization, we had to implement it in January 1 itself. Card tokenization enna appdin sonna, you would be saving your card information on an e-commerce website, isn't it? Most of you would have done it for quicker checkout. Appdin solluvaanga. For quicker checkout, onnum panna poradhira andha 2 second la, but still we will be always wanting for a quicker checkout. So they will be saving your CVV numbers, everything, ella data ulla irukum. So most of the companies, let's say Visa network provide பண்றவங்க எல்லாம், they are companies which are having their databases எல்லாமே வெளியில இருக்காங்க அப்படின்றதுனால, so first 19ல என்ன பண்ணோம்னா, all financial information of India should definitely be in India. I'm telling you, RBI brought out a rule for which there was a question also which came in UPSC. Principally கேட்டாங்க. That is the data diktat அப்படின்னு ஒரு கேள்வி. Data localization பத்தி ஒரு கேள்வி இருந்துச்சு. I think they use the same word நினைக்கிறேன். Some question about this data diktat. That is, all the information should be within India only. Okay, so localization. So following that, the information was that the platform players should not, that the e-commerce websites should not store the sensitive information of cards and all, because there is a theft happening. So adukku bala enna pannonu sonna, for recurring payment, instead of the date, that is card number, it should be replaced with a token. That is, some other number should be brought in as a token representing that particular card. So adha kondu varano, which means by January 1 there will be no card data that will be available on stored data irukadu appdin solliranga. But kondu vandama, no, they all the players asked for some extension. Then we extended for 3 months, again 3 months, July vandichu marubadi extend pannom, and finally in October 1 they have implemented this. Okay, adli enna appdin sonna voluntary ah kuduthirukanga, which means still there will be more time until we bring it mandatory that there should be no card that will be stored. So this is called as card tokenization. Just the technology behind it, no need to go into that much detail. Okay. So I think February is also the month where we had the union budget. There is so much to discuss about the union budget, but I don't think right now we can discuss it as a standalone budget, because it's not going to be very relevant. And maybe over the period of time when we discuss next year's budget, we'll try to analyze as to how much of the last year's proposals have been implemented. Okay, upper we'll try to call back. So let's say surety bonds was in the news because of union budget, where the government said that bank guarantees ku badala, instead of bank guarantees, surety bonds can also be used. This was one of the statement made by the finance minister during her budget speech. What do you mean by surety bond? Okay, so why is this said to be a game changer? Especially for infrastructure. So now, for example, the government is usually in a PPP mode, or whatever infrastructure is, it will have to pay some amount. It will pay the contractor, it will choose a contractor, and the contractor has to build the project and hand over the project to the government. Okay. During this time, there is so much of delay. There are high chances that the contractor leaves midway. And if you see how we are enforcing, let's say there is a contract on which he has to oblige. Well, let's say due to COVID, he is not able to do. He is putting reasons, and the company is saying that my own company has gone bankrupt, so I am not able to complete this project. So, enna panna mudiyum ungalaala? What is the step of course of action that we can take? And especially, the only thing that we can do is go to the judiciary. You know the speed at which our judiciary works, isn't it? That is why enforcement of contract அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Enforcement of contract அப்படின்ற ஒரு particular, I think World Bank, earlier there used to be something called as ease of doing business. Now we have stopped that. That index India performed well in all aspects. In registering company, in getting electricity, all these aspects India performed well. Yes, but when it comes to enforcement of contracts, out of 190, we will be 160. Total rank 30 குலாம் போயிட்டோம். But here will be a problem because you know how our judicial systems work, isn't it? So even if you put a contract, it is very hard to enforce it, isn't it? So what we can do, maybe there is financial loss for it. So you can at least secure a financial loss by putting some kind of surety bond. So what is this surety bond? This is a bond. Yaar அப்படின்னு சொன்னா the project owner, let's say project owner, here typically it's a government, that the contractor will perform the task. The bond gives a guarantee to the government, that the project owner, that the contractor, okay, will definitely do this job and give it to you. In case he does not, then I will pay you that money. Okay, this is a kind of risk that, so the surety bonds in Sonare, there are three players here. One will be the government, the second will be the private contractor, and third will be the company which is going to give surety. Who is in a position to give surety? Do you think other companies can? யார் கொடுப்பா surety? கவர்மெண்டே கவர்மெண்ட் கொடுத்துக்கணும். Banks can give surety. But if you see, typically banks also, in order to secure the financial interest, we usually go for something called as bank guarantee. Bank guarantee means there will be some amount which is locked up, which you cannot access, the contractor cannot access, and if at all it fails, then the guarantee will lapse and it will be given on. So this is a bank guarantee system. Okay, it gives a credibility. But in bank guarantee, the problem is that there is so much of money that needs to be locked up in the bank. A hefty amount has to be kept aside as bank guarantee. But here surety bonds is a very light concept, which means, let's say there are two players. Let's assume that you are the contractor. The insurance company will come and take some premium from you and make you sign that surety bond. And the premium, let's say if it is a 1,000 crore project, you know how much valuable it could be. Premium evlo crores varum. Okay, so I'll take this 100 crores, and if there is no problem, then this 100 crore is going to be my gain. It's going to just get into my pocket. But if at all there's going to be a loss, then what will happen? இதாயிடுச்சு இல்லையா? So என்ன பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, for example, if you see the company here, company here, mostly யார் பண்ணுவாங்க இதெல்லாம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, insurance companies only will be doing this. Okay, so it will charge some fees for the contractor in order to release this surety bond. But the problem is that in India, whenever we went for PPP projects or infrastructure projects, we did not bring in surety bonds. We only allowed for bank guarantees, due to which there were many insurance companies which did not float surety bonds, because it's not going to be useful at all. Only in private transactions were used. Government in the project use pannala. In 2022 budget, the government decided that for infrastructure projects, the government will accept not only bank guarantees but also surety bonds, due to which there is going to be so much of interest in this space called as surety bonds. If you look at foreign countries, there is so much of activity happening in this space. India la nadakradhu kedaiyadhu. Okay, surety bonds, factoring business, it's going to boom from this year onwards. Likewise, surety bonds is also going to be happening. Okay, so idha paakrom. So there are types of bonds. I don't think it is needed for you. So what it will do? The advantage is that, do you get what a surety bond is? We are going to use it as bank guarantees were used. Okay, so this is going to improve the financial transaction that is happening, especially in the infrastructure pipeline. Okay, so government is having tall aspirations as far as infrastructure is concerned. So there is going to be a smooth choosing of contractors and all. And also here, one surety bond as a business is going to develop, of course. And who have we allowed it for? It's for general insurances. General insurance companies, that is non-life, LIC in the Marilam, there are life insurance companies, isn't there? So there are general insurance companies which will not give life insurances. These kind of insurance companies are now allowed to freely issue surety bonds, which the government will accept for awarding a project. Okay, so I think ipoda recent pannittu irukanga, but there is one concern is that only up to 500 crores, understand? Only up to 500 crore premium only can be accepted by a company. That is 10% of the overall, or 500 crore only, up to that premium can be accepted. அப்படினு ஒரு clause கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. But many are saying that this is going to be very, very minuscule. Because if you look at the insurance companies in India, especially if you look at general insurances, they are only less. But if you are going to put a cap 500 crore, let's say there are 4-5 companies. So 2000 crores only worth there is going to be premiums that is going to be accepted. Then the value of, let's say, 10 times in Potale, 20,000 crores only project is going to happen. But every year, lakhs and lakhs of crores of project needs to be undertaken in India, isn't it? So that is one of the problems in the government's decision. I think this was in the news, I think in the last month also. Every single time we will be having this also. Okay. Quarterly employment survey. Just identify whether this is true or false. 1. It captures data related to farm and agricultural activities. Yes or no? Quarterly employment survey. It captures data related to farm and agricultural activities. True or false? Okay. QS is designed to capture the important information in terms of employment and related variables in the unorganized sector. Okay, so many of us don't have this particular understanding. For example, in India right now, to officially rely on government's statistics to know what is happening as far as employment is concerned, there are 2 major documents or exercises taken by the government. One is the PLFS, Periodic Labor Force Survey. Okay, that is the go-to report when it comes to understand what is in employment. The second is Quarterly Employment Survey. Okay, so what is this? This is a survey. It was launched in 2021 only. That is, before also we had, but as a periodic survey, we launched it since 2021 as part of the AQEES, that is All India Quarterly, what is this? Establishment Based Employment Survey. Right, so this is the exercise. One is Periodic Labor Force Survey, and the second is All India Quarterly Establishment Based Employment Survey. Okay, so this is an employment survey under which we will have Quarterly Employment Survey, and the second is Area Frame Establishment Survey. It focuses only on 9 sectors which are non-farm, which is it does not consider agriculture activity. Only 9 sectors in India, especially organized, unorganized, both sectors will have been chosen. And what are they? No need to go too much into that. manufacturing, construction, the 9 sectors are there. So manufacturing of this lot accounts for the largest amount of, we see here 3.18 crore employment in these 9 sectors. So it has been, what is the purpose of having this quarterly based survey? So quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, then quarter 5, like that every quarter we will be having. Okay. The question is, this is to understand how year on year, every quarter, there has been demand from the industry side. Okay. So this is the demand side. Demand side, oh sorry, not demand side. Demand side of employment. That is how much the industries are bringing employment பார்க்கிறதுக்கான ஒரு data frame. What does PLFS do? If you look at this, and this quarterly employment survey is also, there are 3 main differences I want to note when it comes to quarterly employment survey and PLFS. One is the agency which is involved. QS is published by whom? PLFS is published by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Okay. This quarterly employment survey is for organized and area frame. This is for unorganized. Okay. So these are 2 main differences that you should note. But overall, let's not go too much into these criteria. Overall, this AQES and PLFS, if you see contrast, one tries to capture the demand side of the employment, the other tries to capture the supply side. And even if you look at this, it is only talking about the 9 sectors and also institution basis. That's why it is said institution based employment survey, isn't it? Now establishment based survey. Now let's say you only know how much it is giving employment. That is, last year it was 3, now it is 3.2. You don't know what is the unemployment data. So ஒவ்வொரு வருஷமும் என்ன ஆயிட்டு இருக்கோம், இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கும்னு காட்டுது, எத்தனை பேருக்கு வேலை இல்லைன்றது காட்டுறது கிடையாது. Okay, so that is one of the main drawbacks of this particular survey. This is just to complement each other. You cannot just rely on the one to understand what is happening on. Okay, so every quarter you will have this data, and quarterly basis you will also have what data? PLFS quarterly data la varuma? Do you have PLFS data on a quarterly basis? Have you seen this? I am amazed to see the kind of reception when it comes to economy, isn't it? Nappa? Okay, PLFS also comes out with quarterly based reports and also an annual based report. Here we don't have annual based report. எதுக்கு இதெல்லாம் ஒவ்வொரு குவார்ட்டரும் என்ன ஆயிட்டு இருக்குன்னு மட்டும் தான் காட்டிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. Okay, so these are main differences. And I think in the month of May நினைக்கிறேன் we had a PLFS for the last year and we will discuss about that. Okay. This is a budget proposal which came in 2021 itself, but it was implemented recently. October la da launch pannom, the month of October. Revamped distribution scheme. Okay, so revamped. Okay. So what is this scheme about? You would know that most of the distribution companies, electricity distribution companies, are in financial stress, and due to which in the last 5 years we have been trying to revive them. We had a scheme called as Uday அப்படினு ஒரு ஸ்கீம் இருந்துச்சு. Ujjwal Discoms Assurance Yojana, this is a scheme that was there for nearly 4 or 5 years. Okay, so Tamil Nadu government had a problem with it. Let's not go too much into that detail, but distribution companies, power distribution companies facing into a debt problem is obviously a crisis which has been there since 2016-17 onwards. Okay, to revamp them and to reform them only, we brought this scheme. Okay, so many states had reservations about that, and in 2020 itself, we even gave a conditional, I think, in 2020, the extra borrowing limit, that is, states are not allowed to borrow beyond a limit. This is a constitutional provision, and to borrow beyond that, they need to ask permission from the government of India. The government of India gave them a permission that you can go beyond this limit on the condition that you are undertaking reforms in the power sector. That's a federal issue. How can you impose a condition on me for my own borrowing? Okay, so you just need to understand what kind of problems we are in. Okay. Right. So what is this about only? I'll say, no need to go too much into those backdrop. Okay, this is a 3 lakh crore scheme that will be implemented in the next 5 years. Okay, so what does it do? One, you know that India, it is the 25% ATC losses. When it comes to power sector, the biggest problem that power sector are facing are ATC losses. Right? Understand, these are technicalities that you should use even in your mains. So the infrastructure, power sector is a mains topic. Okay, so let's say if there is a question as to what is the problem with regards to power sector and what has been the steps taken by the government. Okay. So ATC and losses, the main aim of this scheme is to reduce the losses by 12 to 15%. And also the revenue gap, cost versus revenue gap. Many of the distribution companies are in fact going into a loss. You have to bridge this loss. At least by 2024, we have to bridge this loss and bring the gap to zero. This is one of the main targets of this particular scheme. Okay. One, reduction of ATC losses. Second is to narrow the losses. Okay. So, enna panna poranga? So, who are responsible primarily for this implementation of this scheme? One, Rural Electrification Corporation and Power Finance Corporation. Okay, PFC. They will be focusing on two things. One, staffing, training and capacity building. Second is financial support for prepaid smart metering. Now you could ask this question, why is it so different? Why is this scheme different about the existing schemes in Rapper? There is one condition, that to avail the financial benefits of this scheme, the central government is obviously going to give them, the distribution company, some amount. This will be on the condition that they necessarily implement what? Smart metering. This is one of the technological ways in which we are able to arrest the unnecessary pilferages and diversion of power. So, smart metering obviously reduces ATC losses. So, one condition is that every distribution company has to implement or to install what? Smart metering. So, every year, based on the progress of your smart metering capacity, accordingly you will be done an appraisal, and following which funds will be released for you. So, this is a conditional scheme. Okay. Even for example, Uday scheme, Tamil Nadu had reservations, but Tamil Nadu has come on board with this particular scheme. Revamped distribution scheme, Tamil Nadu says it will be on board. Okay. So, yeah, smart metering will be through the PPP mode. Appraisal will be done. 60% mark la vaanganuma. Okay. So, I have minimum qualification is 60% mark every year. Co-location facilities. Do you know the context of this co-location? Co-location or scam. National Stock Exchange. Citra Ramsamya. சித்ரா ராமசாமின்றது அவங்க MD-ஆ இருக்கிறப்போ ஒரு ஸ்கேம் நடந்தது in National Stock Exchange. Okay, so following that only we have set this context. So co-location facilities are not allowed in the stock exchanges of India, whether it is allowed or not. Then what is the scam about? Beyond the co-location. Okay, false. National Stock Exchange is the largest stock exchange in India. Okay, is this correct? National Stock Exchange is the largest. Third barring. It is the largest derivative exchange in the world in terms of the number of contracts traded. Ashwin, என்ன derivative இருக்கு? தான் நடத்தணும். Okay. Is it right? Usually we have a feeling that anything India is superior, na? No. No way, no chance. In fact, this is correct. Okay, so in terms of derivatives exchanges, NSE is the largest in terms of the number of contracts. So much of trading is done, not in terms of value. Okay. So what is this co-location scam? I don't want to go too much into that detail. It will be like a mega serial. Okay. So web series in the next 10 years, this topic, this particular scam has a potential of becoming a very hit series. Okay. Just as we had scam 92. So this also is going to be, because so much of spirituality angle over the external Seychelles angle, so much of things are happening. Okay. So even the government prosecuting agencies are finding it very difficult to probe this. So what is this co-location? Now, if you look at the premises, so normally stock trading, it is all a matter of seconds, isn't it? Information needs to be up on the server in a matter of seconds, because within seconds, a price of a share can go down or go up. So at 9 o'clock when it starts, you and I will be having access to third-party apps only. These third-party apps, in order to bring us this information, they need to have their servers near the National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange. Okay, so this is a genuine demand, or else it will be a delay, and due to which all customers are going to lose out. Due to which this co-location facility is allowed. In fact, there is nothing illegal in it. Co-location facility is allowed. But for whom is it allowed? It is allowed for the stockbrokers. It is allowed for the institutions. It is allowed for certain entities which have proper license with the SEBI. But there was one company, which means a particular person, who had been shown favor by this particular managing director, and he kept his particular server within the confines of the National Stock Exchange itself, and he was able to make quick decisions even prior to the information of all, and due to which he was able to sell things or buy things very earlier compared to others. So earlier away and the signal kadachirudhu. This was the scam due to which. But is there a specific loss to investors, like the case of Harshit Mehta? No, Hansal Mehta, the Harshit Mehta case mari idhula onnum persa scamo andha mala kadiyadu. The only thing is that, being a professional manager, that too of a stock exchange, how could one allow a private party to be part of the co-location? That is the particular thing. So after this, we revise the co-location norms and all. No need to go into that detail. Okay, just understand that stock exchanges, co-location will be there, service needs to be physically present, all these things. Okay, further if there are developments, then we can discuss. Sovereign green bonds. Understand, in the last 2 years, two kinds of innovation have been brought by the government. In 2020 budget, the government of India came out with something called as overseas sovereign bond. This has been in limbo, still we have not implemented it. What does it mean? Overseas sovereign bond. Overseas sovereign bond. What is a sovereign? Meena. What is a sovereign bond? Okay, sovereign gold bond நடத்துனோமா last week. ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? Anyhow, so sovereign green bond அப்படின்னா overseas sovereign bond ன்றது normally when the government issues bond, it will be targeting which market? Domestic market. But in 2020, the government decided, let's also try to tap into the external market. அப்படின்னு பண்ணாங்க. But there are so many risks involved in it. So due to that and due to the impending situation of COVID and all, we try to postpone it. We do not know when the government is going to again bring back this decision. This year, the government has again issued something called as sovereign green bonds. Sovereign bonds nale normally bonds nale enadhu T-bills are short-term bonds of the government. G-secs are the long-term bonds of the government. Okay. So sovereign green bond now, as the name suggests, the bonds with the government is going to float and the proceeds of which are going to be utilized only for green purposes. Okay, so what are these green projects? So after issuing this, we needed to actually understand or have to define what a green project is. We need to have a broad framework of how this green bond is going to be utilized, whether it is going to go into the consolidated fund totally. Nariya questions had to be decided, and in the last month, I think the government decided finally that this is how it is going to be. And we are going to look at this. I think this is part of the speech that they gave, that she gave. Sovereign green bonds will be used for mobilizing resources for green infrastructure, and the proceeds will be deployed in public sector, which will reduce the carbon intensity. We do know how much climate conscious we are. We have been increasing our climate goals, isn't it? So INDC goals we have expanded, then Panchamrit strategy, all of these things we have been, which means whatever we could not do, still we have been raising the bar. Okay. So we need to make quick steps or else we will be falling short of that. So special bonds were issued for this particular case. So what this, yeah. So enna appdin solittu, I think there is a separate category has been given, an elaborate category, no need to go into detail about, for example, most of the targets or the projects which have direct consequences on the SDGs. 15 SDGs we have, isn't it? Which have direct consequences on the SDGs and which helps India attain its INDC, those projects have been given green tag. So what kind of projects are there? Eligibility criteria, investment in solar wind. So various things are there. Okay, and let's not go into detail. You do understand, isn't it? Green projects na enna appdin solittu. But in this special things are excluded. So what are the exclusions? Let's just understand. One, hydropower plants, whether they are called as renewables or not. Whether hydropower projects beyond 25 megawatts, whether they are categorized as renewables in India or not. Small, only small. அது 3 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி இப்போ என்ன பண்ணிட்டோம்னு சொன்னா, irrespective of whether it is small or large, we have been calculating all hydropower projects as part of renewables. Okay, so this is one of the criticisms also against India. நீங்க பாட்டுக்கு பெரிய பெரிய இதெல்லாம் உங்க சௌரியத்துக்கு என்ன பண்ணிட்டீங்க, அப்போதானே 33% டார்கெட் காட்ட முடியும். Anyhow, so landfill projects, renewable energy projects generating energy from biomass using feedstocks. This could also be like a green project, but these are excluded. Nuclear power generation is also excluded. Okay, so existing extraction or fossil fuel based whatever project is, they are all excluded from being given the green tag. Okay. Okay, so this is the setup. This is how we are going to proceed. It seems there will be a green working finance, which is this is a framework for issuance of green bonds, because this is perhaps the first time we are implementing such a bond. So in the next year also we are going to issue the same kind of green bonds. So in the next 20 years maybe, till we reach all these targets, we are going to come ahead with this separate green bonds. So how are we going to issue? What are the process? Everything has been detailed out. So this is going to be, there will be many ministries involved in it. So they will select the projects which will be evaluated by a special committee called as Green Finance Working Committee, and finally it will be given to the budget division. Okay, so Public Debt Management Committee in Onarukum. So they will look into it and they will be issuing bonds. This is the Ministry of Finance. Okay. Every year, this is what it is going to be. So this is the green bond framework. So CAG audit is also going to be undertaken, it seems. So one, there are two conditions that you need to know. I think I'll just put it in an ecran. Yeah. So what is the benefit of this green bond is, one, the government, because if you see across the world, I think you will be reading in your environment also, the Green Climate Fund, the carbon trading, IAS, the advanced Annex 1 countries need to invest in developing countries. All of these are there, which means there is a genuine demand for renewable energy projects, which is, there is an amount which is waiting to be invested in green bonds, isn't it? So to find what is green is what is difficult for these people. So andamari overseas investors and also for Indian investors, we are going to establish this kind of green bond, and we are going to give them, due to which the government has specifically maintained that the cost of capital is going to be less, which is, it is saying in another words that it is going to give lesser interest for what bonds? Green bonds. Okay, so you might ask, if there is less interest, who is going to buy? Of course, there needs to be people, there needs to be institution which have to compulsorily buy. And the Mari institutions are target pandrom. And now here comes the problem. Whenever we issue a bond, the proceeds, the amount, varudhula, adu enga pogum? Where will it go? Yes, of course, the treasury, or let's say Consolidated Fund of India, that is the total pool, adukulla pogum. But once it enters in, we may not be able to separate it. So we are going to have a special fund created within the Consolidated Fund of India, so that the proceeds are not utilized for some other purposes. So separate our fund create panni, adukulla mattum dhaan poganum, adulindi idukulla mattum dhaan poganum. So CAG is now empowered to also audit whether the proceeds of this sovereign green fund is going to be utilized properly or not. National Land Monetization Corporation. As a special purpose vehicle, we have established this NLMC, which is obviously going to monetize the underutilized and unused land parcel. Land in sonale enadhu? Land adha utilize panna podu for what? Central public sector enterprises. Okay. And just because it is land, it does not mean that only land. Sometimes other assets or buildings or some other properties of certain entities which are in for strategic disinvestment. What do you mean by strategic disinvestment? அதை நான் உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறேன் கிளாஸில் தனியாக. For those who know, strategic disinvestment என்ன? More than 50%, which means government wants to exit the business அர்த்தம். So அந்த மாதிரி those who are in line to be strategically disinvested, these kind of companies, if they have any assets, that also can be undertaken by NLMC. This is also one of the functions given to this particular corporation. Okay. To understand what NLMC is, you definitely need to know what is this? National Monetization Pipeline. What is National Monetization Pipeline? We have something called as National Infrastructure Pipeline. Pipeline enappa? What is pipeline? See, this is a vision, or let's say, or a coordinated way, or let's say a straight path has been put ahead where we are going to target certain things, isn't it? So, National Infrastructure Pipeline targets nearly 111 lakh crore investments by 2025-26. This is one of the targets that India has been following since 2020 onwards. Okay. So, likewise, national monetization means. What do you mean by monetization? Money adha maathirudhu. Is monetization disinvestment? No, isn't it? So, just converting that into money means you can just sell. That also is converting into money. Monetization means something that is lying underutilized, something that is lying as a wasteful resource of the government. You are converting that into a fruitful asset or revenue earning stream of the government of India. That is monetization. So, there are so much. For example, I think a practical example is that there are many railway stations there with the government of India. இதே ஒரு private இருந்தா என்ன பண்ணுவான், கீழ ஒரு மாலே கட்டிருப்பான், isn't it? If at all it is with the private having that much of space, they would be creating a mall or multiplex. 7 screen போட்டு டெய்லி கூட்டம் தான் இருக்கும் அங்க. ஏன்னா அலெக்ஸ் டெய்லி போயிருவீங்களா? Okay. So, but India has been wasting so much of resources. Railway land இருக்கு, எல்லாம் இருக்கு. So, இதை எப்படி utilize பண்ணலாம்? I think most of you would have had this question, isn't it? At least. So, for that, the government has been thinking ahead of you and has been implementing this since last year. அதில் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, by the course of this national infrastructure pipeline, when it is ending by 2026, so 2025, within that period, we need to monetize all these assets, take that money and do what? Invest in infrastructure, because that is also a pipeline. Which means government has put a target that every year I am going to invest this much in infrastructure. How is it going to raise money? Through monetization, through disinvestment and other forms. Okay, so this is one of the ways of bringing in more money. So 6 lakh crore in the next 5 years, in the next 4 years, the government is trying to bring through this national monetization pipeline, under which we have two types of assets. One, core assets, and the other is non-core assets. So, if you see roads, railways, pipelines, telecoms, these are all core assets, that is functional for that particular. Let's say if you take the case of let's say telecommunications, BSNL is having a tower, but no use at all, isn't it? So, what we can do, it is a strategic asset of that core asset. Without that, it cannot perform. That also we can try to monetize. But the land around which it can be used for some other purposes, that is called as non-core. So, land and buildings are non-core assets. They can be monetized. They also can be monetized. This will be monetized by the Niti Aayog. This will be monetized by whom? A separate special purpose vehicle that we are discussing. What is that? National Land Monetization Corporation. Okay, so we have invested some amount of 150 crores into that corporation, which will buy all of this non-core assets from these companies, public sector enterprises, and try to give it out to some private companies. Okay, so this is what the process is. So, just a mains question. I don't think we're having enough time. I thought of making you write here itself. Adana vana abindringa. Okay. So, at least try it at home. Okay. So, the question is, ரொம்ப simple. I don't want to complicate, just simple question. What is monetization of assets? What do you understand by monetization of assets? discuss the benefits of setting up the National Land Monetization Corporation. 150 marks. Sorry, 150 marks illa, 150 words. Okay. எல்லாம் இங்க தலையாட்டுவீங்க. இப்போ எழுதுங்கன்னு சொன்னாதான் தெரியும் இல்லையா? இதெல்லாம் பார்க்க கூடாது, நீங்க எழுதணும். ஓகே, anyhow, just at least try to structure it. அந்த இதை எப்படி எழுதுவீங்கன்னு பாருங்க, யோசிங்க. At least try to contemplate. எப்படி எழுதுவீங்க? How will you structure? What points will you put? Benefits என்ன? See, understand, whatever the question is, to be mains ready அப்படின்னா என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, எதையாவது ஒன்று பத்தி கேட்டா டக்குன்னு 3 பாயிண்டா தெரியணும். I always say this. என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, any question being asked, you should know at least 3 to 4 points. That only says that you are at least prepared for writing. So what are the advantages of NLMC? Do you think the government will be giving separate answers for you? இந்த மாதிரிப்பா என் வெப்சைட் பாருங்க, I will be giving. No. You have to put what into action? Your brain into action. Okay. Give some work to that muscle also. Karthik, ஒரு benefit சொல்லுங்க. What is the benefit of setting up NLMC? Okay. One, lying or vacant lands or unutilized properties can be used for useful purposes. Okay, one. One, augmenting the revenue of the government of India. Right. Very good. Another, capital formation can occur because of easy mobilization of revenue. Right. Where? Record land records எல்லாம் சொல்றீங்களா? Okay. So streamlining the management of land records or core assets, non-core assets அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். Right. வேற? Employment opportunity. This is something எதுவுமே தெரியலனா you can write, of course. Okay. வேற? Illegal land capturing. Ignesh, ஒரு நல்ல பாயிண்ட் இருந்தது. Yes, என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, biggest purpose of this is to give us a road map as to how we shall monetize the upcoming or monetize the resources in the forthcoming future, because it's going to give us a path of learning, isn't it? It's going to be a learning curve for us to know the nitty-gritties of monetization. அடுத்து வேற? Operational efficiency can be enhanced. Very good. இந்த மாதிரி என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, என்ன தோணுதோ, whether you refer or not, next time you come, next time அடுத்து எப்பன்னு தெரியல. So just try to write an answer for this. Okay. In a proper format. Okay, please don't try to மெயின்ஸ்லாம் இப்போ எழுதுறப்பே ப்ராப்பரான ஃபார்மேட்டில் எழுதி பழகுங்க. சும்மா ஏதோ ஒரு நோட்டில் போட்டு இந்த சம் யூஸ் டு ரைட் லைக் திஸ், ஒன் ஆன்சர் ஹியர், ஒன் ஆன்சர் ஹியர், இதுவே ரெண்டா போச்சு, இன்னொரு ஆன்சர் ஹியர். அதான் நீங்க எழுத சொல்லிருக்கீங்களா, நானு பாருங்க. ஓகே, but good that at least you gave some points. General points தான் நம்ம கேட்கணும். For example, see, always there is an inhibition when it comes to economy. Is of course a very tough subject. Mainsலாம் வரப்ப டக்கு டக்குலாம் points generate பண்ண முடியாது. என்னன்னா, you should think and correlate. Of course, this is a land monetization. So what it is going to utilize land, It is about the government of India. It is about infrastructure. It is about employment generation. It is about job creation. It's about capital formation. There are so many things which is so basic involved in this particular aspect. Then you have to frame answers for it. Don't try to know that there will be a perfect answer for this. Okay, there is not going to be a perfect answer for any of the questions that you come across. The thing is how you bring dimensions, how you integrate. That is what is going to help you. Okay. So SWIFT. I guess most of you are aware of this particular thing, SWIFT. Russia was excluded from SWIFT. What is this SWIFT? Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication is a messaging system. Understand, it's not just a payment system. It is only a messaging system which uses some code of information to send money between two parties. Okay, so a bank to bank. So many of the banks came together. It was there even before World War II. Okay, so this is a society facilitates cross-border payments. SWIFT has become the dominant form of cross-border payments. If you are sending it across the border, you will have to send. So in this year, especially because Russia was involved in the war with Ukraine, in the bank, it snapped ties with all Russian banks. So now comes the question, is it an American bank? No. It is a society, it is a cooperative bank that is set up in Belgium. But it is being regulated by the EU norms. European Union norms is what is the regulating norms for this particular society. And under the EU norms, whenever World or the UNSC have imposed sanctions, then that will also be applicable. Therefore, they have no other go. The bank itself is not having any authority to snap ties with Russia. Okay, so UNSC la mudivu eduthadanala enna pannanga? Okay nu solittu evangalo edutanga. So it is bound by the European Union rules. Okay, so this is just a SWIFT code is only a messaging code. That is, even before we had all this technology, whenever we had to send money from here to another part of the country, it was through this SWIFT system. Okay, so telegraph da irukum the time la. So they will send a message, and once they are finding that this is true, they will send that money to that particular location. Okay. So because of this, there has been another alternatives that has been in the news. There are two alternatives of worldwide cross-border payment. One is the system for transfer of financial messaging, SPFS. This is Russian controller. China is having another thing called as CIPS, China's cross-border interbank payment system. So it is only after this context that there has been so much hopes on India that India can also bring out an alternative for cross-border payment, especially because of the innovation in the UPI. So UPI, can it become the next SWIFT? Ablan சொல்றாங்க ஆகாது, சும்மா சொல்லி வேணா இருக்கலாம். Okay. But என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, recently the government is planning to open up SWIFT. ஏன்னா நிறைய பேர் இந்த UPI basis தான் remittances நான் ஷேர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. We are now allowing for interoperability of UPI in Nepal, in Singapore, and other places. We have been integrating UPI. So slowly, when this technology is embraced, maybe UPI system can also become an alternative to SWIFT. But beyond all of this, government-controlled systems, there has been already a system that is easily facilitating cross-border payment systems, and that is cryptocurrency. So, SWIFT வேணா, CIPS வேண்டா, எனக்கு எதுவுமே வேண்டாம். I will convert my money into Bitcoin. I will send it immediately to someone within a period of 10 minutes. Okay, so that is why recently in last month there was a separate, I think there was a news central bank digital currency. Central bank digital currency is India's response to the growing proliferation of private cryptocurrencies. So under this, there has been so many of design aspects that has been given off as one of the reports. So, cross border. Cross border is a crucial link, because if you see any kind of private cryptocurrency, it always facilitates cross border payment. It is blind to what wallet is located where. All it needs is to know the wallet address, it will send money or currency to it. So, like we can also bring out a central bank digital currency which will tap into this potential, and if we are so early and if we are able to bring global cooperation, then we can also establish a central bank digital currency which can seamlessly enable cross border payments. So, we will reserve this discussion for some other later period. Okay. In the sense, let's say the SWIFT is that there is a Western control or domination, whatever. Let's say if they sanctioned Iraq some 3 years ago, again now they are sanctioning this. Therefore, that is why if you see alternatives, there are not other countries which are vying for alternatives. It is mostly Russia, China and India, of course, isn't it? Because India is trying to play a very neutral game. It's having ties with Russia also. Now, if it wants to pay to Russia, it cannot pay through SWIFT. So, all these are going to hamper our economic ties. That's why we are all looking for alternatives. Maybe this is a space where which we can leverage this position. That's what. Okay. So, we will wind up with this particular thing, scheduled bank status for payment banks. See, you know payment banks, isn't it? Payment banks and small finance bank are the new types of banks established by the RBI in recent years. They are not full-fledged banks, they are recent banks. Okay. So, what is scheduled bank status? Scheduled bank na NBFC are they scheduled? RBI Act la second schedule la all the banks that are listed in it are called as scheduled banks. Okay. So, these scheduled banks, why we call them as scheduled banks and what is the main purpose of it? All the banking, or let's say as a banker to the bank, this specifically stipulates that it will be a banker to those banks that are enlisted in the schedule of the RBI Act. Therefore, let's say we are talking about the liquidity adjustment facility. We were talking about MSF rates. We are talking about standing deposit facility. All of this, for whom is it eligible? Only for scheduled banks. Okay, which means payment banks and let's say if you are a universal bank, then automatically you will be put under the schedule. Okay, but if you are a payment bank or small finance bank, it's a separate kind of bank which is not automatically put under a schedule. So, there will be a time period. Once you clock that revenue, some norms will be there. Once you cross that barrier, then the RBI will decide whether to put it in the schedule or not. But once you are put in the schedule, you now will have access to a lot of features that the RBI is going to give to banks, especially here repo, reverse repo, these kind of operations. Okay, so that is why many of the banks will be applying for it. This is not only for payment banks, also for small finance bank also not automatically included. They will also be included one by one as the case differs by the RBI. Okay, so this is what it is. No need to go detailed into it. Okay. Okay, so I think that's it for today. We'll see. I think it's already time. So next class la na konjam paakalam. Okay. If there are any doubts, basic da irunduchina other students can meet. Thank you.
Current affair class. This is not something that's going to be too demanding. It's going to be a little more casual. So don't worry about too much of technicalities in this subject, science and technology and environment. So show some energy before we begin the class. So good afternoon, friends. Thank you so much. Thank you. So that's what that I expect. Okay, so when we come to current affairs, it is always very tricky because the quantum of current affairs that we come across is so huge, and what UPSC picks from them is very confounding. அது எங்கேருந்து எது எடுக்கிறாங்கன்றது நிறைய நியூஸ் இருக்கும். அதில் எது எடுக்க போகிறாங்க, எந்த பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ் எடுக்க போகிறாங்கன்றது இட்ஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் a difficult task to predict. So if it is given in a PDF, you can give 200 pages as a material. That's kind of gives some coverage. But coming to classes, that to cover for 3 months current affairs in 2 hours is not an easy task. So it will always fall short of the entire current affairs in the 3 months. So be realistic. ஓகேங்களா? ஏன்னா இந்த 2 மணி நேரத்துல எது முக்கியமான கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் நாம நினைக்கிறோமோ அதை தான் கவர் பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் மோர் லைக் த்ரோயிங் அ ஸ்டோன் எய்மிங் அட் அ மேங்கோ. இட் மே ஹிட். சம்டைம்ஸ் 2-3 மாங்காய் கூட விழலாம். சுத்தமா படாதுலாம் சொல்ல முடியாது. ஆனா ஒரு விஷயம் என்ன ஹெல்ப் பண்ணோம்னா, எய்ம் பண்றது உங்களுக்கு கத்து தரும். Probably you will learn to aim mango by yourself. Even this may not directly hit, but it will help you aim. So keep that in idea, keep that in mind, keep that the practicality of this current affairs class, and with that we'll approach the session. Okay, so let's be clear on that first. Okay, so current affairs for the 3 months of January, February and March in the areas of science and technology and environment will be the agenda for today's session. So first we will take up science and technology. அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதுலேயே ஒரு 4-5 பேர் சேர்ந்து வந்துருவாங்க. பயோடெக்னாலஜி, ஸ்பேஸ் டெக்னாலஜி அண்ட் அதர் ரிலேட்டட் ஏரியாஸ். இல்லை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நம்ம என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்னா, வில் டேக் சம் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் டாபிக்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் பயோடெக்னாலஜி ஃபர்ஸ்ட். Okay, so first topic we will take up some important points about vitamin D first. Okay, so let's be ready for this. So let's talk some points about vitamin D. This vitamin D is very unique among vitamins. Let's say first, vitamins na enna neenga nenikreenga? Vitamins அப்படினா என்னன்னா, vital amines. Vital na important, amines na nitrogenous compound. So vital amines, vitamins அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, literally it means a very essential nitrogen containing carbon compound. It is a very essential. Vital na important, amine na nitrogen அர்த்தம். So an important nitrogen containing organic compound is called as vitamins. So முக்கியமான பாயிண்ட் என்ன தெரியுமா தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும், வைட்டமின்ல நைட்ரஜன் இருக்கு. That's important from examination perspective. Vitamin contains nitrogen, and this vitamin are broadly divided into 2 types. There are 2 types of vitamins. No, what are the 2 types of vitamin? Water soluble and fat soluble. இல்ல fat soluble சொல்லும் பொழுது we have 4 types: A, D, E and K. ADEK அப்படின்னு ஈஸியா சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த அப்ரிவேஷன்ல ஈஸியா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கலாம். ADEK. A, vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin K. Water soluble சொல்லும் பொழுது vitamin B complex, vitamin B, B1, B2, B4 இந்த மாதிரி 12 வரைக்கும் வரும். Vitamin B complex and vitamin C. These 2 are called as water soluble vitamins. இது நம்மளுக்கு பொதுவா தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு basic information. But that is something else also that is unique, which may UPSC can be picking up. Both water soluble and fat soluble vitamins are to be taken in required quantities in everyday diet. நம்மளுக்கு தெரியாதனால தான் vitamins சொல்றாங்க. But which vitamins can be stored in the body and which vitamin cannot be stored in the body அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்பொழுது, fat soluble vitamins can be stored in the body in fatty tissue. ஏன்னா fat soluble இல்லையா? So fat soluble vitamins can be stored in the body. இப்போ நீங்க இன்னைக்கு வைட்டமின் ஏ வந்து உங்களுடைய டெய்லி ரெக்குவயர்மெண்ட்ல எக்ஸாம்பிள் 20 மில்லிகிராம்னா, சப்போஸ் 40 மில்லிகிராம் எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா எக்ஸ்ட்ரா 20 மில்லிகிராம் will be stored in your fat. But water soluble vitamins cannot be stored in the body. If you take excessive vitamin B, ஈஸியா இருக்கு நிறைய எடுத்துக்கிறீங்கன்னா, it will not be stored in the body. Water soluble vitamins will not be stored in the body and it will be excreted in the urine. If you take excess of water soluble vitamins, it will not be stored. Now, among this that we have seen, vitamin D comes under which category? Fat soluble vitamins. So, adha patti or information vandadu important. And now 2 years before there was a question on vitamin. So, that's the reason I picked this topic. So, vitamin D patti sila important points nama first paakalam. Obviously, I told you it is a fat soluble vitamin. Second most important point is vitamin D vitamin sollakudadunu experts solranga. Technically speaking, vitamin D is more often hormone than a vitamin. Experts nowadays accept the fact that vitamin D பாத்தீங்கன்னா மத்த vitamin மாதிரி இல்லாம vitamin D is more of a hormone அப்படின்றாங்க. So that is why vitamin is also called as protohormone. This is a very unique fact about vitamin D. Vitamin D is also called as a protohormone. Now, what are the reasons? ஏன் அது protohormone சொல்றாங்கன்னா two important reasons. What can be made us to say it is a protohormone? Two reasons. First reason, இப்போ வைட்டமின் நம்ம சொல்றதே காரணம் என்னன்னா உங்க உடம்புல அது சிந்தசைஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. You have to take it in diet. It has to be taken only in diet. அதனால தான் அது வைட்டமின் சொல்றோம். ஆனா வைட்டமின் டி உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கு இல்லையா? வாட் இஸ் த திங் அபவுட் வைட்டமின் டி? It is produced in the skin when exposed to sunlight. Particularly sunlight ன்னு பொதுவா சொல்லலாம். நம்ம UPSC ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா UV light ன்னு சொல்லணும். UVB. Exposure to UVB, ultraviolet B radiation. Exposure to UVB results in the production of vitamin D in the skin. அப்போ இது வைட்டமின் தான், ஆனா நம்ம பாடியை ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணுது இல்லையா ஹார்மோன் மாதிரி. That's the first reason. Second reason why it is called as a protohormone means this vitamin D. Second reason I'm saying why it is called as a protohormone. This vitamin D plays wide-ranging roles in physiological functions. It plays a wide-ranging role in immune system, cardiovascular health, immune system, cardiovascular health, and including central nervous system functions. Including central nervous system functions. இது எந்த அளவுக்கு இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் சொல்றாங்கன்னா, if you are deficient in vitamin D, நம்மளுக்குலாம் மூட் ஸ்விங் நம்மளுக்குலாம் பொதுவா வர்றது தானே. ஒரு டெஸ்ட் எழுதிட்டு வந்தாலே மூட் ஸ்விங் தான் வச்சுக்கோங்க. அண்ட் ரெண்டு விஷயத்தை செக் பண்ணணும். டெஸ்ட் எழுதிட்டு வந்தீங்க டவுன் ஆனீங்க, ரெண்டு விஷயத்தை செக் பண்ணுங்க. ஒன்னு ஒழுங்கா படிங்க, இல்லைன்னா வைட்டமின் டியை செக் பண்ணுங்க. பிகாஸ் vitamin deficiency is commonly associated with psychological manifestations of depression. It leads to mood swings as well as depression. So, vitamin D is very closely associated with very many functions like a hormone. Adanala, because of these two reasons, vitamin D is also called as a protohormone. It is also a vitamin. The next unique fact about vitamin D, அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்பொழுது compared to other vitamins, compared to other மற்ற vitamin compare பண்ணி பார்க்கும்போது compared to other vitamins, vitamin D is usually not much present in food products. It is mostly found only in animal products. நம்ம vegetable sourceல இருந்து vitamin D கிடைக்கிறது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப குறைவு. It is mostly found only in animal products. Now, what are the functions? Now, wide various of functions on earlier. What are the functions of vitamin D? The list of functions is given here. What are they? What are the functions? Let me say in a brief bulletin format. ரொம்ப ஈஸியா சொல்லலாம். 1. Calcium and magnesium blood levels. Calcium and magnesium blood levels. First function. நம்ம பாடியில இருக்கக்கூடிய bloodல calcium and magnesium level இதை ரெகுலேட் பண்றது vitamin D. Second, proper bone formation. You guys would have known what is the deficiency disease of vitamin D is called as rickets. தெரியும் இல்லையா? rickets ஓட usual format என்ன? ஒரு bone இப்படி இருக்குன்னா rickets எப்படி இருக்கும்? இப்படி இருக்கும் bone. The leg will be like a bow. bow mari aidum. That's called as ricket. Yena vitamin D is associated with proper formation of bones. The third function, antibody production. நான் வந்து ரொம்ப ஷார்ட்டா உங்களுக்கு நோட்ஸ் எடுக்கிற மாதிரி சொல்றேன், ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் மாதிரி இல்லாம. The third function of vitamin D, antibody production. The fourth function, as I said earlier, psychological functions. Vitamin D is also associated with psychological functions. Now, why it was in the news? அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும் பொழுது why it was in the news அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும் பொழுது there was a discovery about how rickets may develop. Okay, the rickets நம்ம பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா? What is rickets? Rickets is the deficiency disease of vitamin D. அந்த bone formation இப்படி இருக்கும். Normal bone formation இப்படி இருக்கும் பொழுது rickets will have bone formation like this bow appearance. Now, why this happens? அப்படின்னு the reason recently வந்து elucidate பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. They got more clear. இதுலயும் ஒரு basic information இருக்கு which UPSC can ask about glycogen. எப்பவுமே கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் மட்டும் இல்லாம அதுல என்ன பேசிக்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு நம்ம பார்க்கணும். Let's talk about glycogen because in the current affairs is associated with what is called as glycogen. Plantsல எக்ஸஸ் ஆன ஃபுட் ப்ரொடியூஸ் ஆச்சுன்னா அந்த பிளான்ட் அதை என்னவா ஸ்டோர் பண்ணும்? ஸ்டார்ச்சா ஸ்டோர் பண்ணும். ஸோ பிளான்ட்ஸ்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்டார்ச் இஸ் கால்ட் அஸ் ஸ்டோரேஜ் காம்பவுண்ட், ஸ்டோரேஜ் ஃபுட். அதே மாதிரி அனிமல்ஸ்லயும் ஸ்டோரேஜ் நடக்கும், பட் தட் இஸ் நாட் ஸ்டார்ச் இன் அனிமல்ஸ். The storage food is called as glycogen. இப்ப எப்படி பிளான்ட்டுக்கு ஸ்டார்ச் இருக்கோ, similar to starch in plants, glycogen is a storage form in animals. அதனாலதான் கிளைகோஜனுக்கு இன்னொரு பேரே சொல்லுவாங்க, அனிமல் ஸ்டார்ச். ஸ்டார்ச்ன்றது பிளான்ட்ல இருக்கிறது, ஆனா இது அனிமல்ஸ்ல ஸ்டோர் பண்றதுனால glycogen is also called as animal starch. Now, vitamin D ஓட ஃபங்க்ஷன் இந்த கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ்ல என்ன சிம்பிளா சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, ரொம்ப சிம்பிள். நம்ம சாப்பிட்ட அப்புறம் வர்றது குளுக்கோஸ் இல்லையா? குளுக்கோஸ் இஸ் கன்வெர்டட் இன்டு கிளைகோஜன் இந்த பாடி. இந்த கிளைகோஜன் எங்க ஸ்டோர் ஆகுதுன்றாங்கன்னா லிவர் அண்ட் மசில்ஸ், இங்க மட்டும் தான் ஸ்டோர் ஆகுது. இது ஸ்டோர் பண்றாங்க. எனர்ஜி தேவையான போது கிளைகோஜன்ல இருந்து திரும்ப குளுக்கோஸ் வரணும் இல்லையா? சி லைக் யூஸ் பேங்க்ல நம்ம இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்றோம், தேவையான போது நம்ம வித்ரா பண்றோம் இல்லையா? அதே மாதிரி யூ ஹேவ் டு வித்ரா குளுக்கோஸ் ஃப்ரம் கிளைகோஜன். இந்த வித்ராவலுக்கு வைட்டமின் டி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இப்போ வைட்டமின் டி இல்லைன்னா வித்ராவல் நடக்காது, வித்ராவல் இல்லைன்னா எனர்ஜி இருக்காது. ஸோ இந்த வைட்டமின் டியோட ஃபங்க்ஷனிங் என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, glycogen to glucose conversion. Glycogen to glucose conversion is hampered, is affected. எதனால? Due to vitamin D deficiency. இதுதான் இந்த கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸோட ஷார்டஸ்ட் வெர்ஷன். சொன்னோம்னா கிளைகோஜன்னா என்ன, what are its characteristics, and glycogen is found only in liver and muscles. And the muscles தான் நம்ம பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம் இப்போ. We are talking about the muscles, right? And in the muscles, conversion from glycogen to glucose needs vitamin D. Vitamin D இல்லாத பொழுது this conversion can't happen. So this was the news. Let's move to the second one. The second is about, it was more of a question rather than a current affairs. Can microbes produce oxygen in the dark? If you want to answer this question, let's once again we have to go back to the basics. production of oxygen. Production of oxygen. உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும் ஆக்சிஜன் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ற ப்ராசஸ் என்ன? photosynthesis. Be confident. நம்மளுக்குள்ள கோரம்னா, so nothing wrong in making mistake. Just speak out. என்ன ப்ராசஸ் சொல்லலாம்? photosynthesis. Good. So first point நம்ம என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா, which photosynthesis பண்ற ஆர்கானிசத்தை எல்லாம் நம்ம என்னன்னு சொல்லுவோம்? autotrophs ன்னு சொல்லுவோம். Once again, there was a question about this autotrophs 3 years back in UPSC. Simple question now, but we tend to make mistakes. Autotrophs na yaruna that produces their own food. How they produce their own food? By photosynthesis. So autotrophs அப்படின்னு சொன்னோம்னா யார் யாரெல்லாம் autotrophs ன்னு சொல்ல முடியும்னா, it includes only plants who can be called as autotrophs. That which is capable of photosynthesis is autotrophs. Who they are? Plants, algae and some bacteria. இந்த some bacteria ன்னு சொல்லும் பொழுது சார் இது ரொம்ப வேகா இருக்கு சார். some bacteria அப்படின்னும் போது யாரு சொல்லலாம்னா, it includes cyanobacteria. இந்த some bacteria னா ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா நீங்க கேட்டீங்கன்னா it includes cyanobacteria, and archaebacteria. These two. Now coming to the context of this current affairs. என்ன context அப்படின்னா, of course we are talking about photosynthesis. Photo means light. நம்ம என்ன லைட்டை பத்தி பேசணும்? சன்லைட்டை பத்தி பேசணும். So photosynthesis, as we all know, happens only in the presence of sunlight. In the absence of sunlight, photosynthesis can't happen. அப்போ it is natural for us to think, oh அப்போ deep oceansல photosynthesis நடக்காது. photosynthesis deep ocean because deep oceanல light availability இருக்காது. So in the deep oceans, photosynthesis can't happen due to lack of sunlight. அப்போ அந்த இடத்துல ஆக்சிஜன் ப்ரொடக்ஷனும் நடக்காதுன்னு நம்ம நினைப்போம். ரீசெண்டா என்ன கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க? நோ 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 நோ, அந்த இடத்துல சன்லைட் இல்ல, போட்டோசிந்தசிஸும் நடக்கல, ஆனா ஆக்சிஜன் ப்ரொடியூஸ் ஆகுதுன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. So that's what the heading of the topic is. Can microbes produce oxygen in the dark? The answer is yes. Can microbes produce oxygen in the dark? Yes. Sir, என்ன ப்ராசஸ் சார்? நோ photosynthesis. இது எந்த ப்ராசஸ் மூலமா ஆக்சிஜன் ப்ரொடியூஸ் ஆகுது நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பார்த்தோம், photosynthesis ன்னு பார்த்தோம். பட் நோ, இட் இஸ் நாட் photosynthesis. சார் அப்ப வேற என்ன ப்ராசஸ் சார்? The process that is involved in the production of oxygen by these microbes present in the deep ocean waters, it includes nitrogen cycle. Nitrogen cycle. Particularly nitrogen cycle ல நீங்க 4 ஸ்டெப் கேள்வி படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, பேசிக்ஸ் அது. Particularly nitrification and denitrification. Particularly nitrification and denitrification steps are involved in the release of oxygen. இது ரொம்ப டெக்னிக்கலா உள்ள போக வேணாம். That may not warrant any purpose. நம்ம அந்த கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் மட்டும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு நைட்ரஜன் சைக்கிள், you guys are aware about nitrogen cycle, right? 4 ஸ்டேஜஸ் இருக்கும் இல்லையா? அந்த 4 ஸ்டேஜ்ல 2 ஸ்டேஜ், நைட்ரிஃபிகேஷன் அண்ட் டீநைட்ரிஃபிகேஷன். இந்த 2 ஸ்டேஜ் அப்போதான் என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா, ஆக்சிஜன் டென்ஸ் டு பி ரிலீஸ்டு பை திஸ் மைக்ரோப்ஸ். ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் பாயிண்ட். சார் என்ன மைக்ரோப்ஸ் சார் பர்டிகுலர்லி? அப்கோர்ஸ் நைட்ரஜன் சைக்கிள் சொல்லிட்டோம். அப்ப என்ன பாக்டீரியாவா இருக்க முடியும், என்ன மைக்ரோபா இருக்க முடியும்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இட் இன்க்ளூட்ஸ் ammonia oxidizing archaea. Okay, let me go slow. What are the microbes that was found to release oxygen in the absence of light? நம்ம அதன கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் absence of lightல யார் ஆக்சிஜன் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணாங்க அதன கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் யாருன்னா 1 ammonia oxidizing archaea, 2 nitrite oxidizing bacteria. Ammonia oxidizing archaea, 2 nitrite oxidizing bacteria. These two group of microbes is having the capability. நம்ம கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் இப்படி படிக்கிறோம். இதே மாதிரி கொஸ்டின் ஒன்று எதிர்பார்க்காதீங்க. கொஸ்டின் இதே கான்செப்டை வேற வகையில கேட்கலாம். which among the following can release oxygen in a biochemical process ன்னு கேட்டுட்டு ஆல்கே தருவாங்க, அமோனியா ஆக்சிடைசிங் பாக்டீரியா தருவாங்க, அமோனியா ஆக்சிடைசிங் ஆர்கியா தருவாங்க. நம்ம அதை பார்த்துருக்க மாட்டோம். நம்ம பொதுவா படிச்சது என்ன, பிளான்ட் ஆல்கே சூஸ் பண்ணி விட்டுருவோம், சைனோ பாக்டீரியா ஞாபகம் தான் அதையும் போட்டு விட்டுருவோம். பட் திஸ் ஆல்சோ ஷுட் பி பார்ட் ஆஃப். Because the question is not about photosynthesis, the question is about that which releases oxygen, right? So எப்பவுமே இந்த கான்செப்ட் புரிஞ்சுக்க ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க, அதை அப்ளை பண்ண கொஸ்டின்ல பாருங்க. டோன்ட் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் டு கம் டைரக்ட்லி. எப்பவுமே கிளாஸோட பர்பஸ் அதுதான். The class is not to give you handout for questions. It help you to understand the concept which you can use it to guess correct answers in the examination. Guess work உங்களுக்கு help பண்ணும். That I'm very sure about it. Okay. So it's about this. Then next important point, அப்போ இதுல இருந்து நம்ம என்ன சொல்லிடலாம்னா இன்னொரு முக்கியமான அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் நம்மளுக்கு வருது, which means archaebacteria plays an important role in marine nitrogen cycle. This is also an important concept. Archaebacteria plays an important role in marine nitrogen cycle. In fact, அந்த நியூஸ் ஆர்டிகல் என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, நீ ஒரு பக்கெட் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா, சீ வாட்டர் ஒரு பக்கெட் சீ வாட்டர் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா அதுல இருக்கக்கூடிய எவ்ரி 4th செல் வில் பி திஸ் பாக்டீரியான்றாங்க. நீங்க செல்ல கவுண்ட் பண்ணிட்டே வரீங்க, எவ்ரி 4th செல் வில் பி திஸ் பாக்டீரியா. அப்போ சோ abundant, correct? So which means they play a very important role in this nitrogen cycle in the oceans. So this is the outcome. This is a message that we get at the end of this current affairs. These archaebacteria play a very important role in marine nitrogen cycle. The next topic. It's about the topic of regeneration, a quite interesting topic. The topic is about regeneration. What do you think by this word regeneration means? Regeneration enna nenikreenga? Yes? Regrowth of a lost organ. Perfectly correct. Yes. Regrowth of a lost organ. The very common experience we all would have had is lizard losing its tail in the whip of a danger. ஒரு டேஞ்சர் வந்துன்னா அதுவே கான்சியஸா டெய்ல இட் வில் லீவ்ஸ் ஆஃப், பட் இட் வில் டேக் another 3 to 4 months to grow. ரொம்ப சீக்கிரம்லாம் வளராது, 3 to 4 months. ஆனால் தேவையானதான வாழ விட்டு போவாங்க. They don't leave the tail unnecessarily. It's a very energy consuming process. But this may not be extended. When you cut off the neck of a lizard, it won't grow completely. Tail வேணா திரும்ப வளரலாம், அதோட limbs cut பண்ணினீங்கன்னா it won't grow fully. But there are certain organisms where regeneration is so potent, so effective. So இதுதான் simply understand what regeneration is. So regeneration is simply என்ன அப்படின்னா, it is a natural process. Regeneration simply na enna? So ரொம்ப simple என்ன சொல்லலாம், it's a natural process of replacing or restoring damaged organs or even cells. Generally, regeneration is mostly found in lower organisms. பொதுவா regeneration is most commonly found in lower organisms. Best example for that அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா planaria worm சொல்லுவாங்க. It's a kind of a worm. It's an aquatic worm, planaria worm, and hydra. Hydra you would have commonly found நீங்க பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. இது இருக்கும் hydra. You cut any part of hydra, it will completely grow. You make 100 pieces of hydra, each piece will grow into complete hydra. You cannot kill it. ராவணனா 10 தலை தான். இது it's unlimited potential. It can completely grow. So அதுதான் regeneration சொல்றோம் நாம. Okay, now let me put a question. Whether regeneration is present in plants or not. So நாம நினைக்கிறோம் பொதுவா அனிமல்ஸ் கிடையாது. Regeneration is found in plants. And next question, whether it is found in higher animals like humans. Example? Yes? Liver. What about red blood cells? Constantly red blood cells are replenished, right? What about our intestinal mucosa? Constant intestine என்ன ஆயிட்டுனா recycle ஆயிட்டே இருக்கு. It okay. Now let me say, regeneration is also found in plants and higher animals like humans. Humansல எந்த organs regeneration potential நம்ம experience பண்றோம் போது, it includes liver, pancreas. It includes liver, pancreas, intestinal wall. Intestinal wall. எல்லாருமே முடி வெட்டுறதுக்கு சாமி கிட்ட வேண்டிக்கிறோம் இல்லையா? ஏன்னா திரும்ப வளரும்ன்ற ஒரு நம்பிக்கை. Hair, skin, hair and skin. So these are the organs that are capable of regeneration. இப்போ நம்ம நெக்ஸ்ட் என்ன பார்க்கிறோம்னா, இந்த regeneration potential பத்தி நம்ம பார்க்கும் பொழுது, we are always looking for replacement organ. We are looking for better organ replacement procedures. இதுவும் பாத்தீங்கன்னா an important UPSC topic. Organ transplantation, organ replacement is an important UPSC topic. அதுக்கு ரெலவெண்டா வந்த நியூஸ் தான் இது. For example, one of your organ is affected, is damaged, is diseased beyond recovery. We look for organ replacements. Now look, regeneration irundhuduna, we don't have to look for any donors. The body can heal itself. So the regeneration in the concept la dhaan varudhu. Organ transplantation, organ replacement la, it's a very important area scientists are working on. Now regeneration க்கு முக்கியமா யூஸ் பண்றது யார்? Who is behind this regeneration ability about the stem cells? Stem cells are behind regeneration ability of organisms. Don't be mistaken. பேரு தான் stem cell. அதோட function என்ன? அந்த function wise பார்க்கும் பொழுது stem cell functions are found in both plants and animals. Stem cell na simple enna therma, if you ask me. Okay, before let me say that, then it will be more clear. Stem cell na simply enna na, one cell giving rise to other types of cells. This is called as differentiation சொல்லுவாங்க. டிஃபரெண்ட்னா என்ன? வேற மாதிரி. அதான டிஃபரெண்ட் அர்த்தம். ஒரு செல் வேற செல்லா மாறி தரக்கூடிய அந்த எபிலிட்டி இஸ் கால்ட் அஸ் டிஃபரன்சியேஷன். ஸ்டெம் செல்ஸோட முக்கியமான ஃபங்க்ஷன் என்னன்னா, இட்ஸ் எபிலிட்டி டு டிஃபரன்ஷியேட். மற்ற எந்த செல்ஸும் டிஃபரன்ஷியேட் ஆக முடியாது. நம்ம நார்மல் ஸ்கின் செல் இருக்கா, டிஃபரன்ஷியேட் ஆக முடியாது. ஒன்லி ஸ்டெம் செல்ஸ் ஹேவ் தி எபிலிட்டி டு டிஃபரன்ஷியேட். இதே கேப்பபிலிட்டி, எபிலிட்டி டு டிஃபரன்ஷியேட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா பிளான்ட்ஸ்லயும் இருக்கு. ஆனா ஒரே ஒரு வித்தியாசம் என்னன்னா, நம்ம ஸ்டெம் செல்ஸ் சொல்ல மாட்டோம். we use the word meristematic tissue. so புரிஞ்சுக்கங்க, பழைய இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் ஆனா கேட்கிற விதத்துல அது புதுசா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான ஸ்டெம் செல்லோட டிஃபரன்சியேஷன் ஃபங்க்ஷன் பிளான்ட்லயும் நடக்குது, ஏன்னா ஒரு ஸ்டெம்மை வெட்டுறீங்க, ஸ்டெம்ல இருந்து பிரான்ச் வளருது, பிரான்ச்ல இருந்து லீவ்ஸ் வருது, லீவ்ஸ்ல இருந்து ஃப்ளவர்ஸ் வருது இல்லையா? இப்போ டிஃபரன்சியேஷன் நடக்குது இல்லங்க. ஸோ in plants it is called as meristematic tissue, in animals it is called as stem cells. அவ்வளவுதான் வித்தியாசம். functions are similar. ஸ்டெம் செல்ஸ் பத்தி நம்ம சொல்லும் பொழுது ஸ்டெம் செல்ஸ் பத்தி சொல்லும்போது நிறைய டைப்ஸ். ஆக்சுவலி இதை பத்தி சொன்னோம்னா ரொம்ப டைம் அதுக்கு போயிடும். ரொம்ப பிராடா மட்டும் நான் டைப் சொல்லிடுறேன். ஓகே, வி கான்ட் கோ டூ மச் இன்டு தட். ஸ்டெம் செல்ஸோட டைப்ஸ் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ரெண்டு வகையில நம்ம பிரிக்க முடியும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைப் வச்சு பார்க்கும்பொழுது எம்பிரியானிக் ஸ்டெம் செல், ESC ன்னு சொல்லலாம். The second type is called as adult stem cell. There is another way also to categorize stem cells. இது வந்து எந்த ஸ்டேஜ்ல அந்த ஸ்டெம் செல் இருக்கு, எம்பிரியோல இருக்கா இல்ல அடல்ட் பாடியில இருக்கா? அடல்ட் ஸ்டெம் செல், எம்பிரியானிக் ஸ்டெம் செல். The second type எதை பொறுத்து இருக்குன்னா, it depends upon how able they are, how potent they are. எபிலிட்டியை வச்சு, பொட்டன்ஷியலை வச்சு பார்க்கும்பொழுது one is called as totipotent stem cell, the next is called as pluripotent stem cell, the next is called as multipotent stem cell, and the last category is unipotent. Once again, I would like to remind you all, we are talking about the topic of regeneration. The regeneration is basically by means of stem cells only. So stem cells oda types adanal paakom. Examples mattum oru chinna example taduttu we will go to this topic. So totipotent example yaadu sir, zygote. What is the example for totipotent stem cell? Zygote is an example for totipotent stem cell. Pluripotent stem cell example யாரு? germ layers ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. As I said earlier, நம்ம ரொம்ப உள்ள போனோம்னா டைம் ஆகும். So நேம் மட்டும் நான் சொல்லிட்டு I'm moving on. germ layers. Multipotent stem cellக்கு எக்ஸாம்பிள் யாரை சொல்லலாம்னா hematopoietic stem cell. Hematopoietic stem cell. Probably I'll write the spelling here. Hematopoietic stem cell. இப்பெல்லாம் ரீசெண்டா நியூஸ்ல நீங்க அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் கூட வர ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. கார்ட் பிளட் பேங்க் பாத்திருக்கீங்க இல்லையா? அந்த கார்ட் பிளட் பேங்க் அப்படின்றது எதை ஸ்டோர் பண்றாங்கன்னா ஹெமட்டோபாய்டிக் ஸ்டெம் செல்ல தான் ஸ்டோர் பண்றாங்க. இந்த ரீசென்ட்லி இன்ஃபேக்ட் நிறைய அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் வர ஆரம்பிச்சது. இஃப் யுவர் ஒய்ஃப் இஸ் பிரெக்னென்ட், யூ சேவ் யுவர் சைல்ட்ஸ் ஃபியூச்சர் பை இன்வெஸ்டிங் இன் கார்ட் பிளட் பேங்க் அப்படின்னு அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் வருது. ஸோ கார்ட் பிளட் பேங்க் which is in the recent trend, this has been a trend in Western countries. Hematopoietic stem cell is what involved in cord blood banks. Cord blood banks. And the last is unipotent stem cell. இதுக்கு எக்ஸாம்பிள் யாருன்னா skin stem cell. Okay. Now, coming to the last, why it was in the news was because Harvard University scientists have came upon a very milestone discovery that இது எப்படின்னா ஒரு ஃப்ராக் எடுத்துட்டாங்க, நல்லா 4 கால் இருக்கிற ஃப்ராக் ஒரு காலை கட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. They amputated one arm, one limb, and they applied 5 drugs onto its stump. Stumpna adu வெட்டப்பட்ட இடத்தை ஸ்டம்ப் பண்ணுவாங்க. They applied 5 drugs onto its stump. In a matter of 3 to 4 months, there was a complete regrowth of the lost leg. Frog க்கு இந்த ability கிடையாது. Frog does not have the ability to completely regrow its limb. ஆனா இவங்க என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அந்த 5 drugs, unique drugs they applied, right? it gave the regeneration ability, which scientists believe can be applied to humans as well. அதுதான் அதோட significance. This can be applied to humans as well. இப்போ நம்மளுக்கு அந்த ஆர்கன் போயிடுச்சுன்னா possibly by applying those drugs we can regrow the organs அப்படின்றா இதோட significance. அது என்ன 5 drugsன்றது சொல்லல. So we cannot speculate on that. Okay. The next topic. The next topic is about a disease called as basal stem rot disease. Basal stem rot disease. Let's say a few points about this now. Basal stem rot disease. This is a disease that, okay, first simple பார்க்கலாம். First in the disease யாரால வருது அப்படின்னும்போது it's a fungal disease. First point, it's a fungal disease. Basal stem rot. Second, whom it affects. எந்த plant அவங்க affect பண்றாங்கன்னு பார்க்கும்பொழுது it affects palm group of crops. In fact, இதுக்கு reference பார்க்கும்பொழுது most of the sites say that it is a coconut disease, but not entirely true. It affects not only coconut. It affects coconut, true, not only coconut. It affects palm group of trees, which includes betel nut, casuarina. Casuarina na Tamil savukku maram illaya. It affects betel nut, paakku maram. It affects betel nut, casuarina, coconut, livistona. Livistona is Chinese palm. Kuttiya romba tenna maram maari irukku ana kuttiya irukku theriyuma, that is livistona. Chinese palm tree ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, livistona. Chinese palm tree, oil palm and other palms. So this is basically a fungal disease that affects palm group of crops, including coconut. இது first level of information. இது கண்டிப்பா இத மறக்க கூடாது. Second level of information, what is the name of the fungi அப்படின்னும்போது it is caused by Ganoderma species. இதுல நிறைய species இருக்கு. There are so many different species within that. But பொதுவா நம்ம என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா it is caused by Ganoderma. Sir, some important information about this Ganoderma in the disease or important information என்ன சொல்லலாம் அப்படின்னா how it spreads. It can spread both by means of direct contact with the infected plant. Usually seedling என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, மொத்தமா தான எடுத்துட்டு போவாங்க. They take clumped together, right? That time when it comes into direct contact with the infected plant, ஒரு நல்ல plant ஒரு infected plantல படும்பொழுது that gets connected. Second, during human induced contacts, தென்னை மரத்தை என்ன பண்ணுவோம், வெட்டுவோம் இல்லையா? ஒரு இன்ஃபெக்டட் மரத்தை நம்ம இது பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு ஹெல்தி ட்ரீயை கட் பண்ணும்போது it gets infected. Human induced contact. And 3, and the most important, is airborne infection also. So it can transmit, it is transmitted by direct contact, human induced contact, and also airborne transmission. Airborne transmission சொன்ன இல்லையா, பக்கத்துல bracket போட்டுக்கோங்க. எப்படி airborne transmission ஆகுதுன்னா through spores. Through spores வந்து airborne transmission ஆகும். ஏன்னா ஃபங்கைனாலே they produce spores இல்லையா? நீங்க பிரெட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 4 நாள் வெளியே வச்சீங்கன்னா மேல அது தட்டினா பறக்கும் இல்லையா? அது பண்ணாதீங்க. So spores is responsible for that airborne transmission. Now எதனால இது நியூஸ்ல வந்து அப்படின்னா, the most important point about this disease is it is uncurable. If the disease sets once, culling of the tree is the only way ahead. We cannot cure it with any fungicide. Usually fungus infection வந்தா நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்னா fungicide apply பண்ணுவோம். But no treatment is available for this disease. No treatment is available for this basal stem rot disease. The only solution is culling it. Culling பண்ணிட்டு அது அப்படியே விடக்கூடாதுன்றாங்க. it may even spread. The next suggestion what experts are giving is growing a cover crop of legume plants. ஒரு இடத்துல இந்த basal stem rot வந்து பாதிக்கப்பட்டதுன்னா once culling is done அந்த மரத்தை பாதிக்கப்பட்ட மரத்தை வெட்டிட்டு a cover crop of legume plants should be grown. ஏன்னா legumes helps in faster decomposition of rotten parts. Because legume plants help in faster decomposition of rotten parts. இதுதான் agriculture experts are giving suggestion how to deal with this disease. And the most affected countries for this disease includes Vietnam, Philippines, and the third most affected is India as well. And the most affected country is Vietnam because it's mostly a palm-based economy, right? Vietnam, Philippines, and India as well. Basal stem rot disease. The picture actually, if I can tell you, okay, shelf மாதிரி வளர்ந்துருக்கும். Whenever you come across, நீங்க பங்கை பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா, அந்த கொடை மாதிரி இருக்கும் இல்லையா, அந்த கொடை ஸ்டெம்முக்கு நடுவில் இப்படி ஷெல்ஃப் நம்ம எப்படி ஷெல்ஃப் வைக்கணும் அந்த மாதிரி ஷெல்ஃப் மாதிரி வளருது தான். This is a clear indication of basal stem rot disease. இது என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, this one what they are showing here is called as a clear indication of the disease. இந்த disease எப்படி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்றாங்கன்னா, shelf like growth of once again இது கொஞ்சம் டெக்னிக்கலான வேர்டு தான், பட் I couldn't help. இருக்கிற வேர்டு அது அப்படிதான் சொல்ல முடியும். Basidiomyta அப்படின்னாங்க. It's a shelf like growth of Basidiomyta is an indication of this disease. Okay. The next, it was about, because species related information that has any relation with the locals or the local economy is a viable area for UPSC picks. UPSC usually அந்த மாதிரி ஏரியா பிக் பண்றாங்க. அப்படி பார்க்கும்போது there was a recent news that came about wild oranges of India. ரொம்ப யூனிக்கான இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். நம்ம இப்பெல்லாம் ஸ்டோர் போய் பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா so many varieties of orange we can see, multiple varieties. It has been known that we have currently about 60 different varieties of citrus fruits. 60 different varieties of citrus fruits. But you'll be surprised to know that 60 different varieties of fruits fundamentally is derived from 3 basic breeds. இந்த 3 basic breed ஓட multiple combination and varieties வச்சு தான் we have created 60 different breeds. இது எப்படின்னா லைக் இவங்க தான் மூல காரணம். இந்த 3ல இருந்து தான் மத்தவங்க எல்லாமே வந்திருக்காங்க. The 3 basic breeds, அது யாருன்னா the 3 basic breeds for the existing orange breeds throughout the world. I'm telling you, not only in India, throughout the world. The 3 breeds என்னன்னா, 1, skinned pomelo. I'm sorry, skinned pomelo. இதுதான் தமிழ்ல பம்பளி மாஸ் அப்படின்னுவாங்க. Common name in Tamil it's called as bumbly mass. Skinned pomelo. இதோட characteristics மட்டும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. It is sweet in taste. I'm sorry. Yes. You want to zoom orange or the letters? Fine now, right? Yeah. Okay. So what are these 3 varieties? The 3 basic varieties based on which the entire assemblage of citrus fruits are created. The first one is large, sweet and spongy. இதான் இவங்களுடைய characteristics. அவங்களோட name skinned pomelo. The second one is Citrus medica. The second one is Citrus medica. Now, இதோட யூஸ் என்னன்னா நம்ம பொதுவா அதை யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டோம். It is used only in traditional medicine. It is a part of traditional medicine. Citrus medica. The third one is loose skinned. கமலா பழம் சொல்றோம் இல்லையா, loose skinned mandarin orange. Loose skinned mandarin orange. These are the three basic varieties of orange using which we have created multiple other varieties of oranges. Now, if you see, so what is the significance of these three varieties? These three varieties, இப்போ 60ல இருந்து 3 வந்திருக்கு. இந்த 3 எங்க இருந்து வந்திருக்கணும்? There must be some one fundamental breed that should be the origin, right? It is usually called the Citrus indica. Citrus indica is considered to be the progenitor breed of oranges. Progenitor breed of oranges. Citrus indica. As the name suggests, கண்டிப்பா இந்தியா தான் அதனுடைய birth place இருக்கணும். அதனால தான் it's even named as indica. So Citrus indica ஓட origin எங்க சொல்றாங்கன்னா, it is proposed to be in northeastern India. The Citrus indica, its origin is proposed to be in North India and adjacent regions of Myanmar and southwest China. In the zone, the northeast India, southwest China and Myanmar, in the zone irukku theriyuma, it falls under Indo-Myanmar biodiversity hotspot. Hotspot நீங்க பார்த்திருப்பீங்க, இந்தியால 4 biodiversity hotspotல இந்த hotspot region. The northeastern India, southwest China and Myanmar. It is here which is considered to be the origin of the Citrus indica. So, okay. Now, another unique fact, if you ask me, sir, what ஏதாவது local community-க்கும் இந்த ஃப்ரூட்டுக்கு ஏதாவது கனெக்ஷன் இருக்கான்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, yes, there is one particular unique fact which is associated with the Citrus indica. Garo tribes. Garo tribes are associated with which northeastern states? Meghalaya, Tripura and Assam. Garo tribes are localized within Meghalaya, Tripura and Assam. These Garo tribes use the Citrus indica fruit in their death rituals, and it is also used in traditional medicine. It is used in the death rituals and also in the traditional medicine as well. We know the very unique taste and the flavor of citrus fruits, right? Citrus fruit nala and the flavor and the thola abadi kasaknale, it gives us a particular strong flavor and also taste. Sir, eppadi sir adu varudhu அப்படின பொழுது, the unique taste and the flavor of the citrus fruits comes from 2 compounds. The citrus fruits kind of uniqueness of flavor and the taste comes from 2 compounds. Sir, the rendu yaar அப்படினா polyphenols, one, and second flavonoids. Flavonoids. Probably it is good to say, to have a few points about flavonoids, an important area. So flavonoids பத்தி ஒரு 2 பாயிண்ட் மட்டும் பார்க்கலாம். Flavonoids is referred as secondary metabolite. It is called as secondary metabolite in plants, which is commonly found in fruits. இது பொதுவா எங்க இருக்கும்னா எல்லா இடத்துலயும் பிளான்ட்ல இருக்காது. It is commonly found in fruits, vegetables and bark and barks. Sir, இந்த flavonoids எதுக்கு இருக்கு? Why plants produce this? There must be some reason, right? இது சும்மா போற போக்குல பிளான்ஸ் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணி நீங்க சாப்பிடுங்க நம்மளுக்கு தரல. It has their own purpose. So flavonoids, what are the uses of the flavonoids in plants பார்க்கும்போது what are the reasons? One, plant defense against insects. In the citrus mill பாத்தீங்கன்னா usually insects don't come. That is what plants also use. Insects வந்து அது சாப்பிடும் இல்லையா, அதுல இருந்து ப்ரொடெக்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறது. One, defense against insects. Plant defense against insects. Second, color and aroma of flowers. Color and aroma of flowers. எதுக்கு சார் அது இருக்க போகுது? To help in pollination. இந்த color and aroma இருக்கும்போது தான் it attracts insects to pollinate. It provides color and aroma to the flowers to help in pollination. So these are the two major functions that flavonoids has. First point முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. So second point என்ன சார்? இப்பெல்லாம் நீங்க ஃப்ரூட் ஜூஸ் இல்லைன்னா ஃபுட் ப்ரிசர்வ்டு ஃபுட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பா ஃபிளாவனாய்ட்ஸ் அதுல இருக்கும். Because flavonoids known to have a great health benefits to us. So what are the health benefits of flavonoids அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, health benefits to humans அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, it includes, it is anti-inflammatory. Flavonoids are known to have anti-inflammatory. It is known to have anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer properties. Okay, one last thing. It is also have antioxidant properties. Na miss panniten paanga. Antioxidant properties. It has antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and anti-cancer properties. Flavonoids. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Now this one is about the topic of gene editing. The topic of gene editing. Okay. Let's discuss about some points about gene editing now. So what do you think gene editing means? Gene editing enna nenikreenga? Doing modifications. இப்போ நம்ம DNA யூசுவலா என்ன சொல்லுவோம், இப்படி இருக்கிறத சொல்லுவோம், இது ரெண்டு நூல் ஒன்னா இருக்கிறத சொல்றோம். இந்த இதுல இருக்கக்கூடிய இத செலக்ட் பண்ணி அதுக்கு பதிலா வேற ஒரு பாட்டை கொண்டு வர்றதோ இல்ல அப்படி இருக்கிறத ரிமூவ் பண்றதோ. So gene editing is not only modification, it includes a whole set of processes. I hope you know, you guys have basic awareness about gene na enna ஒரு ஐடியா உங்களுக்கு இருக்கு இல்லையா? Gene is nothing but a sequence of DNA nucleotides. Gene அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா a sequence of DNA nucleotides. For example, இந்த லெட்டர் இருக்கு இல்லையா, also called as genome editing. இதே மாதிரி டிஎன்ஏல லெட்டர்ஸ் லைனா இருக்கும், அந்த சீக்வன்ஸ் தான் ஜீன் அப்படின்னு. லைக் திஸ் கிவ்ஸ் அ மீனிங், ஆல்சோ கால்ட் அஸ் ஜீனோம் எடிட்டிங். ஒரு மீனிங் தர மாதிரி டிஎன்ஏலயும் அந்த சீக்வன்ஸ் ஒரு மீனிங் தரும். இஃப் யூ சேஞ்ச் த லெட்டர் இட் ரிசல்ட்ஸ் இன் கிராமட்டிக்கல் மிஸ்டேக்ஸ். அதே மாதிரி டிஎன்ஏலயும் சேஞ்ச் வந்துடுச்சுன்னா இட் ரிசல்ட்ஸ் இன் கிராமட்டிக்கல் எரர்ஸ். அப்ப அந்த கிராமட்டிக்கல் எரர்ஸ் நம்ம எப்படி கரெக்ட் பண்ணோம், எரேஸ் வச்சு நம்ம மாற்றோம் இல்லையா, அதே மாதிரி டிஎன்ஏல மாற்ற முடியுமா அப்படின்னு பண்ற ஒரு அட்டெம்ப்ட் தான் ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் இஸ் ஆல்சோ கால்ட் பை another term called as genome editing. குழம்பிடாதீங்க, ஜீன் எடிட்டிங்கும் ஜீனோம் எடிட்டிங்கும் வேற வேற கிடையாது, ரெண்டும் ஒண்ணுதான். ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் இஸ் ஆல்சோ called as genome editing. It's the same process. என்ன ஒரு சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள், ஒரு செங்கலை புடுங்குறோமா மொத்த பில்டிங் இடிக்கிறோமா? மொத்த பில்டிங் இடிச்ச ஜீனோம் எடிட்டிங், ஒரு செங்கல் மட்டும் எடுத்து விட்டோம்னா gene editing. It's all about the level of modification we attempt. Gene level la panna gene editing, genome level la panna genome editing, but it's all the same. But in this context, let me ask another question. What do you think is the link between transgenics and gene editing? Are they same or are they different? Is there any difference? Yes, it's technically there is a difference between both of them. Transgenics na enna? Usually the word trans அப்படின்னு வந்ததுன்னா சயின்ஸ்ல நான் சொல்றேன், டிரான்ஸ் வந்ததுன்னா அதுக்கு என்ன ஹிண்ட் நீங்க புரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா டிஃபரெண்ட்னு அர்த்தம். டிஃபரெண்ட், இட் மீன்ஸ் டிஃபரெண்ட். இப்போ டிரான்ஜெனிக்ஸ்னா என்னன்னா, இப்போ என்னோட பாடியில ஹியூமன் டிஎன்ஏ இருக்கு, ஐ பிலீவ். ஸோ வேற ஒரு அனிமலுடைய ஜீனை நான் கொண்டு வந்தேன்னா, என்னோட பாடியில் இன்டிகிரேட் பண்ணிட்டோம்னா, இட்ஸ் அ ஜீன் ஃப்ரம் another animal away from me. டிரான்ஜெனிக்ஸ்னா டிஃபரெண்ட்னு அர்த்தம். அப்போ now I hope you guys now understand what a transgenics is. Transgenicsனா என்னன்னா, addition of a foreign gene. Addition of a foreign gene is referred as transgenics. ஒரு ஃபாரின் ஜீனை ஆட் பண்ற அந்த ப்ராசஸ் தான் டிரான்ஜெனிக்ஸ்னு சொல்றாங்க. எக்ஸாம்பிள் பிடி காட்டன். பிடி காட்டன் இஸ் அ டிரான்ஜெனிக்ஸ். ஏன்னா காட்டன்ல இந்த பிடின்ற ஜீனே கிடையாது. இந்த பிடி அப்படின்ற ஜீன் ஒரு பாக்டீரியால இருக்கிறது. அந்த ஜீனை கொண்டு வந்து காட்டன்ல போட்டிருக்கோம் இல்லையா, அப்போது டிஃபரெண்ட் ஜீன் தானே. ஸோ இட் இஸ் டிரான்ஜெனிக்ஸ். அதனால தான் பிடி காட்டன் டிரான்ஜெனிக்ஸ் கிராப் அப்படின்னு. Gene from a different organism placed in another organism is called as transgenics. சார் அப்போ ஜீன் எடிட்டிங்னா என்ன சார்? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, டிரான்ஜெனிக்ஸ்ல எப்பவுமே அடிஷன் இருக்கணும். ஒரு ஜீனை இன்னொரு ஆர்கானிசத்துக்கு கொண்டு வந்த அடிஷன் இருக்கணும். ஜீன் எடிட்டிங்னா என்னன்னா டோட்டலி டிஃபரெண்ட். இட் மீன்ஸ் ரொம்ப சிம்பிளா என்னன்னா, இட் இஸ் அ டிங்கரிங் ஆஃப் அ ஜெனட்டிக் மெட்டீரியல். டிங்கரிங். The tinkering involves, it can be addition, removal or alteration. எது பண்ணாலும் it is called as gene editing. Addition பண்ணா மட்டும்னா transgenics. Only when added it is transgenics, but any such tinkering can be called as gene editing. So any addition of a gene, genetic material, removal or alteration is called as gene editing. Gene editing is not an easy task. It is not easy task. நம்ம வண்டி சர்வீஸ் விடும்போது ஏதோ ஒரு ரிப்பேர் சொல்றோம், திரும்ப வந்து பார்த்தா வேற ஏதோ பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. DNA is very very minute, so small. Going into a particular location, changing the particular sequence is not an easy task. So there are 3 basic tools that is required for gene editing. And the 3 tools என்னன்னா, restriction enzymes. So restriction enzymes எதுக்கு சார்? இப்போ DNA என்ன சொன்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள்? DNA is like this. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல நான் மாடிஃபை பண்ணணும்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நான் அதை கட் பண்ணணும். ஸோ ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் என்சைம்ஸோட ஃபங்க்ஷன் என்னன்னா கட்டிங் த டிஎன்ஏ. செகண்ட் வெக்டார்ஸ். வெக்டார்ஸ்னா யாரு சார்? இப்போ இங்க இருக்கிற ஜீனை கொண்டு போய் இங்க வைக்கணும்ல, நாம எப்படி ட்வீசர்ல கொண்டு போய் வைக்க முடியாது. கட்டிங் பிளேட் ட்வீசர்ல கொண்டு போய் டிஎன்ஏ வைக்க முடியாது. It needs a specific molecules to carry DNA. இந்த இடத்துல நம்ம கட் பண்ணிட்டு புதுசா டிஎன்ஏ கொண்டு வந்து வைக்கிறதுக்கு யாரை கொண்டு வந்து தரணும்ல, லைக் a carrier. அந்த கேரியரை தான் நம்ம வெக்டார்ஸ்னு சொல்றாங்க. வெக்டார்ஸ்னா யாருன்னா molecules that carry recombinant DNA. That carry recombinant DNA are called as vectors. யார் யாரெல்லாம் இந்த வெக்டார்ஸா இருக்க முடியும் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, வைரஸ் ஆர் மோஸ்ட் காமன்லி யூஸ். வைரஸ், பாக்டீரியா அண்ட் as well as fungi commonly used as vectors. Most commonly used. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கட் பண்றோம், ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் என்சைம்ஸ். செகண்ட் இதை கொண்டு வரும், வெக்டார்ஸ். தேர்ட் அதை ஒட்டணும் இல்லையா, திரும்ப ஃபைனலி ஜாயின் them together, ரைட்? அதுக்கு வர்றது தான் லைகேஸ். லைகேஸ்னா to join the DNA fragments. But if we ask, sir, how this all would have started, because this is also important from once again from UPSC perspective. Sir, இதெல்லாம் எப்படி ஆரம்பிச்சது சார்? ஜீன் எடிட்டிங்ன்றது எப்படி ஆரம்பிச்சதுன்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, it is from this fundamental simple fact that the scientists have discovered. என்ன ஃபண்டமெண்டல் ஃபேக்ட்னா, நம்மளோட செல்ஸ்ல எல்லாம் டிஎன்ஏ இருக்கு இல்லையா? இந்த டிஎன்ஏவை if accidentally you cut here, for example, DNA இருக்கு, accidentally இங்க கட் வந்துடுச்சு. This accidental cut is there. Now body என்ன பண்ணும்னா, now this is a risk for body. Whenever there is a cut in DNA, body immediately undergoes repair mechanisms to join it. இத ஜாயின் பண்ணதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணும்னா, பாடி ட்ரை பண்ணும். It immediately joins. சார் இது எப்படி எதை வச்சு சார் ஜாயின் பண்ணும் அப்படின்னும் பொழுது, it looks for ஓகே, ரொம்ப போறோம் இல்லையா? ஓகே, ஃபைன். சிம்பிள் பாயிண்ட் என்ன சொல்லலாம்னா, ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் இஸ் இன்ஸ்பயர்ட் ஃப்ரம், ஓகே, இது நான் இந்த ஐ திங்க் திஸ் வுட் பி a simplification of that. ஜீன் எடிட்டிங்கோட இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் எதுன்னா, the natural DNA repair mechanisms, the natural DNA repair mechanisms called as, அதுக்கு பேர் இருக்கு, அந்த பேரை மட்டும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. அதுதான் நான் சொல்ல வந்தேன், பட் then I felt it will be over the board. So called as homologous recombination. சரி, எல்லாம் கேட்க மாட்டாங்களா நினைக்காதீங்க. UPSC sometimes go crazy. called as homologous recombination. இதை மட்டும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க போதும். அப்போ நேச்சுரலாவே டிஎன்ஏ ஒரு கேப் இருந்துன்னா ஃபில் பண்ணுதுன்னு போது நாம யோசிக்கிறோம், அப்ப நாமளும் எதை ஒண்ணு கொண்டு வந்து வைக்கலாம் இல்லையா? Now that is the inspiration for the gene editing to begin. The natural DNA repair mechanisms called as homologous recombination is the inspiration for the gene editing. Now the next என்ன பார்க்கணும்னா, இதுல முக்கியமான ஒரு ஃபேக்டர் யாருன்னா, அந்த ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் என்சைம் நான் சொன்னேன் தெரியுமா, தட்ஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். எங்க கட் பண்றோம் அப்படின்றது. அப்படி பார்க்கும்போது காமன்லி யூஸ் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் என்சைம்ஸ் யாருன்னா, it includes zinc finger nucleases, ZFN சொல்லுவாங்க, ZFN, zinc finger nucleases, talents, mega nucleases. யூஸ்வலா யூபிஎஸ்ல கொஸ்டின் கேட்கறாங்க இல்லையா, they give certain 2 or 3 terms are associated with which of the following. அந்த மாதிரி மெகா நியூக்ளியேசஸ், ZFN, talents are associated with which of the following னா, ஒன்னு ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் ஆர் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் என்சைம்ஸ். அந்த இந்த கேட்டகரியில ரீசெண்டா ஆட் ஆனவங்க தான் CRISPR-Cas, the most well known enzymatic system widely used nowadays. CRISPR-Cas இந்த கேட்டகரியில வரவங்க தான். So the most commonly used restriction enzymes யாருன்னா இவங்க, zinc finger nucleases, talents, mega nucleases, and lastly CRISPR-Cas. Now the gene editing, have they been okay, I'll finish this and I'll come to that. Okay. Now why it was in the news, நம்ம அந்த எதுக்கு நியூஸ்ல இருந்தது நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்லைட்ல பாப்போம். நாம the next point என்னன்னா, gene editing உடைய uses என்ன, what are the benefits we get out of gene editing. Let's see that. One, இது 2 divisions la பார்க்கலாம். One research-க்கு, இன்னொன்னு clinical uses. Let's talk about research uses of gene editing. The first one, to make knockout models of disease. To make knockout models of disease. இப்போ ஒரு டிசீஸ் வருதுன்னா, அந்த டிசீஸ்க்கு ஒரு ஜீன் காரணமா இருக்குன்னா, we want to study that disease. அப்ப இவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, ஜீன் எடிட்டிங்ல அந்த டிசீஸ், அந்த ஜீனை டிசேபிள் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. இப்போ they will study இந்த செல் எப்படி டிசீஸ் ப்ராக்ரஸ் ஆகுது, நார்மல் செல்ல இருந்து ப்ராக்ரஸ் ஆகுதுல, they will study that, they will understand the disease more. அதுதான் என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா நாக் அவுட் மாடல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. knockout models of disease. Second, to study gene functions by altering them. Third, to create cell models of disease in human pluripotent stem cells. And the third and the fourth and the most important is, most often நம்ம ஹியூமன் ஆர்கன்ஸை டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பண்றதுக்கு பொட்டன்ஷியல் டோனர் இல்லாத பொழுது the next most suitable animal எதை சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா பிக் சொல்லுவாங்க. யூஸ்வலி இன்ஃபேக்ட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஹியூமன் ஹார்ட் டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் எந்த அனிமல் இருந்து எடுத்தாங்கன்னா பிக்ல இருந்தா எடுத்தாங்க. பட் இஃப் வி டேக் திஸ் heart from the pig, there is one problem. The one problem is they have a specific gene, galactouronidase என்ற ஒரு enzyme சொல்றாங்க. That is very very potently immunogenic. அது வந்தாலே நம்ம பாடி சொல்றேன், ஏய் நீ பிக்ல இருந்து ஏன் உள்ள கொண்டு வந்தேன், they attack that organ and disable that. ரெண்டு ப்ராப்ளம் பிக் டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்டேஷன் பண்றோம்னா ரெண்டு ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. Pig organ transplantation, I'm sorry. One, strong immunogenic effect. Immunogenic effect or immunogenic rejection. The organs will be rejected by our body. And the second and most important is, the pig also contains loads of virus within the DNA. அந்த பிக்ல இருக்கிற வைரஸ் வந்து நம்ம ஆர்கன் அது கொண்டு வரும்போது we also will get that viral disease. அப்ப என்ன பண்ணணும், அந்த வைரஸை டீஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணணும் before we do that. அந்த டீஆக்டிவேஷன் ஆஃப் வைரஸ்க்கும் we use gene editing. What are the clinical use? Clinical use of gene editing. Of course, used in gene therapy applications. Gene editing is used in gene therapy applications. இதற்கும் gene therapy applications பண்ணிருக்கோமா successfully? Yes, we have done already. Let me give you some examples. இந்த examples பாத்தீங்கன்னா examples of UPSC ல கேட்க மாட்டாங்க. இதற்கும் gene therapy ல என்ன பண்ணிருக்கோம் successfully அந்த மாதிரி கேட்பாங்க. Gene therapy can be potentially used for which of the following? இதற்கும் பண்ணதை வச்சே கூட क्वेश्चन கேட்கலாம். அப்படின்னும் பொழுது என்ன அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் இதற்கும் சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா பண்ணிட்டோம். First one, in 2014, disruption of HIV vulnerability gene in humans. Disruption of HIV-1, particularly HIV-1. Disruption of HIV-1 vulnerability gene in humans. என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா, இந்த ஜீனை டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்றது மூலமா HIV அவங்களுக்கு வராம ப்ரொடெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. If they disturb the gene, they don't get HIV. In 2014, it was successfully done. Then in second, 2017, gene therapy for Hunter's syndrome. Gene therapies for Hunter's syndrome. Hunter's syndrome is a genetic disorder, a rare genetic disorder. அதுக்குள்ள போக வேணாம், that's not necessary. அது ஒரு என்சைமோட டெஃபிஷியன்சினால அந்த டிசீஸ் வரும். தலை பெருசா இருக்கும், உதடுலாம் ரொம்ப பெருசா இருக்கும், நாக்கு துருத்திட்டு இருக்கும். I don't remember the comedy actor in Tamil movie, ரொம்ப குள்ளமா இருப்பாங்க அவங்க. இதை ரெஃபர் பண்ணும்போதே I immediately came across a picture of that person. Hunter's syndrome. It's a okay. வேணாம், sometimes I get சொல்லலாம் வேணாம், that's too much overload, வேணாம், that's not required. So second, gene therapy for Hunter's syndrome, that can be done. So அப்படி என்ன சொல்லலாம், Hunter's syndrome போது நீங்க என்ன புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம், gene editing has been successfully used for treating genetic diseases. அதுதான் அதோட லெசன். எப்பவுமே கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் இப்படி பாருங்க, ஸ்பெசிபிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் நம்ம பார்ப்போம், அது ஜெனரிக்கா மாத்துங்க. So gene editing has been successfully used to treat genetic diseases. Yes is the answer. Correct. It's a correct statement. And third, it is also used for T-cell immunotherapy. It is also used for T-cell immunotherapy. And last but not the least, in 2019, a Chinese researcher has rocked the world by gene editing of an embryo. 2019 ஹியூஜ் இன்டோ நீங்க கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க. 2019ல ஓகே ஒரு சின்ன ஸ்டோரி அவ்வளவுதான். அது இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் என்னன்னா எம்ப்ரியோ எடிட்டிங் வாஸ் சக்சஸ்ஃபுல். அதுதான் பாயிண்ட். மதர் வந்து HIV இன்ஃபெக்டட். இந்த ஹியூஜ் இன்டோன்றவர் என்ன பண்ணிருக்காரு, அவங்களுடைய எக் எடுத்து ஃபெர்டிலைஸ் பண்ணி அந்த ஜைகாட் என்ன பண்ணிருக்காரு, ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் பண்ணிட்டு HIVக்கு எது எதுலாம் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிளோ அதெல்லாம் டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணிட்டாரு. யூஸ் CRISPR Cas. இதை வந்து எம்ப்ரியோ எடிட்டிங் இஸ் நாட் அலவுட். இட் இஸ் எத்திக்கலி அக்கார்டிங் டு மெடிக்கல் எத்திக்ஸ் இட் இஸ் ப்ரொஹிபிட்டட். பட் என்ன பண்ணிட்டார், அதை செஞ்சது மட்டும் இல்லாம சக்சஸ் வந்துச்சுன்னா they usually destroy that embryo. இது என்ன பண்ணிட்டா, it allowed to grow and it gave birth to two beautiful girl child and they were not known to have HIV at all. So he was successful. But அதுக்கப்புறம் அவர் எந்த ஜெயில இருக்காரு, nobody knows where he was. China obviously, right? There was a huge backlash after this successful experiment, but it proved that embryo editing that got rid of HIV-1 have also been successful. 2019 இது நடந்தது. ஓகே, ஸோ இதெல்லாம் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம் ஜீன் எடிட்டிங். இந்த எது கான்டெக்ட்ல பேசுறோம் அப்படின்னா, gene edited beef cattle. Gene edited beef cattle was allowed by FDA, Food and Drug Administration of US. இதை டிசைன் பண்ண கம்பெனி பேர் என்னன்னா Reconnect, a US company. இந்த அதாவது என்னன்னா, they have taken a US cattle and they did gene editing to make it to have short, slick hair coats in the body. அதாவது இந்த எருமைக்கு ரொம்ப பெரிய முடி இல்லாம ரொம்ப குறைவான முடி இருக்கிற அளவுக்கு ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. டு ஹாவ் a short and slick hair coats on that skin. எதுக்காக அப்படின்னும் பொழுது this helps in heat resistance. யாரு ஒருத்தவங்களுக்கு முடி குறைவா இருக்கோ they are better suited to grow in hot conditions, which helps them to grow better. பெருசா வளர்ந்தாங்கன்னா மீட் ப்ரொடக்ஷனும் அதிகமாகுது. ஸோ என்ன சிம்பிளா பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா, ஷார்ட் slick coats gives to heat resistance, which in turn gives rise to higher meat production. இதுதான் சிம்பிள் ஜீன் எடிட்டிங்ல அவங்க ட்ரை பண்ணியிருக்கிறது. பட் இந்த மாதிரி பிக்ல கேட்டல ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் பண்ணது அப்ரூவ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. இஸ் தேர் எனி அதர் அப்ரூவ்டு ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் ஆல்ரெடி இன் த மார்க்கெட்? எஸ், தேர் ஆர் ஆல்சோ அதர் genetically modified organisms that are already in the market. Let's say few points about them also. Sinna, once again, like a short points madri. First one, let's say about GM soya. Genetically modified soya. இதுக்கு பிளான்ட்லயே ரொம்ப அதிகமான அளவு ஜெனட்டிக்லி மாடிஃபைடு அண்ட் கமர்ஷியலைஸ் கேட்டீங்கன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சோயா தான் சொல்லணும். எக்ஸ்டென்சிவ்லி ஜெனட்டிக்லி மாடிஃபைட். இந்த ஜெனட்டிக்லி மாடிஃபைட் என்னென்ன கேரக்டர்ஸ் வந்திருக்குன்னா, கிளைபாசேட் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ். ஜிஎம் சோயான்னு சொல்றோம் தெரியுமா, அது எது எதுக்கெல்லாம் ஜெனட்டிக் எடிட்டிங் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா, 1 கிளைபாசேட் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஐம் டாக்கிங் அபவுட் ஜெனட்டிக்லி மாடிஃபைட் சோயா. glyphosate resistance, glyphosate என்னன்னு தெரியும் இல்லையா? what do you okay, sometimes I take it for granted. glyphosate அப்படின்றது it's a weedicide. weedicide வீடுன்னு சொல்றோம் இல்லையா, நம்ம கிராப் வளரும்போது சைடுல வளர வீடு இருக்கு தெரியுமா, அந்த வீடை கில் பண்றதுக்கு அப்ளை பண்ற கெமிக்கலை தான் weedicide. glyphosate is a weedicide. Glyphosate resistance, drought resistance, higher oil content. இப்போ நான் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்கேன்னா, ஜிஎம் சோயாவுடைய ஸ்பெசிபிக் ஜெனடிக் மாடிஃபிகேஷன்ஸ் உங்களுக்கு சொல்லியிருக்கேன். ஒன்ஸ் அகைன் இதுவும் ஜெனரிக்கா பாருங்க, என்ன கேரக்டர்ஸ்லாம் ஜெனடிக் மாடிஃபிகேஷன்ல கொண்டு வர முடியும்னு கொஸ்டின் கேட்கலாம். which among the following can be successfully done through genetic engineering of crops? It all can be done. Resistance to weeds, drought resistance. So இந்த மாதிரி கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் மட்டும் நீங்க எப்படி பார்க்கணும்னா, ஸ்பெசிபிக் கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் ஜெனரிக்கா கன்வெர்ட் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க. அதை ஜெனரிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷனா பாருங்க. பிகாஸ் யூபிஎஸ்சி கொஸ்டின்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஜெனரிக்கா தான் வரும். ஆனா நம்ம கிளாஸ் ஜெனரிக்கா அப்படி எடுக்க முடியாது. நம்ம இந்த கான்டெக்ட்டை வச்சு தான் ஜெனரிக்கா பார்க்கணும். ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ சி திஸ் டாபிக் ஜெனரிக்கலி. ஸோ ஜிஎம் சோயா. The next, let's say about GM salmon. GM salmon ஏன் கொண்டு வந்தாங்க அப்படின்னா, the most palatable, ரொம்ப டேஸ்டா இருக்கக்கூடிய the most palatable salmon என்னன்னா Pacific salmon. The most tastiest form of salmon is Pacific salmon, but it grows very slowly. It takes about 4 to 5 years to mature. நீங்க ஒரு fish farm வச்சீங்கன்னா 4 to 5 years வச்ச அப்புறமா தான் நீங்க அது ஈல்டே வர வைக்க முடியும். அப்ப அதை ஃபாஸ்ட் க்ரோ பண்றதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணாங்க, they have taken Chinook's salmon. Chinook salmonல இருக்கிற ஜீனை எடுத்து என்ன பண்ணாங்க, பசிபிக் சால்மனுக்கு டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஸோ ஜிஎம் சால்மன் இதுதான் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. தென் ஆல்சோ ஜிஎம் கார்ன் அண்ட் ஜிஎம் பிக். ஓகே, ஜிஎம் பிக் மட்டும் ஒரே ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சொல்லிடுறேன். ஜிஎம் பிக் யூஸ்வலா எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா, இட் இஸ் கால்ட் அஸ் கேல் சேஃப் பிக்ஸ். The GM pig is also called as gal safe pigs, used for experimental organ transplantations. So ஏற்கனவே இதெல்லாம் சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா பண்ணிட்டாங்க. இட்ஸ் நத்திங் நியூ. இப்போ வந்த கான்டெக்ட் என்னன்னா, beef cattle have also been successfully genetically modified. அது என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அதோட ஹேர்ஸ் ஷார்ட்டா இருக்கும், which helps in heat resistance, which further helps in higher meat production. Okay, now coming to India, has you know what other genetically modified crops are already allowed? BT cotton, yes, BT cotton. BT cotton gives what? Pesticide resistance. Then BT brinjal இருக்கு. அந்த அதோட முக்கியமான கேரக்டர்ஸ் என்ன, கேரக்டர்ஸ் இஸ் ஆடட் இந்த ஜெனடிக் ஜீன் எடிட்டிங் நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். ரொம்ப இல்லைனாலும் you need to know basic. BT brinjal ஏற்கனவே நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, glyphosate resistance. Glyphosate resistance. Glyphosate என்னன்னு சொன்னேன், weedicide. Yes. Then now, which is also been recently in the news, right? BT mustard. Enna who allowed, which organization was involved with that BT? GM mustard, BT mustard illa. I'm sorry, I was carried away. GM mustard, BT mustard illa. GEAC in the organization, correct? So third one, அதை பத்தி சொல்லிடுறேன், GM mustard. So GM mustard என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா, they use Barnstar and Barnase system. Barnstar and Barnase system. Yes, இது மட்டும் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா எதை சொல்லியிருக்கீங்க, Barnstar, BARNSTAR, Barnstar and Barnase, BARNASE, Barnase system. சரி, எதுக்கு சார் யூஸ் பண்ணாங்க? ஒன்ஸ் அகைன் நான் ரொம்ப டீட்டெயிலா போகல, ஹிண்ட் so that இது டாபிக் ஏதாவது வந்துன்னா நீங்க கெஸ் பண்ண முடியும் ஆன்சர். ஓகே, இது எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க இந்த GM மஸ்டர்ட்லனா, it is used to prevent self pollination. To prevent self pollination. GM மஸ்டர்டோட பிரச்சனை செல்ஃப் பாலினேஷன். வைல்டு மஸ்டர்டோட ப்ராப்ளமே என்னன்னா, இந்த நார்மலான மஸ்டர்ட் கடுகு இல்லையா, அது செல்ஃப் பாலினேட் பண்ணிப்பாங்க. செல்ஃப் பாலினேட் ஆகிறதுனால என்ன சார் பிரச்சனை அப்படின்னா, புதுசா நீங்க பிரீடு கிரியேட் பண்ண முடியாது. இருக்கிற பிரீடை தான் யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும், பிகாஸ் செல்ஃப் பாலினேட் ஆயிடுறாங்க. ஒரு பிரீடு கிரியேட் பண்ணணும், புது வகையான பிரீடு கிரியேட் பண்ணணும்னா அவங்களுடைய செல்ஃப் பாலினேஷனை ஸ்டாப் பண்ணணும். அது ஸ்டாப் பண்றதுக்கு கொண்டு வர சிஸ்டம் தான் இந்த பார்ன்ஸ்டார் அண்ட் பார்னேஸ் சிஸ்டம். என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, டு பிரிவென்ட் செல்ஃப் பாலினேஷன் ஆஃப் மஸ்டர்ட். அப்போ இது மூலமா என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, திஸ் வில் ஹெல்ப் இன் கிரியேட்டிங் மோர் டிஃபரெண்ட் ஹை yielding breeds. இது டிஃபரெண்ட் breed கிடையாது, இட் ப்ரொவைட்ஸ் வே ஃபார் கிரியேஷன் ஆஃப் அதர் ஹை yielding varieties of mustard. Okay. But which organization was involved with this? Giving approval for seed trial, not commercial release. Correct? நீங்க நியூஸ் பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. Only seed trial of GM mustard was allowed, not commercial release. ஒரு controlled plotsல restricted environmentல நீங்க ட்ரை பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. Which organization? GEAC, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee. Approval appraisal committee. Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, regulated under EPA 1986, Environment Protection Act 1986. Okay. Let's talk about the next one. In the terminology based question வர வாய்ப்பு நிறைய இருக்கு. With this term, this phrase is associated with which of the following இந்த மாதிரி question. அப்படின்னும்போது M2E அப்படின்ற ஒரு term. M2E அப்படின்னா என்ன? Probably I will try to find a way. இத PDF உங்களுக்கு ஷேர் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்றேன். ஆனா இந்த ஷார்ட் வெர்ஷன்ல நம்ம கிளாஸ்ல சொல்றத நோட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உங்களோட ரிவிஷனுக்கு ஈஸியா இருக்கும். So let me say very few short and direct points. M2 na enna? It is a surface protein of influenza A virus, A and B virus. Surface protein of influenza A and B virus. என்ன ஸ்பெஷல் அதுல அப்படின்னும்பொழுது the speciality about this M2E protein, அதோட ஸ்பெஷாலிட்டி என்ன அப்படின்னா, it is a conserved protein domain. It's a conserved protein domain of the virus. Conserved protein domain. இதோட யூஸ் என்னன்னு உங்களுக்கு நான் இப்ப சொல்றது உங்களுக்கு ஈஸியா புரியுது. So M2E ஓட சிக்னிஃபிகன்ஸ் என்ன? What is M2E? It is a surface protein of influenza A and B. What is its uniqueness? It is a conserved protein domain of this virus. Sir, என்ன சார் யூனிக்னஸ்? இதோட ஓகே சார், இதோட கான்சிக்வன்ஸ் என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, the consequences, நம்ம யூஷுவலாவே இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸாக்கு வேக்சின் டெவலப் பண்ணுவோம். பட் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸா வேக்சின்ஸ் ஆர் ஒன்லி சீசனலி எஃபெக்டிவ். இந்த வருஷம் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸாவோட ஸ்ட்ரெயினுக்கு இந்த வருஷம் 2-3 மாசத்துல வேக்சின் கிரியேட் பண்ணி ரோல் அவுட் பண்ணுவாங்க. இந்த வேக்சின் அடுத்த வருஷம் யூஸ்லெஸ். So influenza vaccines are seasonally effective, only seasonally effective. ஏன் நீங்க கேட்கலாம், ஏன் சார்? பிகாஸ் இந்த வருஷம் வர இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சா வைரஸும் அடுத்த வருஷம் வர இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சா வைரஸும் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். நம்ம எப்படி கோவிட்ல டிஃப்ரெண்ட் கோவிட் வைரஸ் வேரியன்ஸ் நம்ம பார்த்தோம். அதை விட அதிகமான அளவு வேரியேஷன் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சா A and B will undergo. So we can never have a permanent vaccine for influenza. So இதுக்கு அர்த்தம் என்னன்னா, constant genetic recombination. Constant genetic recombination make influenza vaccine challenging. Constant genetic recombination. Makes influenza vaccine challenging. இந்த வருஷம் வேக்சின் அடுத்த வருஷம் யூஸ் ஆகுது. அப்போ என்ன சயின்டிஸ்ட் பாக்குறாங்கன்னா, ஏதாவது ஒரு வேக்சின் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸா டெவலப் பண்ண முடியாதா? இந்த வேக்சின் எப்படி இருக்கணும்னா எல்லா வருஷத்துக்கு யூஸ் பண்ண மாதிரி இருக்கணும் போது நம்ம எதை பார்க்கணும்னா கன்சர்வ்டு ரீஜனை பார்க்கணும், நாட் a வேரியபிள் ரீஜன். ஸோ அப்படி பார்க்கும்போது we come across what is called as M2E. So M2E is a conserved protein domain of the virus. அப்போ இதோட யூட்டிலிட்டி, இதோட பெனிஃபிட் என்னன்னா, this M2E protein can be used to create universal influenza vaccine. It can be used to create universal influenza vaccine. இப்போ கிரியேட் பண்றது அடுத்த வருஷமும் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம், even after years longer. So that is the significance of this M2E. There are other information also which I'm skipping, but I've given in the PDF. So let's move to the next one. The next important is microplastics found in the human blood. A very startling discovery, a very dangerous discovery. Microplastics found in the human blood. Let's say a few points about this. Micro அப்படி நம்ம சொல்லும் பொழுது, this is the way we write it. Micrometer is a size where we estimate microorganisms. 2 micrometer, 3 micrometer, bacteria would a size சொல்லுவோம். But don't get misdirected. Microplastics does not mean this. Microplastics is in the unit of only millimeter. இந்த இடத்துல யூஸ்வலா மிஸ்டேக் நடக்கும். Microplastics in யார சொல்லுவோம்னா, microplastics are plastics which are less than 5 millimeters. Microplasticsனால அது மைக்ரோமீட்டர்ல இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. இந்த இடத்துல மிஸ்டேக் நடக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. Microplastics are யாருன்னா, plastics which are lesser than 5 millimeter. In terms of inches, we can call it as 0.2 inches. நிறைய சமயம் இந்த மைக்ரோபிளாஸ்டிக்ஸ் பத்தி சில வெப்சைட்ல பார்க்கும்போது மைக்ரோபிளாஸ்டிக்ஸ் ஆர் ப்ரொடியூஸ்டு நேச்சுரலி அண்ட் ஹியூமன் மேடுன்னுவாங்க. தட் இஸ் ஃபண்டமெண்டலி ராங். ஏன்னா பிளாஸ்டிக்ஸ்னாலே மனுஷன் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணதுதான். வெதர் வாட் எவர் இட் இஸ், plastics are always human made. It doesn't occur in nature. அப்போ microplastics are all human made only. There is nothing called as natural production of plastics. சார் அப்போ ரெண்டு டைப் மைக்ரோபிளாஸ்டிக் சொல்றாங்களா, அது எப்படி சார் ரீகன்சைல் பண்றது அப்படின்னும் போது, எஸ், there are 2 types of microplastics. True. What is it? Microplastics are basically 2 types. Primary microplastics, secondary microplastics. இது வந்து ஹியூமன் மேடு, நேச்சுரல் கிடையாது. This is not that. That is wrong. So primary na enna? This is a microplastics released into the environment ready-made. Let's take for example, நம்ம toothpaste la சின்ன சின்ன granules பார்த்திருக்கீங்க இல்லையா? That is nothing but microplastics. Facial scrub, அவங்க வந்து வெட்டி வேறு தூள் பண்ணி போட்டிருக்கோம், சால்ட் போட்டிருக்கோன்றாங்க. கொஞ்சம் சால்ட் தான், மிச்சது எல்லாமே மைக்ரோபிளாஸ்டிக்ஸ் தான். That is cheaper. So microplastics டைரக்டா மைக்ரோபிளாஸ்டிக்ஸாவே மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணி அதை நம்ம என்விரான்மெண்டல் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணோம் தெரியுமா? தட் இஸ் கால்ட் as primary microplastic. So primary microplastics என்னன்னா, it is released in its microplastic format directly. It is released in the microplastic format directly. பொதுவா இது யாரு காரணம்னா, cosmetics or we can say personal care products. Personal care products is a major source of primary microplastics. Second, இவங்க எப்படின்னா மைக்ரோபிளாஸ்டிக்ஸா நம்ம ரிலீஸ் பண்றது கிடையாது, பிளாஸ்டிக்ஸா நம்ம டம்ப் பண்றோம். Now that gets degraded into smaller size. அவங்க மைக்ரோபிளாஸ்டிக்ஸா மாறுறாங்க, கரெக்டா? Now that is called as secondary microplastics. So secondary microplastics na என்னன்னா, broken down plastics in the environment. ஏற்கனவே இருக்கிற பெரிய பிளாஸ்டிக்ஸ் தூள் தூளாகி சின்னதா ஆவறாங்க தெரியுமா? Now that is called as secondary microplastics. The next point, இந்த broken downக்கு முக்கியமா யாரு சார் ஹெல்ப் பண்றாங்கன்னும் போது, UV radiation. How this breakdown happens means UV radiation and the oceanic wave movement. UV radiation and the oceanic wave movement are the necessary forces that breaks the macroplastics into microplastics. Now, the microplastics naal enna prachana sir? What are the problems associated with the microplastics? Let's see that. The first problem, it undergo biomagnification. What are the problems associated with the microplastics? It can undergo biomagnification. Biomagnification process உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும் நினைக்கிறேன், என்விரான்மெண்ட்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு பேசிக் கான்செப்ட். It can undergo biomagnification. Second, its consumption by marine species. The marine species in the plastic consume பண்ணாங்கன்னா அது digest ஆகாது because it's plastic. The plastic என்ன ஆகும்னா it gets lodged and accumulated in the vital organs like a liver, like a gills, it gets accumulated there. So accumulation in vital organs of marine species. Then the plastics இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த chemicals slowly will leach, and when the chemicals leach out into these organisms, it can cause cytotoxicity, immune and reproductive complications. Particularly microplastics la ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு dangerous component இருக்கு. It's called as it's actually called as endocrine disrupting chemicals. Okay, now இது சொல்லி முடிக்கிறதுக்குள்ள எனக்கு I get heated. So I just wanted to say that associated with this நான் சொல்றேன் நான். So next impact is it can also accumulate harmful pollutants on its surface and leach them slowly. Plasticsல என்ன ஆகும்னா மத்த harmful pollutants can lodge. It acts as a absorbing surface for harmful pollutants. It also affects non-marine species. இது marine species மட்டும் கிடையாது, it also affects non-marine species such as birds and humans. And from human perspective, it can stick to red blood cells and impairs oxygen transport. The microplastics in the blood, it can stick to RBC and impairs oxygen transport. It is also even found in placenta of pregnant women. It is also found in placenta of the pregnant women. Polychlorinated biphenyls. நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா harmful pollutants பிளாஸ்டிக்ல இருக்குன்னு சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, அந்த harmful pollutant முக்கியமான எக்ஸாம்பிள் நான் சொல்றேன். polychlorinated biphenyls, PCB ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. PCB இதோட முக்கியமான ஒரு இம்பாக்ட் என்னன்னு சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா, it is commonly called as an endocrine disrupting chemical. Endocrine disrupting chemical. Polychlorinated biphenyls. இவங்க ஒரு பிளாஸ்டிக் பேஸ்டு ப்ராடக்ட் தான் polychlorinated biphenyls. ஆனா இவங்க உடம்புக்குள்ள போயிட்டாங்கன்னா அவங்க ஹார்மோன் மாதிரி ஆக்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருவாங்க. எண்டோக்ரைன் டிஸ்டர்பிங் கெமிக்கல்ஸ். ஸோ பர்டிகுலர் எந்த ஹார்மோன் சார்? ஈஸ்ட்ரோஜன். இட் மிமிக்ஸ் ஈஸ்ட்ரோஜன் ஹார்மோன். This polychlorinated biphenyls is known to mimic hormone functions, particularly estrogen. அதுதான் இந்த இடத்துல மீன் பண்ண. Okay. Now, why it was in the news? According to a recent study conducted in Netherlands, it was found that microplastics are found in 80% of blood samples. So, point enna, in 2020, UNEP have released a global memorandum requesting all the nations to care for microplastic pollution in their oceans. 2020 la UNEP ad initiate pannanga. But not only the world oceans, our own oceans, which is nothing but the blood, is known to have the microplastics within them, and that has been evident, that has been proved through evidence. 80% of the volunteers they tested, healthy volunteers, known to have microplastics. இல்ல இன்னொரு பாயிண்ட் என்ன முக்கியம்னா, எந்த மாதிரியான பிளாஸ்டிக்ஸ் அதிகமா அவங்க டிஸ்கவர் பண்ணாங்க நம்மளோட பெட் பிளாஸ்டிக். பெட்டுனா தெரியும் நினைக்கிறேன் உங்களுக்கு. பாலி எத்திலின் terephthalate is the abbreviation for PET, polyethylene terephthalate, the most commonly used plastic material. PET plastic is found highest in the blood, followed by polystyrene. You know, second I got struck. Polyethylene terephthalate is what also commonly called as polyester. இதைதான் நம்ம பாலியஸ்டர்னு சொல்றோம். PET's common name is polyester. So PET plastic is most abundantly found in the human blood. next by polystyrene. Okay, so let's move on to the space technology related current affairs. Okay, the first one that we will take up is evidence of water on lunar surface. The first one is evidence of water on lunar surface. Let's talk about this first. Once again, in the PDF நான் உங்களுக்கு மெயில் அனுப்ப சொல்றேன். Only short notes. Evidence of water நம்ம பேசுறோம்னா what form of water we are talking about? It is நம்ம earthல பார்த்தோம்னா earth is usually in the form of liquid water and ice, crystal format. It is in the crystallized and the liquid state that we have water. But what about that state that we have water present in the lunar surface? So in lunar surface, water is found in bounded form. First, it is not a free water. Water in moon is found in bounded format. நம்ம இங்க இருக்கிற மாதிரி ஆறு மாதிரி ஓடுறது கிடையாது. It is always bound with the lunar particles, bounded form. இதுதான் என்னன்னு சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா called as hygroscopic water. This is called as hygroscopic water. Next, in what other chemical state that the water is found on the moon? அப்படின்னும்போது both H2O as well as in the form of hydroxyl molecules, OH. Water in the moon is found in both H2O as well as hydroxyl state. First, what evidence of the water on the moon and the water என்ன ஸ்டேட்ல இருக்குன்னு first நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். It is not like the liquid water flowing in the earth. It is only found in the bounded form. And the bounded form of the chemical state என்னன்னா both H2O as well as OH, hydroxyl molecules. So what are the sources? இது எப்படி சார் வருது? How this water would have been formed in the moon surface போது the largest source of water found in the moon surface is solar wind. Solar wind. Second, impacts of asteroids and comets. Asteroids and comets also bring water with them. அவங்க மூணுல இம்பாக்ட் பண்றாங்க இல்லையா, that is also source of water. Asteroid and comet impacts. And three, it is also believed that about 35% of water may be derived from the lunar interior mantle. 35% of water may have been derived from lunar's interior mantle. But the அதிகமான percentage யாருன்னா solar wind. Solar wind constitutes the largest source of water. சார் எப்படி சார் சோலார் விண்டுக்கும் வாட்டரும் நீங்க கனெக்ட் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னா, சோலார் விண்ட் பிரிங்ஸ் ஹைட்ரஜன். ஹைட்ரஜன் என்ன பண்ணுது, அவ்வளோ எனர்ஜெட்டிக் ஹைட்ரஜன் லூனார் சர்ஃபேஸை இம்பாக்ட் பண்ணும்போது இட் இன்டராக்ட்ஸ் வித் தி ஹைட்ராக்சைடு மாலிக்யூல்ஸ் இன் த லூனார் சர்ஃபேஸ் கிரியேட்டிங் வாட்டர். ஸோ சோலார் விண்ட் இஸ் த லார்ஜஸ்ட் சோர்ஸ் ஆஃப் லூனார் வாட்டர் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. ஸோ வாட் ஆர் தி எவிடன்சஸ் இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டு சி? இது வரைக்கும் நம்ம என்ன எவிடன்ஸ் இதுக்கு வச்சிருக்கோம் அப்படின்னும் போது 3 மேஜர் எவிடன்சஸ் we will say. Evidence of water on the moon ன்னு சொன்னோம்னா 3 evidence. The first one called as M3. M3 na moon mineralogy mapper. M3 moon mineralogy mapper. This is an NASA's instrument but was carried along Chandrayaan-1. Chandrayaan-1 என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, in the payload they also have carried what is called as moon mineralogy mapper. நம்ம பொதுவா என்ன சொல்லுவோம்னா Chandrayaan 1 was instrumental in discovering water on the lunar surface நம்ம படிச்சிருப்போம். Chandrayaan 1 is when we had the first discovery of water on the moon. ஆனா இத பண்ணது இன்ஹெரண்டா நாம கிடையாது, நாம கொண்டு போன NASA equipment. Now that is moon mineralogy mapper 2008. Second discovery comes with respect to what is called as SOFIA. SOFIA, SOFIA, which stands for Strategic Observatory for Infrared Astronomy. It is a NASA mission. That also discovered existence of water. அது என்ன அமௌண்ட்ன்றதுலாம் ரொம்ப நீங்க as I said earlier, we don't have much time now. We have to go as fast as possible. SOFIA. And third, it was in the news. The third evidence came from Chang'e 5 lunar lander. Chang'e 5 lunar lander. It also discovered water in the lunar soil. So that we have three concrete scientific evidence. One from moon mineralogy mapper, second from SOFIA, and third from Chang'e 5 lunar lander. Usually, whenever we look at this extraterrestrial surfaces, may it be Mars, let it be moon, we always look for two substances. இந்த மாதிரி எக்ஸ்ட்ரா டெரஸ்ட்ரியல் சர்ஃபேசஸ் ரெண்டு விஷயத்துக்காக பார்க்குறோம். ஒன், presence of water. Two, presence of methane. The main reason is because both precludes the existence of present or the past life. Whether the presence of water and the presence of methane, ரெண்டுமே பார்க்கிறோம். Whenever we look at these planets, we look at both of this singly or together because it's an existence of present or the past life. Okay. The next, let's talk about a phenomenon called as atmospheric drag on satellites. Atmospheric drag on satellites, இத பத்தி பார்க்கலாம். என்ன நியூஸ் இது அப்படின்றது. Usually, I hope that you would have studied about different orbits in the space called as low Earth orbit, polar orbit, geosynchronous orbit, geostationary orbit. இந்த மாதிரி ஆர்பிட் நீங்க படிச்சிருப்பீங்க நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இதுல முக்கியமா நம்மளோட கன்சர்ன் இங்க எதுக்கு வருதுன்னா லோ எர்த் ஆர்பிட்டை பத்தி பார்க்க போறோம். லோ எர்த் ஆர்பிட், LEO. லோ எர்த் ஆர்பிட் அப்படின்றது பாத்தீங்கன்னா இட் இஸ் யூஸ்வலி வித் an altitude between 200 to 2000 kilometers. இந்த ஹைட் ரேஞ்ச் தான் நம்ம லோ எர்த் ஆர்பிட் சொல்றோம். Anywhere from 2000 to 200 to 2000 kilometers is referred as low earth orbit. So low earth orbit ஓட முக்கியமான அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் என்ன அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா meteorological satellites. Most commonly LEO is used for meteorological satellites. Military satellites. Spy satellites ன்னு சொல்றோம் தெரியுமா, அவங்க எல்லாருமே LEO-ல தான் இருப்பாங்க. Spy satellites or military satellites, meteorological applications, spy satellites, remote sensing satellites. Remote sensing satellites. 4, urban planning satellites. இந்த LEO-ல இதெல்லாம் நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். இந்த மாதிரியான சேட்டலைட்ஸ்லாம் லான்ச் பண்ண முடியும். And the last but not the least, communication satellites. நம்ம பொதுவாவே நீங்க என்ன படிச்சிருப்பீங்கன்னா கம்யூனிகேஷன் சேட்டலைட் பொதுவா எந்த ஆர்பிட்ல கொண்டு போய் வைப்பாங்க, ஜியோ ஸ்டேஷனரி ஆர்பிட்ஸ். பொதுவா ஜியோ ஸ்டேஷனரி ஆர்பிட்ஸ்ல யூஸ்வலா பிளேஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. பட் இட் டசன்ட் மீன் that is the only suitable orbit. Low Earth orbit is also suitable for communication satellites. அதுதான் இந்த நியூஸோட கான்டெக்ஸ்ட். ஓகே, லோ எர்த் ஆர்பிட் பத்தி சில பேசிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் என்ன அப்படின்றத பார்த்தோம். நவ் லெட்ஸ் see about geomagnetic storm. Geomagnetic stormனா என்னன்னு பார்த்துட்டு we will see what is called as atmospheric drag. What is a geomagnetic storm means? In sun நினைச்சுங்க, in sun there are formation of what is called as sunspots, the violent regions on the solar surface, sunspots. Now sunspots can result in a phenomenon called as coronal mass ejection. ரெண்டு மேக்னெட், ஸ்ட்ராங் மேக்னெட்டை பக்கத்துல வச்சுக்கோங்க, நீங்க கையில ஹோல்ட் பண்ணணும்னு வைங்க. ஸ்ட்ராங் மேக்னெட் எவ்வளவு நேரம் தான் நீங்க ஹோல்ட் பண்ண முடியும்? அட் அ பாயிண்ட் யூ ஹேவ் டு கிவ் இட் அப். அதே மாதிரி தான் சோலார் சர்ஃபேஸ்லயும் இந்த சன்ஸ்பாட் வந்து வெரி மேக்னெட்டிக். இட் cannot be hold like that. At one point it will erupt. அப்படி எரப்ட் ஆகுது தெரியுமா? That violent eruption is called as coronal mass ejection. எப்படி ஒரு பாண்ட்ல பெரிய கல்லு போட்டா இருக்கிற வாட்டர்லாம் ஸ்பிளாஷ் பண்ணுமோ, அதே மாதிரி when this happens, when the sunspot erupts, it also results in formation of solar storm. இததான் solar storm னு சொல்றாங்க. In fact, solar storm was highly reported in the beginning years of this year. January, February, March la pathina solar storm was so much reported in the news. Every once in a week, every 2 or 3 times in a month there was solar storm event reported. அப்படி நடந்த ஒரு ஈவெண்ட் தான் நம்ம இப்ப பார்க்க போறோம். சோ நாம என்ன பார்க்கறோம்னா சீக்வென்ஸ் ஆஃப் விஷயத்தை பார்க்கறோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் sunspots or magnetically reconnected regions. நான் அது சொல்லல, once again நான் ரொம்ப உள்ள போக வேணாம் நினைச்சனால I'm cutting short that. The sunspots are magnetic reconnected regions which when erupted results in coronal mass ejection. Coronal mass ejection when enters the space, அது ஸ்பேஸ்ல வரும்போது it forms solar storm. solar storm என்னன்னா இப்போ எப்படி ஒரு பல்ப் இங்க வச்சனா எல்லா சைடும் லைட் போற மாதிரி சன்னை சுத்தி இது solar storm will go. நம்ம earth இருக்கு இல்லையா? So when the solar storm reaches earth, it results in geomagnetic storm. So இது மூணு தனித்தனி ஈவெண்ட். Sunspots resulting in coronal mass ejection, coronal mass ejection giving rise to solar storm. Solar storm usually affects everyone. It affects every planet. It affects space, climate. But when it affects earth, நம்ம earth-ஓட magnetic field-ல அவங்க வந்தாங்கன்னா, அந்த solar storm hit பண்ணாங்கன்னா, நீங்க I think there is one movie also, Fantastic Four ஒரு படம் இருக்கு இல்லையா, அதுல காமிச்சிருப்பாங்க இந்த சீன். So geomagnetic storm is when the magnetic field of the earth is influenced by the solar storm. Now what are the impacts of the solar magnetic storm? So இது வந்தா என்ன சார் ஆகும்? What are the impacts of geomagnetic storm? நிறைய impact இருக்கு. We'll see one by one. Geomagnetic storm என்னன்னா, it brings two things. That intense storm coming towards the earth to all other planets, right? ரெண்டு விஷயத்தை கூட கொண்டு வருதுங்க. ஒன்னு ஹீட், ரெண்டாவது ரேடியேஷன். ரெண்டுத்தையும் அது கொண்டு வருது. அப்போ ஹீட்டும் ரேடியேஷனும் அவங்க கொண்டு வராங்கன்னா என்னென்னலாம் நம்மளோட அட்மாஸ்பியர்ல அவங்க கிரியேட் பண்ண முடியும்? What and all it can cause changes in our atmosphere. அதை ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. Solar storm when it comes, it brings heat as well as radiation. First one, it causes intense currents in the magnetosphere. இது வந்து என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா bow event ன்னு வாங்க. It creates a bow event in the earth's magnetosphere. Second, it causes changes in the radiation belts of the earth. Now we can't say much about it. நான் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் மட்டும் நேம் போட்டுறேன், நீங்க போய் ரெஃபர் பண்ணுங்க. there are two radiation belts in our Earth called as Van Allen radiation belt. These Van Allen radiation belts are influenced by this geomagnetic storm. Third, it causes changes in the ionosphere and the upper atmosphere as well. It causes intense changes in the ionosphere and the upper atmosphere as well. So, enna changes sir? It increases. Enna, as I said earlier, it brings heat also. The solar storm brings heat. அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு solar storm with the intense heat, when it hits our Earth's atmosphere heats up. What is the impact of Earth's atmosphere heating up? It rises. Usually warmer என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? Rise ஆகும் இல்லையா? So when the Earth's atmosphere is heated, it rises. நம்மளுக்கு பொதுவாகவே ஒரு Earth நம்ம இருக்குன்னு சொல்றோம்னா, what do you think about atmospheric density? Usually we know atmospheric density decreases, right? When altitude increases, what happens with atmospheric density? Decreases. Ana, when a solar storm hits, atmosphere heats up. And this heating up results in raising of air. இப்போ கீழே இருக்கிற டென்ஸ் ஏர் எல்லாமே மேலே போகுது. அப்ப என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா, லெட்ஸ் சே ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இது ஒரு ஹைட் 200 கிலோமீட்டர் வச்சுக்கோங்க. இந்த இடத்துக்கு ஒரு டென்சிட்டி இருக்கு. பட் when geomagnetic storm hits, the lower air also rises upwards. அப்ப அது என்ன பண்ணும்? It causes distribution of density in the upper atmosphere. இதுதான் atmospheric dragக்கு காரணம். முக்கியமான காரணம் why atmospheric drag அப்படின்னா, இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நம்ம காத்துல கை இப்படி வீசுறது எப்படி, தண்ணிக்குள்ள கை வீசுறது எப்படி? பிகாஸ் there is a drag in the water. Likewise, when the atmospheric density increases, satellite மூவ் பண்றாங்க இல்லையா ஆர்பிட்ல, அவங்க மூவ் பண்றது ஸ்டாப் ஆகும். பிகாஸ் atmosphere drags them. அவங்க மூவ் பண்ண முடியாம என்ன ஆகும்னா, satellite falls down. They cannot move in their orbit easily. They slowly loses their orbital height. அதான் atmospheric drag ன்னுவோம். இது recently it happened to a set of satellites in January this year. அதான் நம்ம பார்க்கிறோம். ஓகேங்களா? So we are looking at the impact of geomagnetic storm. முக்கியமான இம்பாக்ட் என்னன்னா, it increases in the density and distribution of density in the upper atmosphere. Then it also creates horizontal variations. It creates horizontal variations in the ionospheric density. Sir, இதோட இம்பாக்ட் என்ன சார்? This horizontal variations in the ionospheric density interferes with the GPS positioning signals. This horizontal variation of the ionosphere interferes with the GPS signals. Solar storm vanduna GPS devices ஒழுங்கா வேலை செய்யாது. It interferes with the functioning of the GPS satellites. And the last but not the least, geomagnetic storm can also create what is called a static current. It also creates static current in power grids and pipelines. Sometimes pipelines can even explode because of the static currents. Okay, we discussed about all this. What is the context? Because, okay, now we have explained about the consequences of a geomagnetic storm. But what does this atmospheric drag means? Atmospheric drag na enna? It simply means an increase. It means an increase in atmospheric density. An increase in atmospheric density reduces the forward angular momentum. Forward angular momentum of satellites. Density increase ஆகும்போது the forward momentum of the satellites are affected. இது என்ன பண்ணுதுன்னா, this results in losing of orbital altitude of the satellites. இப்போ Earth இருக்கு, ஒரு satellite இருக்குன்னா, இது இந்த ஆர்பிட்ல தான் கரெக்டா போயிட்டு இருக்கணும். Only then it will function. But இந்த இடத்துல density அதிகமாயிடுச்சுன்னா it cannot move forward. If it cannot move forward, it will lose. Slowly வந்து it will finally come back to the earth. It will impact the earth. இந்த phenomenon தான் நம்ம atmospheric drag ன்றோம். So atmospheric drag results in orbital decay of satellites. இதுக்கு பேர் என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா orbital decay. It results in orbital decay of satellites. Sir, இது ரீசெண்டா யாருக்கா நடந்ததுன்னா, yes, because of the geomagnetic storm in January of this year, about exact number, about, yes, I'm sorry, about 40 of the small satellites, அதாவது டிசம்பர்ல என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, Starlink, you would have heard about Starlink, it was even a previous question. Starlink ன்றது என்ன? It's a constellation of small satellites launched by SpaceX for global satellite interconnectivity. இந்த சேட்டலைட்ஸ் எல்லாம் எந்த ஆர்பிட்ல வச்சிருக்காங்க? நம்ம ஏற்கனவே பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா, LEOல வச்சிருக்காங்க. டிசம்பர்ல இது லான்ச் பண்ணாங்க. பட் ஜனவரியில there was a solar storm, there was a geomagnetic storm. So therefore 40 of the 49 satellites were affected by the geomagnetic storm. What it has experienced? It experienced orbital decay. Orbital decay என்ன ஆகும்? அது ஆச்சுன்னா satellites will be lost. They will come down and down, and when it comes down and down, it will be burnt up in the atmosphere. It will just be burnt. Okay. So let's see the last topic for today's discussion. Decommissioning of International Space Station. Another very important topic. Decommissioning of International Space Station. So International Space Station has been a phenomenal platform for human researchers in space, particularly related to microgravity experiments and also space explorations. For space explorations and microgravity experiments, ISS have been the platform of choice for humans. It was also a successful example of international collaboration between competing nations. ஏன்னா அது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா US, Russia, they have been together in managing that ISS. இந்த மாதிரியான பாயிண்ட்ஸ் எப்படின்னா, நீங்க ப்ரிலிம்ஸ் மட்டும் பார்க்காதீங்க, எஸ்ஏல எழுதலாம். யூஸ்வலி சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி வரும் இல்லையா, யூ ஆல்வேஸ் சி what would be the success if we collaborate together. This is a success of, as example of that collaborative success between the competing nations. So International Space Station was launched in 1998, blah blah blah, adha information ella irukku paathukenga. முக்கியமான பாயிண்ட் என்ன அப்படின்னா, it is found in LEO. International Space Station is located in low Earth orbit. It goes around Earth at least 20 times per day. ஏன்னா லோ எர்த் ஆர்பிட்ல ஒரு சேட்டலைட் இருக்குன்னா ஒரு நாளைக்குள்ள அது எர்த் மல்டிபிள் டைம்ஸ் ரொட்டேட் பண்ணிடும். Farther it is, slower the rotation. Closer it is, faster the rotation. So low earth orbitல வரும்போது 16 times 24 hoursல it will go around the earth 16 times. இதுதான் அதோட பிரச்சனை. This is the biggest problem. We'll see that later. Yeah, the problem of the. Okay, so International Space Station. ஸோ இதோட டீகமிஷனிங் இயர்னு என்ன முடிவு பண்ணிருக்காங்க நாசா 2030. 2030 have been decided as its decommissioning year. It has been continuously occupied by humans for the last 20 years, something a very major feat that it has achieved. For 20 years, it has been continuously inhabited by humans. ஒரு நாள் கூட ஆள் அரவம் இல்லாத பூத் பங்களா மாதிரி இல்ல. It has always been inhabited by humans. That's a very major feat that it has achieved. Then next point, எதனால நம்ம அது இப்ப டீகமிஷன் பண்ணணும்? நல்லா தானே போயிட்டு இருக்கு. Usually there is one famous proverb, that which is not broken don't fix it அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஃபேமஸ் ப்ராவர்ப் இருக்கு. எது ஒண்ணு நல்லா வேலை செய்யணும் அதை விட்டுருங்கப்பா, அது சும்மா தொடாதீங்க அப்படின்னுவாங்க. இதுதான் ஸ்டேட்டஸ் கோஸ் ஆட்டிடியூட். that which is not broken don't fix it. அப்ப ஐஎஸ்எஸ் அப்படியா? இல்ல, சில ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் இருக்கு. there are some problems with that. what are they? why International Space Station has to be decommissioned? Let's see the important reason for that. As I said earlier, it goes around 16 rotations, 16 times around the earth per day. Okay, இதனோட next consequence என்ன? 16 times earth சுத்தி வரும்போது there will be sun facing side, there will be darker side. கரெக்டா? sun lit side, sun shade side இருக்கும் இல்லையா ISS க்கு? sun lit side will heat so much. We are talking about space. sun light ஹீட்டா இருக்கும், சன் இல்லாத இடத்துல பயங்கர சிவியர் கோல்டா இருக்கும், ரெண்டுமே நடக்கும். ஸோ சன்லிட் சைட் வில் பி டூ ஹாட். ஐஎஸ்எஸ்ல ஒரு பக்கம் பயங்கர சூடு, ஒரு பக்கம் பயங்கர கோல்டு. ஆன் அதர் சைட் இட் வில் பி ஈவன் அபவுட் -157 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ். ஸோ என்ன ஆகும்னா திஸ் ரிசல்ட்ஸ் இன் இன்டென்ஸ். இது எத்தனை நடக்கும்? 16 டைம்ஸ் நடக்கும். எவ்ரி டைம் இட் கோஸ் அரவுண்ட் த எர்த் 16 டைம்ஸ். இட் ஹேப்பன்ஸ். இன்டென்ஸ் கான்ட்ராக்ஷன் அண்ட் எக்ஸ்பான்ஷன் ஹேப்பன்ஸ் எவ்ரி டே. This along with dynamic loading. Dynamic loading na ISS oda weight standard endade kadiyadu. We have continuously added modules into that. So with the dynamic loading have resulted in orbital decay. Once again, it resulted in orbital decay. So these are the two reasons why International Space Station has to be decommissioned now when everything is going fine. These are the two reasons why NASA have said to decommission International Space Station. The next important point, இதுவும் important point. Okay, decommission பண்றோம், அது அப்படியே விட்டுடலாமா மேல? No, we cannot. We cannot leave it like that. We need to bring it safely down from the orbit and place it into some safe place in the earth. அது எந்த இடம் அப்படின்றது முக்கியமான பாயிண்ட். So NASA has particularly mentioned that it will be decommissioned. It will be deorbited. They use the word deorbited. It will be deorbited to a particular place in earth called as Point Nemo. நம்ம பொதுவா தமிழ் படத்துல டைலாக்லாம் வரும், ஆள் இல்லாத காட்டுக்கு டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணிடுவோம் அப்படின்னு. லிட்டரலா சொல்லணும்னா ஆள் அரவம் இல்லாத காடுனா பாயிண்ட் நீமோ. Point Nemo is a place in Earth which is around southern Pacific Ocean, which in either side is thousands of miles away from any human contact. So that is a true aal illada kaadu. So Point Nemo, it is the location in the Pacific Ocean. What ocean? South Pacific Ocean. It is a point in the South Pacific Ocean called as South Pacific Ocean uninhabited area. And this is surrounded by more than 1,000 miles of ocean in every direction. And this is decided to be the place where the International Space Station will be deorbited. In that they will engineer in specific way that it will fall safely into this point in South Pacific Ocean. So as I said earlier, தமிழ்ல பழமொழி இருக்கு, கற்றது கையளவு கல்லாதது உலகளவு மாதிரி. நிறைய கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ்ல சில இம்பார்ட்டண்டா சூஸ் பண்ணி நாம் எடுத்துட்டு வந்தோம். அதுல சிலது தான் டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ண முடியுது. ப்ராபபிளி திஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் இஸ் லைக் டு கெட்டிங் டு நோ த வைப் ஆஃப் த கிளாஸ். Me getting to know you and you getting to know me. Probably next class we can go a little faster. Okay. So Mudinjaluk will try to cover what's been left also, will try to cover that. Okay. So with this, I'm so happy to have this session. Mudinjaluk enna panna mudiyumo, I'll try to do that. We'll meet regularly. Okay. Thank you, friends. All the best.
Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon. Audible, last row? Okay, good. So, welcome to today's session. Let me introduce myself. I am Shankara Narayanan. I am the faculty of history from SIVARAJAVEL IAS Academy. So, many of the students, PCM students knew about me, and for many of you, I am new to do. So, in today's session, we are just going to discuss the current affairs part. Okay, especially arts and cultures part. சரிங்களா? So, இப்போ உங்க நிறைய பேருக்கு ஒரு டவுட் இருக்கும். ஹிஸ்டரிக்கும் கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ்க்கும் என்ன சார் சம்பந்தம் அப்படின்னு ஒரு கொஸ்டின் இருக்கும். ஓகே, ஹிஸ்டரிக்கும் கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ்க்கு என்ன ரிலேஷன் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, டுடேஸ் கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் இஸ் டுமாரோஸ் ஹிஸ்டரி. கரெக்டா? அண்ட் இஃப் யூ லுக் UPSC in the last 3 to 4 years of trend, preliminary trend, if they are asking two statements, one statement is from a static part, another statement is from a dynamic part. Got it? ஒன்னு எங்க இருக்கு அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கன்சிடர் த ஃபாலோயிங் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ஸ் அப்படின்னு கொடுத்துட்டு, ஓகே, என்ன பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னா, ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஸ்டாட்டிக் பார்ட்ல இருந்து இருக்கு, NCERT or any reference books. Another statement is from a current affairs part, dynamic part. இப்போ எதனா ஒரு டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சர் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா, டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சரோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கொடுத்துருவாங்க. அந்த டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சர் எந்த டைம் பீரியட் இருக்கோ ஆர் அந்த டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சரோட யூனிக்னஸ் என்ன, கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் பார்ட். ஸோ while preparing for UPSC, it is important for you people to concentrate both on the arts and culture part, especially the current affairs part of history. அதான் வந்து பியூட்டி. ஸோ அந்த வேர்ஷன்ல பார்க்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு சில விஷயங்களை சொல்லலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு பார்க்க போறோம். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு கிளாஸ்ல எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா, we are just going to see or discuss about from January to March, from January to March 2022 current affairs. That is from arts and culture part and history. Arts and culture irundhalum, okay, we are just going to concentrate on arts and culture part and also history part. முதல்ல ஹிஸ்டரிக்கும் ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் கல்ச்சருக்கும் என்ன டிஃபரன்ஸ் அப்படின்றது தெரியும். If you exclude the political history, okay, you are studying about Mauryans. If you exclude the political history, economic history, what you study remain, it is what we call it as arts and culture. Okay, and இன்னமும் எக்ஸாக்டா சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா, ஆர்ட்ஸ் அப்படின்னா என்ன, கல்ச்சர் அப்படின்னா என்னன்றது தெரியும். ஆர்ட்ஸ் அப்படின்றது ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது, the application of your creativity in a visual form. ஆர்ட்ஸ் என்ன, application of the application of your creativity, application of your creativity, application of your creativity in visual form. இததான் ஆர்ட்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. விஷுவல் ஃபார்ம் அப்படின்னும் போது பார்க்கிற மாதிரி இருக்குது. அப்ப ஆர்ட்ஸ் அப்படின்றது தமிழ்ல என்னன்னு சொல்றாங்க, கலை அப்படின்னு. ஸோ கலை அப்படின்னா இட் இஸ் கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி. கல்ச்சர்னா என்ன அப்படின்னா, இந்த கல்ச்சர் அப்படின்றதுக்கு நிறைய கன்வர்சேஷன் இருக்கு, நிறைய டெஃபினேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஓகே, இப்போ சிம்பிளா இன்னைக்கு நான் ரொம்ப பிலாசபி பார்ட்லாம் போத்தாரு, சிம்பிளா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. இப்போ இந்தியன் கல்ச்சர் அப்படின்னா, இந்தியன் கல்ச்சருக்கு ஒரு யூனிக்னஸ். இந்தியா a country, that particular country follow a particular customs, behaviors, norms. ஓகேவா, சில பழக்க வழக்கங்களை, பண்பாட்டு கூறுகளை ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ எனி சொசைட்டி வில் ஃபாலோ அ பர்டிகுலர் கஸ்டம்ஸ். ஓகேவா, அந்த கஸ்டம்ஸ் அப்படின்றது கஸ்டம்ஸ் ஆர் நார்ம்ஸ் ஆர் பிஹேவியர்ஸ், ஓகே, ஆர் பிலீஃப் சிஸ்டம், இது மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் இருக்கும். அப்போ இந்த கஸ்டம்ஸ், நார்ம்ஸ், பிலீஃப் சிஸ்டம் ஆல்வேஸ் அசோசியேட் வித் ரிலீஜன். ஒரு நாடு அப்படின்னா இந்த கஸ்டம்ஸ் மேக்சிமம் எங்க அசோசியேட் ஆயிருக்குன்னா ரிலீஜன் பேஸ் பண்ணி இருக்கு. ஸோ whenever we study about arts and culture, we study about religion, culture and also the social aspect. So in arts and culture, we don't study about the political aspect. So இதுதான் புரியணும். அப்போ ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் கல்ச்சர்னா என்னென்ன படிப்பீங்க நீங்க? டான்ஸ், டிராமா, மியூசிக், ஸ்கல்ப்சர், ஆர்கிடெக்சர், பெயிண்டிங், ஓகே, இந்த மாதிரியான விஷயங்கள்லாம் நீங்க படிப்பீங்க. ஓகே, எனி ஃபெஸ்டிவல்ஸ். ஓகே, இது மாதிரி ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர்ல क्वेश्चंस கேட்டிருக்காங்களா சார்? ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் கல்ச்சர் பார்ட்ஸ் It's play a very major area in UPSC. For example, there was a question as explain the Tandava dance of Lord Shiva. You know about Lord Shiva. Okay, but what they are asking, explain the Tandava dance of Lord Shiva. And once they are asked to explain what is the difference between Hindustani music and Carnatic music. So arts and culture, it plays a very important role in your UPSC preparation. So அதுதான் நாம இப்ப பார்க்க போறோம். So இது புரிஞ்சுதா? Shall I move to the next part? So இது current affairs class. ஓகே, அதனால current affairs partல நம்ம பார்ப்போம். அதுக்கு தேவையான பேக்ரவுண்ட் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் என்னன்றதை நாம பார்ப்போம். ஓகே, நீங்க சாப்பிட்டு வந்திருக்கீங்க. யூஸ்வலாவே சாப்பிடலனாலே தூக்கம் வரும் ஹிஸ்டரி சப்ஜெக்ட்ல. ஓகே, ஸோ சாப்பிட்டு வேற வந்திருக்கீங்க, நல்லா தூக்கம் வரும். ஆனா பட் ஓகே, உங்களோட எய்மை நினைச்சுக்கோங்க, கொஞ்சம் கோஆப்ரேட் பண்ணுங்க. ஏன்னா ஏசி எல்லாம் போட்டு நல்லா அப்படியே குளு குளுன்னு வச்சிருக்காங்க இல்லையா? ஸோ அதனால சூப்பரா தூக்கம் வரும். கொஞ்சம் கோஆப்ரேட் பண்ணுங்க. ட்ரை டு பி இன்டராக்டிவ் அண்ட் ரொம்ப சீரியஸாலாம் பார்க்காதீங்க. உங்களை பார்த்து தான் எனக்கே நானே அப்படியே ஓகே, ஏன்னா உங்களெல்லாம் ஒரு கூட்டத்தை பார்த்தாலே நமக்கு பயம். ஓகே, அது உங்களை பார்த்தா நீ ரொம்ப சீரியஸா பார்வையாலே கொண்டுருவீங்க போல என்ன. ஸோ அப்படிலாம் வேண்டாம். நான்லாம் ரொம்ப ஒன்றும் சாதாரண ஆள் நான். ஓகேவா? ஸோ அதனால பி கேஷுவல், பி கூல். ஏன்னா டவுட்னா கேளுங்க, இன்டராக்ட் பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே, சப்ஜெக்ட் குள்ளார போவோம். ஓகே, சரி. ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட், ஸோ என்ன கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் பார்ட் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்தியா. ஸோ த கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் இஸ் திஸ்: India nominates Hoysala temples for inscription, okay, in the World Heritage List. So இதான் current affairs. Okay, sure. This one. Okay, very good. So on 31st January, the first current affairs is on 31st January 2022. 3 Hoysala temples. இந்த டெம்பிள் நேம் தாங்க யூபிஎஸ்சிக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும் ஆக்சுவலா. ஓகேவா? இப்போ சென்னகேசவா டெம்பிள். யூபிஎஸ்சி உடைய ஸ்டைல என்ன அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இப்போ ஒரு டெம்பிள் கொடுத்தாச்சு அப்படின்னா 2 விஷயம் மேக்சிமம் கேட்பாங்க. ஒன்னு, இந்த டெம்பிளோடைய டைம் பீரியட் என்ன அப்படின்றத கேட்பாங்க. டைம் பீரியட். Whenever UPSC speaking about a temple, they will ask about the temple time period. இன்னொன்னு என்ன கேட்பாங்க அப்படின்னா, அந்த என்ன டைனஸ்டியை சார்ந்தது அப்படின்னு கேட்பாங்க. அண்ட் மேக்சிமம் தே வில் கோ டு நெக்ஸ்ட் தான் ரூலர்ஸ் பத்தி கேட்பாங்க. ஓகே, என்ன செஞ்சுரி, which means என்ன டைம் பீரியட், which dynasty and who was the ruler associated with the temple. So the current affairs is, okay, there are 3 temples like Chennakeshava temple at Belur, Hoysaleshwara temple at Halebeedu, and the Keshava temple at Shomanadapura. இது மூணுமே எங்க இருக்குன்னா கர்நாடகால தான் இருக்கு. ஓகே, இதை கொடுத்துட்டு were nominated by India for the consideration as the World Heritage for the year 2022 to 2023. இதுதான் current affairs. ஓகே, அப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கமிங் டு த பாயிண்ட், டெம்பிள் அப்படின்னும் போது உங்களுக்கு என்ன புரியணும் அப்படின்னா, ஓகே, டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சர் பத்தி கொஞ்சம் தெரியும். Tell me what you people know about temple architecture. Tell me what you people know about temple architecture. இப்போ டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சர்னு ஒரு டாபிக் போகும். ஓகே, டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சர் டாபிக் போனாதான் ஓகே, யூ ஷுட் நோ அபவுட் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் டெம்பிள் ஆர்கிடெக்சர். அது தெரிஞ்சாதான் இந்த கொஸ்டினை ஹொய்சலானா என்னன்னு தெரியணும், அந்த 3 டெம்பிள்ஸ் என்னன்றது தெரியணும், அது என்ன ஸ்டைல் அப்படின்றது தெரியும். Tell me what you people know about temple architecture. நீங்க நிறைய பேர் கோவிலுக்கு போயிருப்பீங்க, ஆனா சாமி கும்பிடதான் போனீங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியாது. ஓகேவா? இல்ல வேடிக்கை பார்க்க போயிருப்பீங்க. ஓகே, அப்போ என்ன அப்சர்வ் பண்ணீங்க? நான் எங்க சார் அப்சர்வ் பண்ணேன், ஓகே, சும்மா மீனுக்கு பொறி வாங்கி போட்டுட்டு இருந்தேன் அப்படிதானே நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. ஓகே, நிறைய பேருக்கு இந்த ஒரு பிராக்டிஸ் இருக்கு. ஆக்சுவலா ஈவன் கலைஞர் கூட, ஓகே, தஞ்சாவூர் பெரிய கோயில் போயிருக்கீங்களா அவர்கிட்ட கேட்டா, போயிருக்கனே அப்படின்னு அது சாமி கும்பிடுவா அப்படின்னு இல்ல வேடிக்கை பார்க்க அப்படின்னு. அது மாதிரி சொல்லுங்க பார்க்கலாம். வெரி குட். You don't know Tamil? Okay, no issues. Fine. You know your mother tongue? Telugu. Okay. I don't know Telugu. No? You will deal with English. Okay. Come on. What do you people know about temple architecture? Any idea? Very good. So, temple architecture, if you look at it, there are 3 important styles of temple architecture. 3 important. Please make your phone silent. There are 3 important style of temple architecture. Whenever we speak about temple architecture, you should know there are, the temple architecture emerged in India basically two types. First one is, it was called rock cut architecture. Rock cut. We call it as Udaivarai, rock cut architecture. And another one is structural temples. Okay, first one is rock cut architecture, another one is structural temples. Listen, what is the difference between rock cut and structural? You take Ajanta. The best example for rock cut architecture is Ajanta, Ellora, even our Mahabalipuram, we can say actually. So, in rock cut architecture, there will be a hill, or a mountain region where the sculptures will carve the desired sculpture. It is what we call it as rock cut architecture. Whereas the structural temple is different. The best example for structural temple is our Tanjore Brihadeshwara temple. There are so many temples in North India actually. So to understand the point, this structural temple only, have three important, divisions. This structural temple, we are dividing into Nagara. The next one is Veshera. And third one is Dravidian. So the very important basics you need to understand is there are three important styles in temple architecture. Not in the rock cut architecture, it was in the structural temples. So the North Indian style was called Nagara. The North Indian style of temple architecture was called Nagara. It was contemporary to the period of Guptas. It was the Guptas who, established the Nagara type of temple architecture. And it was the Pallavas who founded the Pallavas. The Pallava dynasty founded the Dravidian temple architecture at the 7th century. Parallelly, there was a combination or the hybrid of both Nagara and Dravidian. It was a combination, hybrid. It is what we call it as Veshera temple architecture. Point purida ungalku? So, Nagara, Dravidian. Nagara is for north, Gupta period. Dravidian is for down south, Pallava period. The combination of Nagara and Dravidian, what we call it as Veshera. Veshera temple architecture was also called as Chalukya style or Deccan style. It was called Chalukya style, Deccan style. This Veshera temple architecture, is so important because it will include the architectural styles of both North India and also South India. So you should know a very basic understanding is enough to understand this. What is Dravidian? What is Nagara? In Dravidian temple architecture, understand the temple, what you see exactly in down south actually. The temple will have a deity. The Dravidian temple architecture, it will have a deity. I will explain. If you go to Dravidian temple architecture, you can see a compound wall will be present. Where you will have a deity. Male deity. Female deity. Male, female. And in Dravidian temple architecture, you will have a Gopuram. You will have a Gopuram. Gopura is nothing but a tall wall, a tall tower called Gopuram. Every temple will have a Gopuram in Dravidian temple architecture. 4 sides it will be having a Gopuram. The Dravidian temple architecture will have, 4 sides it will have a Gopuram. It will have a male deity and also female deity. And if you go inside the Dravidian temples, you can see a mandapam will be present. Mandapam is the place where usually festivals will be taking place. A festival related to a particular deities will be taking place. Mandapa. This mandapam itself was divided into so many different, phases according to the usage actually. For example, Vasanta Mandapam, Kalyana Mandapam, Maha Mandapam is big Mandapam. Ayiram Kal Mandapam, we call it as 1000 pillar halls, 100 pillared halls. So, mandapams will be, so many different mandapams will be present. In Dravidian temple architecture, understand, you will have a temple tank inside. You will have a Nandavana. Nandavana is nothing but a park inside. You will have Koshala. What is the meaning of Koshala? It is a place where the cattle will be nurtured. So their byproduct is for the deities, for Abhisheka. So in the Dravidian temple architecture, okay, the very important point you need to understand is this is Gopuram, right? Listen, there was another structure we call it as. Consider the deity was placed here. Okay, the deity were particularly placed. It was called Garbhagraha or Sanctum Sanctorum. Garbhagraha was the center of the temple where the deity will be placed. Kovil Garbhagraham. It is where the deity will be placed actually. Garbhagraha. Garbhagraha was the place where the deity will be placed. Above the Garbhagraha, where you will have a what? A Shikara. In North India, it was called Shikara. In South India, we call it as Vimanam. Vimana. When you go to Tanjore Brahadishwara temple or Gangaikonda Cholapuram, the height of the Gopuram will be less, whereas the height of the Vimana will be high. It is one of the specific nature or the style of Chola's architecture. That comes into a different form. If you go to Vijayanagara style, the Vimanam will be less, whereas the Gopuram will be so high. Got it? You would have visited Tiruvannamalai, Chidambaram, Srirangam, Kanchipuram. There are certain temples you would have observed where, if you observed those temples, the eastern side of the Gopuram will be so tall actually. The Vijayanagara rulers, they use the word called Raya to denote themselves. Raya means Rajas. So the Raya Gopuram today it has become as Raja Gopuram. You would have heard the word Raja Gopuram. Why it is called Raja Gopuram? When any Gopuram it was called Raja Gopuram, you can come to a conclusion it was under the construction of Vijayanagara. So these are all the important essence in temple architecture. In North Indian temple architecture, this compound will not be there. In this North Indian temple architecture, this temple tanks, parks will not be there. In North Indian temple architecture, you will have an entrance, but it is not as big like Gopuram. You will have a mandapam, and straight away you can go and watch the deity. Okay, in North Indian temple architecture, we call this particular area as Vimana, right? But it was called as Shikara. Okay, top of the Shikara, you will have Amalaka. Okay, and the top of the Amalaka, you will have a Kalasha. Come in. So this is exactly the temple architecture. Okay, important points and all, these are all. In North Indian temple architecture, understand, whenever you are visiting your temple, you will have deities nearby. Okay, which deities, you know? Okay, Ganga, Yamunas will be there in North India. If you are planning to visit North Indian temples, you would have seen Ganga and Yamuna will be there actually. Whereas in South India, if you are planning to visit any temple, you will be seeing what? Outside the Garbhagraha, you can see Dwara Palaka. Dwara means gate. Palaka means protectors. Okay, so now I am coming to the point. So these three temples, what are all the temples? Chennakeshwara temple. Okay, these temples belong to which style? Vaishara style. Okay, Hoysala dynasty it belongs to. It was the combination of both north and south. Then how the temples will be? Sir, the temples will have the Shikara of north and the temples will have the verandas of this style. Concept புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? So this is what we call it as okay, Vaishara style. So the combination of North India and South India, we call it as okay, Vaishara. So this is my first point actually. Got it? Yeah, wait. Yeah, coming to the point. Here you come. So this is the first fact. You see, the Hoysala Empire. Now we are studying about Hoysala Empire. The Hoysala Empire ruled most of what is now Karnataka. The Hoysalas ruled in the Karnataka region, Karnataka patch. Okay, they ruled in the Karnataka patch between the 10th and the 14th century. So tell me whether the Hoysalas are the contemporary of Cholas. Can we say the Hoysalas are the contemporaries of Cholas? ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் இருக்கும், பட் அந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் டைரக்டா அப்படியே பேசுறது கிடையாது கிளாஸ். Tell me the Hoysalas are the contemporaries of Imperial Chola dynasty. Yes or no? Yes, because Imperial Chola dynasty time period in Tamil Nadu is okay 800, and that is 850 to 1279. So the decline of Imperial or the Imperial Chola dynasty was associated with it was the contemporary of what Abdina Hoysala dynasty. So their capital was Hoysala, so initially Belur is in Karnataka, and later moved to Halibidu. Both it was in Karnataka. Okay. So the Hoysalas era was an important period in the development of art, architecture, religion in South India. The empire is remembered today primarily because of the Hoysala architecture. Whenever we speak about Hoysala, you also remember about there was a fellow called Malik Kafur. Do you remember? You would have studied the political history of medieval India. There was a general called Malik Kafur. He was the general of Alauddin Khilji. This Malik Kafur, when he planned to attack South India, okay, the very first area he attacked was Maharashtra, Devagiri. Then he attacked the Kakatiya dynasty of Warangal. Then he planned to attack the Hoysala dynasty because the Hoysala dynasties were all dominating in the Deccan. Okay, so the Hoysalas are remembered for their prosperous capital also, prosperous rule also. Okay, so remember like this. So few distinguishing features of Hoysala architecture. The Hoysala temples are the hybrid or Veshara. This is what I have mentioned here. Vimana or Shikara is in pyramidical shape. So it will be like a pyramid shape. They are made up of soapstone. This is the key word actually. Soapstone. They will ask you, Hoysala temples are made up of marbles. No, it was not made up of marbles. It was not made up of, okay, marbles or limestone. It is made up of soapstone. Soapstone also comes under a, okay, engineering material for it. So the temples come with the star-like ground plan. This is already asked. It was asked in NDA examination. The Hoysala temple architecture exhibit a star-like ground plans. What is called? It is called stellar plan. Okay, the starlight ground plan was called stellar plan. So the stellar stellar plan அப்படினு படிக்கிறீங்களோ starlight plan அப்படினு படிக்கிறீங்களோ what you have to remember, it was the Hoysala architecture. And the temples come with the star-like ground plans and the profusion of decorative carvings. The Jakati around the temple is a open Pratakshina Pada. These two terms now you have to learn actually. What is Pratakshina Pada? Pratakshina Pada is nothing but circumambulatory. கோவில் சுத்துறீங்க இல்லையா சாமி கும்பிட்டு, the circumambulatory was called Pratakshina Pada. Got it? Understandable? Okay, and Jakati is nothing but when you want to go to a temple, especially in North India, you will be having certain steps. Okay, you will step up and you will have you visited Puri Jagannath temple anyone? எங்க சார் திருப்பதியை தாண்டல நீங்க வேற அது இதுன்றீங்க. Okay, so remember when you go to a North Indian temple, you will have steps actually. So steps மேல ஏறி தான் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க, சாமி கும்பிடுவீங்க. So those steps was called Jakati. So this Jagatis are none other than the steps. Okay, the circumambulatory or nothing but Pratakshina Pada. So these are the elements, okay, where the temple has. Okay, this is the current affairs part. So what are all the temples? Chennai Keshava temple, first one, you can see the first images, Chennai Keshava temple. Second one is Hoysaleshwara temple. Okay, and third one is, okay, the Keshava temple at Somanathapuram. You see the word Somanathapuram, you don't go to Gujarat. Gujarat Somnath temple photo quality to Gujarat. That Somnath is different. Here the name is Somanathapura. Somanathapura was a place in Karnataka actually. Okay, so Belur, Halibidu, Somanathapura. So these three areas are remembered for what? Chalukyan style? Yes. Yes sir. Yo, இவ்வளோ நேரம் சொல்லிட்டு okay, Hoysala style. Chalukyas ruled before. இப்படிதான் புதுசுக்கு சொல்லி விட்டுறாங்க. Okay, Chalukyas, they ruled, நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. Chalukyas are the contemporaries of Pallava dynasty. Okay, but Hoysalas were the contemporaries of Chola dynasty. UPSC especially they will ask you from this, because once they have mentioned Ajanta and they have asked what are all the contemporary dynasties of Ajanta. Okay, got it? Sure. So the next current affairs we will go. Lai Haroba, a very important current affairs. Okay, this current affairs, it will be there in every year actually, because it was an annual festival. Lai Haroba festival celebrated where? It was celebrated by Methi people, Manipur and Tripura. This festival is so common. Yeah, in the current affairs important. The another name of whether how many language are in our 8th schedule of the constitution? 22. Okay, you know that. Okay, whether English is there? No? Yes? 8th schedule English இருக்கா? இருக்கிற மாதிரி தான் தெரியுது போல இல்ல? இல்லையா? சரி, okay. So, Manipuri language இருக்குல்ல? Whether Manipuri language in 8th schedule? It was yes. The another name of Manipuri language is Meithilion. That is the current affairs. Okay, so the Lai Haroba festival is celebrated by the Meithei people. Meithei is a type of tribal group. Okay, to please the sacred tree is called Umang Lai. Okay, கோவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அதாவது காட்டுல இருக்கக்கூடிய புனிதமான மரங்கள் sacred trees. It was called Umang Lai. So Umang Lai are none other than, they will ask you this question also. Umang Lai is what? Okay, Umang Lai was a sacred tree. Okay, in the forest of Manipur. So they speak the language called Meithilion. The Lai Haroba festival in the state of Manipur is celebrated in the month of May. Okay, good. What is this Umang Lai? The Umang Lai are the sacred trees that are preserved for the local forest deities. You would have watched whenever you study these facts, you know, you should correlate with, is there any some other deities in India where their iconography is associated with wood or trees or something like that? You would have watched the movie recently, Kantara. Okay, Kantara movie, a Kannada movie was getting popularized because of the tribal culture. Yes. Likewise, after reading this statement to a popular culture of India, try to correlate any forest, okay, in India, or any, not forest, any deity in India associated with this same style of sacred forest or sacred wood or whatever may be the case. ஏன் அப்படி பாக்குறீங்க? சரி, ஓகே, நான் முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன், நானே சொல்லிடுறேன். There is a temple called Puri Jagannath. Puri Jagannath. Where is Puri Jagannath temple? It was in Odisha. This Puri Jagannath temple, the main deity, okay, he is Krishna, Balrama, and also Krishna's sister, okay, Subhadra. What is the beauty of this particular Puri Jagannath temple is, the temple deity Krishna is not made up of gold or it was not made up of granite or some other soapstones. It is made up of wood. Okay, the people of Puri, they think that this particular Krishna was their local deity. So every 9 or 12 or 16 years, they will go to a nearby forest and they will take the wood and they will make the image of the particular deity. So like this tribal people, even the Kalinga, it is even the Odisha people also, okay, worship Puri Jagannath like this. That is the comparison actually. So Umang Lai are the sacred trees that are preserved for the local forest deities. The trees have significant place in, okay, Sanamahism. They will ask you, what is Sanamahism? Sanamahism is nothing but there are polytheism, monotheism. Likewise, Sanamahism is nothing but if you are worshipping your forest as sacred, or if you are worshipping your forest as so, you are considering forest with a religious system. That particular concept, what we call it as Sanamahism. So the followers of the religion mainly worship the elements of the nature, such as mountains, water, and also fire. According to 2011 census, around 8% of the Manipur people follow Sanamahism. So what is Sanamahism? The follower of or the worshipper of mountain, இயற்கையை வழிபட்டீங்க Sanamahism அப்படின்னு பேர். Okay, Hindu people understand பண்ணுங்க. Today's Hinduism, okay, the combination of different sect and cult joined together to form today's Hinduism. Hinduism today has different belief system actually. In Hinduism also, the Sanamahism was there actually, worshipping of fire, Agni Deva, worshipping of forest, okay, worshipping of forest deities, okay, Kurudeva வழிபாடுகள்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So these are all the culture that comes from the tribal culture. So the Sanamahism was famous among the Lai Haroba festival and also the Meithei people. The 8th schedule of the constitution, which has 22 language and says that the Manipuri language was also called as Meithilion language. It is also included in the 8th schedule of the Indian constitution. These are current affairs. So Manipuri language was also called as Maithilian. Which area the Lai Horaba festival was celebrated? It was in Manipur and also in Tripura, both areas. Who was the tribal group, main tribal group? Meithili people. What was their language? Maithilian. So what is this Umang Lai? So these are all the sacred things actually. Okay, fine, good. Shall I move to the next one? Oh. So Statue of Unity associated with our beloved. Okay, so Statue of Unity. So the world, okay, Statue of Unity associated with, okay, our Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. So 182-meter tallest in the world. Okay, it was surpassing the Spring Temple Buddha of 153 meter. Okay, coming back to the form. Tell me. This is the current affairs. Now you tell me, what you people know about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel? Let me go to the political history also, so it will be interesting. What you people know about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel? As everyone knows, he was India's Iron Man of India. Very good, fine. Then he politically united India. Okay, so after as the word united connotates after independence, okay, or at the time of independence, okay, the task of uniting more than 565 political, that is integration of princely states, it was a Himalayan task actually. So that task was perfectly done by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. So if you look at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, some basic political history facts you need to understand. He was from Gujarat. He was an advocate. And it was in 1918, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, during Gandhi's, Mahatma Gandhi, in his Ahmedabad mistake, and also in the next Kedah Satyagraha. It was in the Kedah Satyagraha, Mahatma Gandhi, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, they met and they have become friends. And this friendship continues because in the year of 1920, when Gandhi started his non-cooperation movement, Gandhi said that, renunciation of titles actually. Give up your government profession. So following the words of Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, he renounced his government job and he actively participated in the non-cooperation movement actually. But what happens in the year of 1922, after the Chauri Chaura incident, Gandhi was arrested. By the time the Congress, there was a small split because the Swaraj party came in. There are certain leaders, they were called as pro-changers, and certain leaders, they were all called no changes. Who were all called no changers? They will ask you whether Sardar Patel is a pro-changer or a no changer. He was a no changer. Who were all these no changers? Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. C.R. Das. Motilal, they were all, sorry, not C.R. Das. So Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Rajaji, they were all called, no changes. Whenever we speak about no changes, they were all the one who strictly associated with the principles of Mahatma Gandhi. They said, I am not here to, enter into the Congress political formation or Congress elections. I am just going to work with the constructional activities of Gandhi. So Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel remembered for following the strict Gandhian principles, and he was associated with Darshana Satyagraha that held at Gujarat. Gujarat, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel will be associated, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in 1931 Karachi session, he was the president actually. And Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, though we say that Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhash Chandra Bose, they were all the left wing of the Indian National Congress. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is not the left wing, he was the right wing of the Indian National Congress. Jawaharlal Nehru was the secular face of Indian National Congress. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was the Hindu face of Indian National Congress. That is the reason, even after the death of Mahatma Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi was killed by he was killed by Godse, he was assassinated. Okay, people say that this Goche was associated with another fanatic group called ... Okay, I don't want to mention it. Okay, so what is the beauty is, even after this incident, listen carefully, that particular organization in the year of 1948, when Gandhiji was killed, that particular organization was banned actually. But it was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel who influenced Nehru, and he was the one who particularly lifted the ban for that particular organization. That particular organization, you people know what it is. Okay, va? Because online class, live streaming போயிட்டு இருக்கு. எவனா ஏடா கூட பிடிச்சவனா என்னென்னமோ பேசுறாங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டா ப்ராப்ளம் ஆயிடும். ஓகே, ஸோ அதனால so it was like that. So please remember Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel remembered for so and so activities. Listen. So the recently built monument of Gujarat, Statue of Unity, was recently included in the 8 wonders of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It is not the 8 wonders of the world. It was the 8 wonders of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It is a current affairs part. They will ask you Shanghai Cooperation Organization. What are all the countries that were all present? Okay, we know about India, China, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan. So these are all the areas you need to understand. So in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, they recently accepted that this Statue of Unity as the 8th wonders of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So that is the current affairs. Third current affairs. Okay, they will ask you the statue was built on the river Narmada. Yes, facing the Sardar Sarovar Dam. Okay, this SCO comprises of 8 member states, which are all India, Pakistan, China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Okay, so Central Asian countries plus India and Pakistan, which constitutes Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Okay, got it? Okay, the next one. So this is what. So you have to know that this Statue of Unity surpasses which one? Spring Temple Buddha. Okay, Spring Temple Buddha. It was in China, 153 meters. It surpassed. Okay, now it was there. 182 meters. It was the tallest in the world. Okay, fine. The next one is, this is a simple one-word current affairs. Kalagoda Arts Festival was celebrated in Mumbai, Maharashtra. This festival is nothing like it's a street festival or a street festival mari or தெருவுல நடக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு விழா மாதிரி. Okay, the famous art festival called Kalagoda Art Festival, because why I have mentioned here is this was celebrated around some 40 to 50 years. Every year you would have seen in many newspapers in Goa, street festivals were all celebrated. In Pondicherry, street festivals were all celebrated. Likewise, a very important street festival that was celebrated some 40 to 50 years back. That is what we call it as Kalagoda Art Festival. It was from Maharashtra. It's a simple one-word current affairs. Fine. Next one is Kambala. This is Kambala. Observe. Watch the image. Observe. This is Kambala. A traditional sports of Dakshina Kannada. Dakshin means south. Okay. So tell me, you would have went to Karnataka, right? So what was tell me any cultural aspects of Karnataka? Karnataka Kerala அப்படி போயிருந்தீங்கன்னா, okay, what are all the, whenever I speak about cultural aspect, you should not include polity. Okay, you should have to tell about the food festivals or drama, music, dance. அந்த மாதிரி என்ன சொல்லுங்க பாப்போம். What do you people know about Karnataka's customs? Come on. Very good. Street food. Okay, fine. Dashera. Okay, Dashera was celebrated in Karnataka, especially in the Mysore Mandya region. Very good. Mysore Dashera is famous. Is there any other state where Dashera is famous? Andhra, exclusively எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்க West Bengal. Okay, very good. I want to answer from the last rows. Come on, Karnataka culture. Any idea? Yakshagana. Very good. Yakshagana. What is Yakshagana? Very good. Dance, drama. Okay. Festival. Okay, fine. Yakshagana. Very good. It was like our Tirukootu. Any other famous cultural connectivity with Karnataka? Don't think like Karnataka. Okay, don't think like politicians. Karnataka means, Kaveri fight. It is not like that. Okay. Birth of? Very good. So, what is the day? Very good. So, November 1, Tamil Nadu, November 11, Karnataka. Okay. Whenever November comes, it was a problem for Karnataka because Tipu Sultan changed also. So, it is also somewhat complicated. Okay, done. Any other? Karnataka. They play Gusti. Very good. Wrestling. They will. Mysore Gusti was so famous. Simple. Karnataka was called Raki Nadu. Tamil Nadu was called Akki Nadu. Akki means rice. Raki, millet. So basically, Karnataka, the food pattern itself, Raki. Understand the point. Karnataka, it is the most important state in India, and it is the most important state for Tamil Nadu also, because river Kaveri, okay, originate where? In Karnataka, especially in the Brahmagiri Hills, Coorg, Karnataka. Okay, if southwest monsoon fails, okay, if Western Ghats didn't receive sufficient rainfall from June to November, then it was not only a disaster for Karnataka, it is disaster for Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and also for Pondicherry. So, Karnataka, geographically, it was important, and it was one of the tiger states of India. Tiger population, Adhiko. And you should aware that many of the culture, what in many of today's temples that followed in Tamil Nadu, those temple cultures associated with Karnataka, because Karnataka was ruled by, okay, Hoysalas. After Hoysalas, Karnataka was predominantly ruled by Vijayanagar dynasty. So they have cultural civilization right from the 14th century onwards, because the Vijayanagar rulers will be there. The Vijayanagar rulers, military generals, they were all called Nayaka. Okay, and the Nayakas, military generals, they were all called Palekara. Whether you observe this word Palekara, Nayaka, okay, Tirumalai Nayaka, okay, Veerapandya, Katta Bommu. So this is a way how you should remember. It was in the first decade of the 14th century, Chera Chola Pandyas ruled this Tamil land. After the 14th century, it was the Vijayanagaram, okay, who ruled this Tamil land, and the Telugu and also the Kannada's language impulse was there in Tamil land. So that is the conclusion. So coming back to the current affairs, Kambala, it was the natural sports. It was a buffalo sport that was followed in Tulu Nadu. Tulu Nadu is associated with, okay, Tulu is also a language that comes out of the Tamil, Dravidian family of language. This Tulu people, okay, they will follow that particular Tulu culture was recently shown in a movie called Gantara. Okay, you would have watched, you can see here. Kambala is a traditional buffalo race. Okay, in the paddy fields filled with the slush and mud, which generally take place in the coastal Karnataka, especially Mangalore, Udupi and Dakshina Kannada. Dakshina Kannada means it will come Mangalore. Okay, from November to March. Traditionally, it is sponsored by the local Tuluva landlords. Okay, and households in the coastal districts. Tuluva people are an ethnic group of native to South India, Tulu. So they are the speakers of Tulu language. Tulu language comes in the Dravidian family of language. It was not Mongolian, it was a Dravidian. Tulu comes from Dravidian. Kannadamum, Kalli Telungum, Kabin Malayalam, Tulugum. Okay, so Tulu it was a Dravidian language. So during the race, the racers try to bring the buffaloes under the control by holding the reins tight and wiping them. Okay, so this is how it was. It was similarly like in Jallikattu, it was the bull taming actually. Okay, we should not use the term taming. Bull embracing was called Jallikattu. Yeru Tazhuvudal. Okay, so here it was a race actually. So the tradition is, in this traditional form, Kambala was a non-competitive. This term they will ask you in UPSC. So Kambala was a non-competitive and buffalo pairs raced on one after the another in the paddy field. So it was not a competitive race. It was not a competition. Okay, where you have 4 pairs of buffalo and go run. Traditionally, it was a non-competitive and buffalo pairs raced one after the another in the paddy fields. So this is the key term where you need to remember. It was also observed as the thanksgiving to the gods for protecting the animals from the diseases. So Kambala was the famous sports that was followed in the Dakshina Kannadam. Dakshina Kannada means South Karnataka. Okay. Uttar Kannada means North Karnataka. Dakshina Kannada means South Karnataka, especially Tulu land. Okay, so this is the next current affairs. So this is Kambala. You've got to observe it. And Tilka Manji, yeah, this particular person was associated with Santal rebellion. Okay, fine. You need to understand that there was already a previous year question with respect to Santal rebellion. So before entering into Santal rebellion, ideas, tell me what do you consider the reason for tribal revolts in India? What are all the reason for the tribal revolts in India? Landlords oppression. Okay. Land acquisition of tribal land acquisition. Very good. Then displacements of tribes, not giving a proper rehabilitation. Good. You. Culture. Okay, fine. Or different religious conversions. Very good. Then you. Resources depletion and exploitation. You. What are all the reasons for tribal revolts? Understand, my dears, if you take the history of modern India, not only kings or peasants, they fought against the British rule. Kings, zamindars, peasants, tribes, artisans, farmers, the entire section of the Indian society fought against the British. But if you get a question among this entire tribal, among the entire group, which group struggle was most violent? It was the tribal revolt. It was not the Sepoy revolt. It was the tribal revolt was the most violent struggle against the British. Because, listen, when British entered into India, we already know the British had when British entered India, they came with various mindset. One of the mindset they said that the Indians are barbaric. The Indians are barbaric. The Hindus are fanatic. The Muslims are all, they were all barbaric in nature. India was not at all a country. It was the white man's burden to culturalize them. White man's burden and Tangolodeya Valan. They thought Indians are nothing. Okay, just a semi-barbaric. So when the British comes like this, people say the British conquered India with one hand on the sword and another hand on, Christian missionaries. So the work of the Christian missionaries is to target the depraved sections of the so-called Hindu society. Who are all the suppressed, oppressed and depressed means they were all the downtrodden people. Downtrodden na yaru? Adithattu markala dhaan target pannaanga. So this tribal group comes under the downtrodden section. So these tribal groups, first what they did, they were all converted to a foreign religion. It was not a conversion based on forcible conversion. We call it as religious proselytizing. Proselytizing is nothing but it's a compulsory conversion. So Christianity, many of them converted to Christianity. And once conversion, in the 19th century in India, many commercialization concepts were all taking place. There was a commercialization of agriculture and there was a commercialization of forestry. So they go to forest, British exploit the forest, and when the British exploit the forest and when they go for poaching in the forest, who were all first damaged because of the British policy? It was the tribal groups. So without giving proper fund or without giving them a proper rehabilitation, British, they deported many of the tribal to foreign countries in the name of indentured laborers. What is the word indentured laborers? They were all considered to be slaves. So the tribal people, they lost their livelihood, they lost their freedom to live in this, soil. So many tribal groups, they started to fight against the British. One among the fellow was, this Tilka Manji. He organized Adivasis into an army and led the famous Santhal Pool in 1784. Understand my point, dears? There are many times Santhal Pool or the Santhal revolt taken place. The most famous Santhal Pool is taken place during the time period of Lord Dalhousie, 1856. That is, we call it as the Santhal rebellion. But it was not happened in this particular year alone. In the second half of the 18th century, another Santhal Pool was taken place because of this Tilka Manji. So what he did? In 1770s, there was a severe famine in the Santhal region. So where the Santhals reside? Any idea? The Santhal people, very good. It was Chota Nagpur region. But you will study in modern India book, they were all from Bengal. Both were all correct. Because in the 18th century, the Santhals were all there in Chota Nagpur region. But British, what they did, the original tribes of Bengal, they were all called Parayas. This original, their name itself, Parayas. So this original tribal group, they were all hunters and food gatherers. So British, what they did, as they were all hunters and food gatherers, the British, they cannot be able to make a profit out of them. The British is demanding for revenue, but they were all hunters and food gatherers. They cannot be able to make much revenue. So what the British did, they asked these Santhals from Chota Nagpur region to migrate to Bengal. And the British asked these Santhals to cultivate in the Bengal forest. So this is how the British slowly, they were all introducing the plantation of indigo in the Santhal region also. Do you know about this indigo cultivation? So the Santhals were also compelled to cultivate indigo. You know the nature of indigo plant. What is the nature? This indigo plant, if you cultivate routinely, the root of the indigo plant has the ability to deplete the soil. So nutrient of the soil. So it is because of this thing in the 18th and 19th century, the food insecurity has happened among the Santhal tribal group. So that is the reason in 1856 there was a revolt. Likewise, in the 18th century second half, there was another person called as Tilka Manji. So what he did? He organizing a armed rebellion. So Tilka Manji looted the treasury of the East India Company and distributed it among the poor and needy. Inspired by this noble act of Tilka, many other tribes also joined the rebellion. With this began the Santhal Pool, the revolt of the Santhals. He continued to attack the British and their psychopathic allies. This psychopathic allies are none other than Dikus. What is the word Dikus? You would have read in your 8th standard NCERT. Dikus means not Bikus. Bhikkhus means it comes in the Buddhism topic. That's different. That is bhikkhus, bhikkhunis. That's different. Here the bhikkhus is what? They were all called foreigners. The tribal considered the British as foreigners. Not only the British, and the one who follow or one who accept the sovereignty of the British. British even the Zamindar, moneylender, they were also called as bhikkhus. So they attacked these bhikkhus. So from 1771 to 1784, Tilka Manji never surrendered. But what happened? Tilka Manji attacked Augustus Cleveland, or British officer attack panni avara konnu. So he attacked Augustus Cleveland, an East India Company administrator, and fatally wounded him. The British surrounded the Tilapur forest from which he operated, but he and his men held them at bay of several weeks. So ரொம்ப நாள் சண்டை போட்டதுல இவரை கேப்சர் பண்ணி பிரிட்டிஷ் குதிரையில இழுத்துட்டு போய் சாகடிச்சிருவாங்க. குதிரையில கட்டி ஹார்ஸ்ல கட்டி இழுத்துட்டு போய் சாகடிச்சிருவாங்க. So when he was finally caught in 1784, he was tied to the tail of a horse and dragged all the way to the collector's residence in Bhagalpur, Bihar, India. So this is how he was killed. கொடூரமா சாகடிச்சிட்டாங்க. He struggled. He fought for his livelihood. Not only for his livelihood, for the tribal people livelihood, but the British, they showed their nature, and this is how this great fellow was died actually. So, yaar ivaru? Tilka Manji. So this fellow, he was remembered for his bravery activity. So this is the current affairs. Next one is Nourishing Mehta. Whenever you heard about this word Nourishing Mehta, don't remember. Okay, Nourishing wrong. This Nourishing Mehta. What was the importance? He was a Bhakti saint actually. Okay, he was the Bhakti saint. UPSC in prelims, if you watch the UPSC questions from 2014 to 2021, in these years, almost 6-7 years. கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 6 years, there was a question from the Bhakti movement. Every year, either prelims, even in the mains also. This Bhakti movement topic was one of the most hectic topic while you're preparing for UPSC, because it will be a boredom topic. But what to do? Okay, UPSC loves the topic. So this Nourishing Mehta, first you need to understand what is Bhakti movement, what is the concept of Bhakti, what is Bhakti movement. Then only you can go to the next part. Listen, my dears, the concept of Bhakti was there in Ramayana, Mahabharata. Even the concept of Indus Valley also there. Bhakti is nothing but, remember, Bhakti is what? When you take about a religion, every religion speaks about soul. We means we, individual. We are called individual soul. Okay. The soul was called Atma. And the individual soul has to reach ultimate soul. This ultimate soul was called Paramatma. Ultimate soul was called Paramatma. So this is how every religion speaks. Certain religion will never believe on the concept of soul, but religion like Hinduism, okay, it speaks about the concept of soul. Atma, Paramatma adenu. Atma, Paramatma adenu na enna thevana bhakti theva. So this Atma was called Bhakta. Okay, I use this term in a religious angle, not in a political angle. Okay, fine. I use this term. I use this term in the religious angle. So this Bhakta, okay, so Bhakta, if you want to reach Bhagavat, if you want to reach Bhagavat, what is needed? Bhakti is needed. Simple. If you want to reach Bhagavat, Bhakti is needed. So Bhakti is naturally, it was a love and devotion. Love and devotion towards a particular God. So love and devotion towards a particular God was called Bhakti. This Bhakti was present in Ramayana, Mahabharata, Lord Hanuman. We have a Bhakti with Lord Rama. Sita, Bhakti with Lord Ram. Okay, Krishna. Okay. But the concept of Bhakti, they will ask you like this. The concept of Bhakti lies in Ramayana, Mahabharata and all. But Bhakti as a movement emerged only in South India. How and when, if you look at it, it was in the 7th century, right from the Pallavas time period, the Bhakti movement emerged in South India. Because in this time period, there are certain people who followed Lord Shiva. They were all called Shaivas. Okay, and in this Shaivism, okay, there are 63 Nayanmars. They were all the ardent devotees of Lord Shiva. Likewise, there are 12, if you worship Lord Vishnu, you are all called Vaishnavas. So, if you worship Lord Vishnu, automatically you are called Vaishnavat, and the ardent devotees of Lord Vishnu, they were all called Alvars. So, there are 12 Alvars and 63 Nayanmars. So, this is the point. So, the Bhakti movement emerged in South India. But you need to understand another concept. This Bhakti movement itself have two connotations. Saguna Bhakti tradition and Nirguna Bhakti tradition. In Saguna Bhakti tradition, there was a concept. Okay, you believe in God. Okay, you believe the forms and the avatars of God. Okay, you worship that particular deity. For example, you believe in Vishnu. You believe in the avatars of Vishnu. You believe in Shiva. You believe the avatars of Shiva. You believe in Muruga, or you believe in Surya. So these are all the one which comes in the Saguna Bhakti tradition. There is another form called Nirguna Bhakti tradition. This concept is, you believe that there is a God, but you don't believe that God is having this form or such form, which means you believe in God and also you believe the God is everywhere. He was omnipresent and omnipotent. கடவுள் இருக்காரு, இந்த வடிவுல இருக்காரு, ஓகே அப்படின்னு சொல்றது சகுனா. கடவுள் இருக்கிறாரு, அவர் எங்கும் நிறைந்திருக்கிறார்னு சொல்றது என்னன்னா நிர்குணம். Got it? So tell me whether this fellow, whether he comes into saguna or nirguna. Saguna. Okay, let me go with this current affairs. This fellow belongs to Saguna Bhakti tradition. He was the guru, one of the guru of Mahatma Gandhi. இவருடைய பாட்டு தான் காந்தி ஃபேவரட்டா பாடுறாரு. ஓகேவா? So recently the Junagadh University discovered a new species of spider and named it as Narsingh Mehta in honor of Narsingh Mehta, the 15th century poet. Listen, he was the 15th century poet. 15th century means right from 1401. Okay, right from 15th century means what? 1401 to? Yes. 15th century means 1401. Okay, 2500. This is 15th century. Okay, fine. And he was the devotee of Lord Krishna. If you are a devotee of Lord Krishna, you are called, what concept it was? It was called Shaguna Bhakti tradition, but exclusively if you worship Lord Krishna, you are not called Vaishnavi. You are called Bhagavati. That is Bhagavatism. Okay, Bhagavatism means you are the worship of Lord Krishna. Okay, the sole worshipper of Lord Krishna, Bhagavatism. Okay, so Mehta penned more than 750 poems called Pad in Gujarat. So his poem was called Pad in Gujarat. They mainly deal with the devotion to Lord Krishna. Gyan. Gyan means wisdom, arivu, jnanam. So his poem primarily deals with jnanam or Gyan and also Vairagyam. Vairagyam is nothing but detachment from the worldly affairs. Vairagya. So this is what about Narsingh Mehta. And remember, he was a Saguna Bhakti tradition. He followed Saguna Bhakti tradition. Tell me another famous Bhakti saint from central India. Yeah, a Bhakti saint from Rajasthan. Mirabai. Very good. A Bhakti saint from central India. Who was the contemporary of Akbar and he was remembered for promotion of Hindi language. He was associated with Lord Ram. Very good. Tulsidas. Tulsidas wrote Rama Charitra Manas. Why I am comparing these fellows means these Tulsidas, Mirabai, they were also associated with 15th to 16th century. They will give you 4 Bhakti saints and they used to compare with the religions. Okay, or regions. Fine. So this Narsingh Mehta, his favorite song was called, okay, Vaishnava Jain To Teni Kahiye. So this is the favorite song from, okay, Narsingh Mehta. It was so close to the heart of Mahatma Gandhi. So Mahatma Gandhi's favorite bhajan is Mehta situation. That is Vaishnava Jain To Tehi Kanihe. Okay, so this is the important point. So you please write this. Vaishnava Jain To Teni Kahiye is the song associated with Narsingh Mehta. It was the song associated with the heart of Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi Kuruchu. Okay, with this, in this aspect, so you can write that Gandhi's religious guru, one of the religious guru was Narsingh Mehta. Who was the religious guru of Krishna Deva Raya? Who was the religious guru of Chhatrapati Shivaji? Summa, link it. Try to link, my dears, so that any answers you will get actually. The religious guru of Krishna Deva Raya, his name was called Vallabhacharya. This question was also previously asked. The religious guru of Chhatrapati Shivaji. Okay, Shivaji was a political guru. The religious guru of Chhatrapati Shivaji was Guru Ram Das, Guru Ram Das, the religious guru of Rajaraja I. இதெல்லாம் ஓவர் சார், இதெல்லாம் எனக்கு தெரியாது. கருவூர் தேவர். Okay, so this terms and all usually will come. Okay, let it be. Lachit Borphukan, this fellow was frequently in news. Even I made a video on this Lachit Borphukan in our institute channel, YouTube channel. Who is this Lachit Borphukan? The word is, it's not a familiar word, but this fellow remembered for his heroic activity. Any idea? He was from Ahom. Very good. He was a Assam fellow. He was the commander-in-chief. Okay, there was a dynasty called Ahom dynasty. This dynasty also the longest ruling dynasty of Northeast from 13th century till the 19th century or 18th century. Okay, listen my dears. It was in the time period of Aurangzeb. You know, Aurangzeb ruled India right from 1658 to 1707. It was in the year of 1671. There was a battle called the Battle of Saraigat was happening. It was a naval battle actually. Okay, so you see, recently the Prime Minister called the 17th century Ahom general Lachit Borphukan a symbol of India's Atma Nirbhar military might. Okay, fine. Born on the 24th November 1622, Borphukan was known for his leadership in the Battle of Saraigat. This Battle of Saraigat was fought on the bank of River Brahmaputra. Where is this Battle of Saraigat? Bank of River Brahmaputra. Okay, fine. He was the inspiration behind strengthening India's naval force and revitalizing inland water transport and creating infrastructure associated with it due to its great naval strategies. So he was remembered for his naval strategies. The Lachit Borphukan Gold Medal is awarded to the best cadet from the National Defense Academy. So it was the Mughals. Eppo fight nadakuduna, the Battle of Saraigat was fought between the Mughal dynasty versus Ahom dynasty. Okay, so he was the Ahom general. So in 1671, the Battle of Saraigat was fought. It was considered as one of the greatest naval battles on the river, which resulted in the victory of Ahoms over the Mughals. Okay, so fine. And you should know about Ahoms. So how the Ahom kingdom was started, where and when it was started. Ahom, the word Assam comes from the word Ahom. Okay, the word Assam comes from the word Ahom. It was in the 13th century. The story goes like this. You know, in the year of 1206, the Delhi Sultanate was founded. Yes or no? Who was responsible? Qutbuddin Aibak was the one who founded the Delhi Sultanate. This Qutbuddin Aibak was the commander-in-chief of Muhammad Ghori. There was another general of Muhammad Ghori. His name was called Bakhtiyar Khalji. So this Bakhtiyar Khalji, he made a military expedition from Delhi to Bengal. Okay, by the time the Bengal was ruled by another dynasty called as Sena dynasty. Okay, fine. After defeating or capturing Bengal, this particular fellow, Bakhtiyar Khalji, remember Bakhtiyar Khalji was the one who burned the Nalanda University. You know that. So this fellow was trying to cross river Brahmaputra. Okay, this happened in 13th century, but it was the time period. Chalong Sukappa, he was another fellow. So the Chalong Sukappa was a 13th century ruler who particularly deterred the annexation of this Turkish rulers, and he finally able to overcome or maintain a very big kingdom in the northeast area. So the Chalong Sukappa was the Ahom warrior. He was the one who founded the Ahom kingdom. What was the name? Different Chalong Sukappa. Okay, so he was the one who founded. You see, the Ahoms ruled the land till the province was annexed to the British India in 1826, signing the Treaty of Yendabu. Yendabu Treaty was associated with which war? Anglo-Burmese War. Okay, the Endabot treaty was associated with, so which means what, till the first decade of the, or the second decade of the 19th century, the Ahom dynasty were the one who dominated in Northeast. So Ahoms created a new state by suppressing the older political system of Buhyans. The word is, இது எல்லாமே important. Buhyans means landlords. In Assam, the word Buhyans means landlords. This particular term was there in your 11th standard NCERT themes. These terms and all were there. Okay, so the Ahoms created a new state by suppressing the older political system of Buhyans. Okay, they are suppressing the Buhyans and they were all coming up. The Ahom state depended upon the forced labor. Those forced to work for the state were called pikes. So the soldiers, okay, the soldiers or the forced labor that held in the Ahom dynasty were called as pikes. So Ahom society was divided into clans or kales. A kale often controlled several villages. Ahoms worshipped their own tribal gods, yet they accepted the Hindu religion and the Assamese language. So this particular term is so important because though the Assamese people follow their own culture, they also the mainland Hinduism culture, especially as they were all very close to Bengal. Which sect would have accepted? Bengal கிட்ட க்ளோஸா இருக்கு அசாம். அப்போ பெங்கால் இருக்கக்கூடிய எந்த கல்ச்சரை, எந்த ஹிந்து கல்ச்சரை அசாம் எடுத்திருக்கும்? It is not communism. Communism and all comes later here. In the 20th century, I am asking about popular culture. Very good Kali worship, especially Kali comes into which section? Shagda Vajibadu. Listen, my dears, if you worship Shiva, you are called Shaivat. Understand some basic essence. If you are worshipping Lord Shiva, you are called Shaivat. Vishnu, you are called Vaishnavat. If you are worshipping Krishna, Bhagavat, it means Bhagavatism. If you worship Shakti, if you worship Kali or Kotravai or whatever may be the case, it was called Shagdam. What is it? Shagdam. If you worship Muruga, it is called Kaumara. The another name of Muruga is Kartikeya or Kumara. The word Kaumaram or Kumara is associated. Kaumara. If you worship Ganapati, it was called Ganapatyam. Shall I write this? எழுதுடா பேட்ஸ் மாதிரி பாக்குறீங்க, எழுதுறேன். Okay, I'll write here. Shaivat, Shiva. Vaishnavism. Vaishnavism means what? Vishnu. Kali or Shakti. Shakti வழிபாடுன்னா என்ன? Shagdam. Okay, அதுக்கப்புறம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா கௌமாரம், கௌமாரா, முருகா. Kaumara means Kumara, Muruga. Okay, you may think, sir, Muruga worship was so famous in South India. No, in those days it was famous throughout India. Kumara Gupta, a great devotee of Lord Kartikeya, was the one who founded the Nalanda University. Okay, so Kaumara. After Kaumara, if you worship Surya, it was called Saura. Okay, if you worship Ganapati or Vinayagar, Ganapati worship, it was called Ganapatyam. Ganapatyam. So, what I am coming to say, in Assam, the Assam rulers, they followed tribal culture, but they took one of the mainland Hindu culture. That culture is so famous in Bengal. In Bengal, which culture is famous? Shakti Vajibadu is famous. In Bengal, Kali worship is famous. So, that is the reason there was a temple in Assam. It is considered to be one of the 18 Shakti Pidas of India. What is the temple name? In those days, that temple was only the women's were all allowed. Any idea? A temple in Assam, famous for Shakti worship, famous for Tantrism. In those days, it was allowed only by the women's. Now, both men and female they can go, but in those days, it was worshipped only by females. Any idea? Homer. Okay, fine. நான் எல்லாம் சொல்ல மாட்டேன். Fine. So finished. So this is what about Lajit Borphukan. So this Assam kingdom. Okay. However, the Ahom kings did not completely give up their traditional beliefs after adopting Hinduism. Intermarriage with the local is also increased assimilation of the process of Ahoms into the Assam culture. So who was the founder of Ahom kingdom? Chalan Shukapa. Okay, fine. Good. And next one is Malabar Rebellion. Okay, Malabar Rebellion was also called as Mopla Rebellion. Okay. So, இது பார்க்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி tell me what you know about Malabar Rebellion. Any idea? After a 1.15 hour of class, I can able to decipher your inner feelings actually. What is it? Listen, if you take history, இதெல்லாம் படிக்கணுமா அப்படின்னு ஒரு டவுட் இருக்கும். These are all the current affairs part of history. Current affairs part of arts and culture. But every current affairs part was associated with the static part. You take this particular Malabar Rebellion, it was in current affairs. But you should know the background of the news. The background of the news was in the static part. This Malabar Rebellion will come in Indian national movement, 1920s. Only if you know what happened in 1920s, then you can able to correlate. Concept புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? So that is the reason you people, some of you are thinking that whether this is okay or not. ரொம்ப கன்ஃபியூசிங்கா இருக்கே அப்படின்லாம் யோசிக்கிறீங்க. Just revise it actually. Just revise and just correlate with the content. That's enough. I will try to maximum make you to understand the concept. Malabar region. Tell me whether Malabar, it was in North Kerala or South Kerala? Malabar region na edun modala sollu. Malabar region is north of Kerala. It means North Kerala. Especially the Ernakulam region, we call it as Malabar. Ernakulam, no? Fine. You would have watched the term called Malabar police. Okay, got it. Tell me about some of the popular culture of Kerala. Karnataka பத்தி உங்களுக்கு சரி தெரியல. கேரளா பத்தியா சொல்லுங்க, நிறைய தெரிஞ்சு வச்சிருக்கீங்க. Come on. Coconut, very good. சாப்பிடுறதா முதல். Okay, fine. Coconut is famous in Kerala. Okay, வேற எதனா? Everyone has to tell some point. நான் பாயிண்ட் பண்றவங்க கண்டிப்பா சொல்லியே ஆகணும். No escape. You. Kerala famous for Onam festival. Kathakali, very good. Boat race. ஐயப்பன் கார்த்திகை ஒண்ணு நினைக்கிறேன். சாமியே சரணம் ஐயப்பா. Okay, you. Very good. Communist Party. Very good. நிறைய படிச்ச பெண்கள் அங்க இருக்காங்க. Women's literary level was high. Very good. Yuma. Puram. Very good. Super. Fine. Very good. Last boy. Yeah. Kerala. Very good. Kerala famous in Ayurveda. That last boy. கீழே குனிஞ்சிட்டு பாரு. Yeah, come on, tell me. என்னப்பா? பத்தனம்திட்டா. Okay, fine. You. Kerala. என்ன பயப்படுற? கேரளானே சரி. நார்மல் ஆகும். Come on. சொல்லி கொடுக்காது. You. Kerala. That is, yeah. Very good. You, sir. Very good. Kerala famous for Western Ghats spice plantation. Pepper famous. You. Kerala. புரியல. புட்டா? அப்பம். Very good. பரவாயில்ல, புட்டு. Very good. Fine. Kerala famous for ஒரு கடி ஒரு குடி. Local people know about what it is. சுத்தனாதான் தெரியும். Education is not in the simple 4 pillars. ஒரு ரூம்ல எல்லாம் லேர்ன் பண்ண முடியாது. You have to roam, you have to observe. Okay, that is the reason why Bharat Darshan was included in UPSC actually. Listen. How many of you இது கேட்கறது எனக்கு சிரிப்பா தான் இருக்கு, பட் திருப்பியும் நாங்க வேற வழி கிடையாது. ஏன்னா பிகாஸ் ஹிஸ்டரி அண்ட் ஜியாகிரபி ஆர் த பேஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட் ஃபார் சிவில் சர்வீஸ். History and geography join to form tourism. So whenever I ask about what is it, think that you have to go, you should know actually. Time கிடைக்கும் போய் சுத்திட்டு வாங்க. You will learn so many things. Come on. So how many of you visited this Kozhikode part? Kozhikode na enga கேக்குறீங்களா? Calicut. Cochin, very good. Cochin, Kozhikode, very good. Super. Tell me, நீங்க போகும்போது what is the popular culture there? Harbor, very good, fine. You? Airport தான் சார் போனேன், போயிட்டு அப்படியே ஸ்வைனும் வந்துட்டேன் சார், மங்களூர் மேல பிடிச்சேன், ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டா வந்துட்டேன் நான். வெரி குட், இப்படிதான் இருக்கணும் ஆக்சுவலா. If you go to this Kozhikode part, where the people, you know, the Muslim people, they will follow the popular Arab culture that you won't see in Tamil Nadu or some other part of India. Even Muslims predominant இருக்கக்கூடிய ஏரியாலயே Arab culture follow பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. But the Kozhikode region and the north of Kozhikode தான் அப்படியே போனீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு தலசேரி, கண்ணூர் அப்படியே போயிட்டே இருக்கும். This particular Malabar, that north of Kerala region was called Malabar. In that Malabar region, okay, the predominant people, the Hindus, okay, the caste Hindus, they were all Menans, Nayars. The Brahmins were all called Nambudris. And the Muslim people, that area, they were all called Mappila. Mappila, அப்படினு நம்ம சொல்றோம்ல, Mappila. Yes. ஏன் அவங்க மாப்பிள்ளைன்னு சொல்றானுங்க? Because Kerala coast famous for Arabian trade. You should understand, Islam came to India politically in the 13th century, but Islam came to India through trade and commerce right from 7th century onwards. Kerala was the first Indian state to construct a mosque in India. It was not in Delhi or Ajmer. So before politically, Kerala, okay, Islam Kerala, okay, from trade and commerce. Here you need to understand, the Arab traders who came and who traded in Kerala, okay, கொஞ்ச நாள்ல இங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய மெயின்லேண்ட் கேரளா இந்தியன் matrimonial alliances taken place. அந்த திருமண உறவுகள்ல due to that matrimonial alliances, cultural agglomeration taken place. Certain word I use, cultural agglomeration, matrimonial alliances. These are all the technical terms where UPSC is expecting. Concept புரியுதா? We say India is a composite culture. This is also an example, you can say, how India has become a composite culture, because they were all Arabs. They came here for trade. Okay. While coming to trade, matrimonial alliances taken place. Due to matrimonial alliances, cultural agglomeration taken place. So the culture they follow in northern Kerala is none other than the pure Arab culture. அங்க பிரியாணியை விட அதிகமா மந்தி தான் சாப்பிடுவாங்க. இப்போ நம்மால் கொஞ்சம் ஆமா சார் எஸ் அப்படின்னு வரீங்க, ஓகே, பிரியாணி விட அங்க மந்தி தான் ஃபேமஸ். மந்தினா என்னன்றது சர்ச் பண்ணுங்க, இல்லைன்னா ஜைத்தூன் ஹோட்டல்ல போய் கேளுங்க சொல்லுவாங்க ஆக்சுவலா. ஓகே, சோ இந்த மாதிரி நான் ஏன் அதை சொல்றேன் அப்படின்னா, லிசன் கேர்ஃபுல்லி. நவ் கம் டு த பாயிண்ட். ஹியர் இங்கதான் நடக்குது, இங்க பாருங்க. நவ் ஐ கம் டு கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ், தென் ஐ கோ டு த பேக்ரவுண்ட் ஆஃப் மாப்புலர் ரிபெல்லியன். Recently, ICHR, Indian Council for Historical Research, okay, please don't talk, please. Indian Council for Historical Research has deferred its decision on a recommendation to remove 1921 Malabar Rebellion martyrs from the list of India's freedom fighters. So, என்ன பண்ணி வச்சிருந்தாங்க? There are certain people, there are two important ruler. ஒருத்தர் பேர் என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஓகே, வரியம் குன்னத்து ஹஜ்ஜி அப்படின்னு ஒருத்தர் இருக்காரு, இன்னொருத்தர் அலி முஸ்லியார். These two people were considered as a, okay, Malabar Rebellion. But the today's government, the central government, especially ICE, they were not in the position to accept that they were all martyrs. Okay, to remove these fellows, but due to some other political reasons, now they, okay, deferred their decisions. இல்ல வேண்டாம் அப்படின்னு இப்போ இவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா வித்ஹோல்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. ஸோ இவங்கெல்லாம் மார்டிர்ஸா தான் இப்ப இருக்காங்க. Who are all they? Variyam Kunnathu Haji and Ali Musliar. Remember, இவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் யாருன்னா they belong to Mapilas. Okay, Mapilas are none other than they were all the offsprings of Arab merchants with the native Kerala women. இவங்களுடைய குழந்தைங்க அந்த வம்சம் தான் யாருன்னா Mapilas. Mapilas was called as மாப்பிளா வேணும்னு சொல்றாங்க Moplas அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So in history you would have studied as Mapila rebellion or Mopla rebellion. Okay, point number 1. So here I mentioned about what the ICHR. So the ICHR was an autonomous organization established under the Society Registration Act of 1860 and in 1972. So ICHR, it comes under the Ministry of Culture. It was wrong. So ICHR comes under, it was not comes under Ministry of Culture. It was autonomous organization. Okay, autonomous organization. What does it mean? Yes, they were all independent and they were all coming under the Society Registration Act. They were all coming under Ministry of Education. Okay, so they come under not Ministry of Culture. ICHR, Indian Council for Historical Research, comes under Ministry of Education, not Ministry of Culture. Okay, good point. Coming. So who was this Moplas? So the name Mopila or Mopla literally means son-in-law, Mappalan artham. Anglicized form of Mopla is given to the Malayali speaking Muslims who reside along the entire length of the Malabar coast of northern Kerala. Point. The trigger of the uprising came from the non-cooperation movement. So you should know the non-cooperation movement is right from 1920 to 1922. So during non-cooperation movement, exclusively, it was started in 1920, this Mopla rebellion started in Kerala. Okay. So launched by the Congress in 1920s along with the Khilafat agitation. What is this Khilafat agitation? Any idea? Why this Mopla rebellion suddenly starting in 1920s means you should understand in the World War, you should know. 1914 to 1918 was the World War I. Yes or no? In the World War I, okay, the British government were opposite to Turkey. Turkey is nothing but Turkey's head was called Caliph. This Caliph was also called as Khalifa. He was the political and religious head of Islam. Today, the position of Khalifa and all not there. Okay, in those days, the position of Khalifa is there. The Khalifa is the head of the Muslim people worldwide. Khalifa was also the head of the Turkey. So in the World War I, what happened? British fought against Turkey and they defeated Turkey. Not only defeated Turkey, they removed the post of Khalifa. They made the posting and the British, they appointed their own puppet. Okay, அவங்களுடைய ஆள் ஒருத்தங்கள டர்க்கியோட ஹெட்டா அப்பாயிண்ட் பண்ணாங்க. His name was called Mustafa Kamal Pasha. What was his name? Mustafa Kamal Pasha. So what you have to remember, the position of Khalifa was taken and the Turkey was now ruled by a Muslim. He was also the puppet of British. His name was called Mustafa Kamal Pasha. So after the World War I, okay, in India there was a Khilafat committee was coming up. The Khilafat committee main aim, okay, was to bring back the Khalifa back to the form. So world level, there was a movement called Khilafat movement was started. In India, okay, Khilafat committee started. Even Gandhi was the one who supported this Khilafat movement because he thought that if I support for Khilafat issue, definitely the Muslim people, the Muslim masses would support for non-cooperation movement. So this is in this background only the non-cooperation movement started, but in Kerala the condition is different. What is the condition? In Kerala, understand, there are many in Brahmins itself. There are many orthodox sections that are all there. If you take it, don't take it as personal. You take it as a social aspect. The most orthodox Brahmin section of India, they belong to Karnataka. They were all called Udupi Brahmins. The second group were called, they were all called Munkudimi Sodiyakal, or they were all called Kerala Nambudri. Got it? So these Nambudris in the Middle Ages, they were all the landlords. You know that India in the Middle Ages, it followed feudalism or feudal system. In feudal system, the landlord is considered to be the king actually. So under the Nambudri, the caste Hindus were all working. Understand it clearly. This Moppilas yearly they occupied the coast of Kerala, but as the ages goes on, these Moppilas or the Muslim communities, they now started to work under the Nambudris. Now they were all tenants or now they were all peasants actually. But you should remember, it was in the 18th century. In the 18th century, okay, do you know about Mr. Hyder Ali? Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan, they captured the entire Kerala and they took the land from Nambudri Brahmins and they given those land to this Moppilas. So Moppilas, initially they were all peasants, but due to the annexation of Kerala by Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan, now they have become masters. But the thing got changed when the British East India Company, after the Anglo-Mysore War, after the fourth Anglo-Mysore War, what happened? Tipu Sultan was no more. He was killed. So in Kerala, okay, the captured land, the Tipu Sultan land, was given back to Travancore kingdoms. Travancore na உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் திருவனந்தபுரம் சமஸ்தானத்துக்கு கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. In Travancore, the Thiruvananthapuram Samasthanam or the Travancore rulers, they were all the supporters of Brahmanism. The land is once again going to whom? Nambudri, Path, Brahmins and upper caste Hindus. Now, these Moppilas were all humiliated. Either in a stage in the 18th century, there was a time period where they were all dominating. Now, once again, the cycle changes. So, there was a severe oppression from the upper caste people. There were severe oppression from the Nambudri Path, Brahmins and also caste Hindus. So, this, Moppilas were waiting for a right time and the time has now started. How it started? Gandhi started what? Non-cooperation movement. But in the name of non-cooperation, in Kerala, violence started. So the Nambudri Path Brahmins, okay, they were all targeted. The caste Hindus were all targeted. This Moppilas, they were all the one who started to kill many peoples. So the non-cooperation movement in Kerala took a violent form. That is what we call it as Moppila rebellion. Almost many thousands of peoples were all caste Hindus were all killed and Muslims also killed in violence. Okay, but what is the understanding is when the Moppila movement started or when the revolt started, tell me, the British, whom they would have supported? Whether the British supported to Moppila Muslims? No. The Muslims supported to whom? Nambudri Path Brahmins, because the ruler of Travancore supporting is whom? Nambudri Path Brahmins. So this is the exact time period in India where you can see the British overall support for Nambudri Path Brahmins, or he was the one, they were all the one who were supporting for the native peoples of Kerala. So this is how it says. So this figure like this, the anti-British sentiment fueled by these agitations affected the Muslim Moppilas. Gandhiji supported it initially, but later, okay, he was the one who criticizing because many violence was taking place. Mass killings of Hindu peoples were all taking place. And in Malabar, special force was, this is the time period. Understand? There was a Malabar special task force. Okay, this special task force was formed in 1921. Okay, and in the year of 1921, wagon tragedy. What is wagon tragedy means? Many of the Moppila revolters who killed many Hindus, they were all taken in a separate railway, coach. That coach was, that wagon is nothing but a coach. Okay, that coach was burnt actually. We don't know who burned it. So, இவங்க பக்கமும் இறந்திருக்காங்க, அவங்க பக்கமும் இறந்திருக்காங்க. So, 67 Moppilas died due to suffocation. Okay, and Tirur to Podanur, when they were all transporting to Tirur is a area in Kerala. So when the 67 Moppilas was transported from Tirur to Podanur, okay, due to suffocation, okay, these peoples were all dead. So this is famously, we call it as the Moppila rebellion or Moppila rebellion. It came in the non-cooperation movement, but seriously, it was not a non-violent struggle, it was a violent struggle. Got it? So who are Moppilas? நீங்களா? எல்லாருமே மாப்பிள்ள தான். Okay, who are mappilas? Yeah, the Arab offsprings. Okay, then fine. Yeah, next comes the next current affairs, Savitri Bai Phule and Jyoti Bai Phule. So please revise 2 minutes. Please revise. Okay, we'll get back. Listen, my dears, listen. We are going to study about the last current affairs part with respect to, okay, Jyoti Bai Phule and also Savitri Bai Phule. Okay, so this is the current affairs. So they come in where, they were all there reformers. They were all socio-religious reformers. So you should understand certain topic with respect to socio-religious reformers. We know the 19th century, we call it as the age of Indian Renaissance, because in the 18th century, Western education came into India. These Western educated Indians, they were all in the mindset of reforming India. They were all in the mindset of reforming India. To say exactly, the influence and the impact of English education, okay, the observation of Western culture, the independent philosophy ideas of Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, they were all called enlightened thinkers. Because 18th century only the French Revolution taken place. The French Revolution taken place because of the kindlings from Voltaire, Rousseau, because they were all the one who nurtured the concept or the philosophies of liberty, equality, fraternity. ஓகேவா, அதாவது 18th centuryல பிரான்ஸ்ல பிரெஞ்ச் ரெவல்யூஷன் நடந்ததுக்கு காரணம் என்ன அப்படின்னா, பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் லிபர்ட்டி, ஐடியாலஜி ஆஃப் லிபர்ட்டி, equality, fraternity, humanism, individualism, liberalism. Okay, compared to the state, the freedom of individual is considered to be superior. An individual problem is carried or seen with the aspect of universal problem. So with these ideas and inputs, in India, the Western educated Indians, they thought British rule in India is must. Why they thought like that? Because they thought only the English education and the input and the British culture will definitely raise India to a new level. Because by the 18th century or before the 19th century onwards, there are so many evils that was followed in India. Especially if you look at the evil, என்னென்ன evil இருக்குங்க? Sati, dowry, yes or no? Female infanticide. These are all the social evils. Okay, and really this metasan preference. What is metasan preference? Metasan preference means எனக்கு ஆம்பளை புள்ள தான் வேணும். The concept, social dogma. Okay, caste prejudice. Okay, and patriarchal society. Okay, Devadasi system. இது மாதிரி எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா Devadasi system. Okay, Devadasi system. Untouchability comes with the concept of pollution, etc. Superstitious. If you take everything, tell me, sati, dowry, female infanticide, metasan preference, caste prejudice, patriarchal society, Brahmanical dominance, tell me, where women not affected? இதெல்லாம் பெண்கள் அஃபெக்ட் ஆகாத இடம் எங்கடா இருக்கு சொல்லுங்க. So the concept is like this. The Western educated Indians, they wanted to reform India, especially on the basis of gender equality. They come with the idea of women's emancipation. So in this women's emancipation, who took the lead? It was none other than India's first feminist. Who was India's first feminist? It was Raja Ram Mohan Rai. ஒரு ஃபெமினிஸ்டா ஒரு பெண் தான் இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. கான்செப்ட் புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? பிகாஸ் ராஜாராம் மோகன் ராய், he was the one who took the lead. How? It is because of, do you know why Rajaram Mohan Rai fought for Sati? Very good. Rajaram Mohan Roy's sister-in-law, her name was called Alak Manjari. Okay, she was killed in front of her. Especially Sati was famous among the east and northwest and central India. It was not famous among the downtrodden section. It was famous among the upper caste people. The upper caste people, they will give, okay, Stidana. It is also called as Sidana. Okay, only at the time of marriage. Widow remarriage was not accepted. Okay, so what they thought, widow remarriage is not accepted. In those days, the right for inheritance of property for women also was not there actually. So when the condition of the women was so poor, okay, women faced a hell lot of disturbance actually. It was not only exploitation, okay, it was also a pathetic situation. So what happened? It was the Rajaram Mohan Rai initiated the process of abolition of Sati. He asked the then Governor General of Bengal, Lord William Bentinck, to enact the act, and this is how, in the year of 1829, the Sati Prohibition Act came. Some of the orthodox section of the Hindu society, they went to British Privy Council and they challenged the act of whom? They challenged the act of Lord William Bentinck. They said, okay, Lord William Bentinck, the British governor of Bengal, he unwantedly involving or indulging in our society or customs. You people are British. You do your work. What is the need to involve in our culture? உங்களுடைய சாஸ்திர சம்பிரதாயத்துல ஒரு பெரிய தீங்கு ஏற்பட்டுச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கேஸ் போட்டாங்க. கேஸ் இங்க போடல. It was not, the case was made in Supreme Court of Calcutta. The case was in the Privy Council of England. British Privy Council was the supreme or the apex court throughout the British administration. Do you know who supported Lord William Bentinck in this case? Rajaram. Likewise, he was the one, that is the reason I say, he was the first feminist. Following Rajaram Mohan Rai, then comes Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. In the second half of the 19th century, there was another great, okay, fellow. Is none other than Jyotibai Phule and his wife Savitribai Phule. The real history is it has to be like this. We celebrate Teachers' Day, and the memory of Dr. Radhakrishnan. I am not opposing Dr. Radhakrishnan, but compared to Dr. Radhakrishnan, okay, the real contribution or the pioneers of women's education or the overall gender's education is these two of them. Okay, I don't know why the Indian government was not celebrating with much josh. We'll see. He was an Indian social activist. He was called Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. So Jyotiba Phule was called Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. Okay, he was an activist, thinker, anti-caste social reformer. He was the pioneer of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar because he belonged to which caste? Mali caste. Ambedkar belonged to Mahar caste. He belongs to Mali caste. This caste also considered to be one of the outcasts in Maharashtra. Okay, fine. This ideology was based on liberty, egalitarianism. Do you know what is the meaning of egalitarianism? எல்லாரும் எல்லாமும் பெற வேண்டும், இங்கு இல்லாமை என்கின்ற நிலை வேண்டும்னு முன்னாள் சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் சொல்லுவாங்க, ஜெயலலிதா சொல்லுவாங்க தெரியுமா? That concept was called Utopian principle or egalitarianism. எல்லாருக்குமே எல்லாம் கிடைக்கும். Concept புரியுதா? So egalitarianism and socialism. Phule was influenced by the Thomas Paine. He was the enlightened thinker. Okay, book titled called The Right of the Man. ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவலுக்கு எந்த மாதிரியான ரைட் இருக்குன்னு சொன்னதான் தாமஸ் பைனிஸ் titled book called The Right of the Man. And believed that the only solution to combat the social evils was the enlightenment to the women. If a male was educated, only he himself was educated. When a female was educated, not only the family, the entire generation got educated. Got it? That is the reason you see any Western developed countries, the push was given to women's emancipation long back. When you give a push for women's emancipation, when you ask the women to develop herself, both in the social and also in the economical angle, the country will develop. Okay, so that particular point was, given by this Jyotibai Phule and Savitribai Phule, so the members of the lower castes. And you should know this book is so important, Gulamgiri. They will ask you why this book Gulamgiri is important. In this book only, Jyotibai Phule, he referred the American Civil War. Remember, my dears, American Civil War is different from American War of Independence. American War of Independence was called American Revolution that taken place in the second half of the 18th century. 13 American colonies fought against the British dominance. That is American War of Independence. But in the 19th century, there was another civil war that happened in America. Okay, so it was the fight between the whites and also blacks. Okay, so American Civil War. So in the American Civil War, with the inputs from Abraham Lincoln, we can come to a conclusion: more liberties were given to blacks. Likewise, he compared in this book Gulamgiri, he compared the struggle between upper caste people and lower caste people in India. UPSC will give like this. Consider the following statement with respect to Gulamgiri. Statement number 1. In this book Gulamgiri, okay, Savitribai or Jyotibai Phule, he was speaking about anti-British struggle. Whether it is correct? No, he doesn't speak about anti-British. British he was speaking about the struggle that was taken place in India long back, some 2000 years before. Okay, so Gulamgiri was remembered for he was comparing the American Civil War with the struggle that was taken place in Indian society since ages. And another one is Tritiya Ratna, 1855. There was another book, Tritiya Ratna, the famous 2 books from Jyotibai Phule. He was bestowed with the title of Mahatma on 11th May 1888 by Maharashtrian social activist V.K. Vandekar. So this Vandekar was the one who conferred him the title called Mahatma. So before Gandhi, okay, there was a Mahatma called this Jyotibai Phule. Okay, now comes to Savitribai Phule. She was the one seriously in support of her husband. You should understand India's first girls' school was started in Pune. Many people say that it was in Bengal. No, it is not like that, because in Bengal it was started by, there was a fellow called Bethune School. It was started, Bengal it was started Bethune School. But throughout India, if you take it, okay, it was the Jyotibai Phule and the Savitribai Phule, they only started India's first girls' school. So in 1852, Savitribai started the Mahila Seva Mandal to raise awareness about women's rights. Savitribai called for a women's gathering where members from all the castes were welcome and everybody was expected to sit at the same mattresses. In those days, inter-dining also not possible. Inter-dining was not possible. Okay, sitting in the same mattresses were not possible. Many customs in the name of pollution and purity were all taking place. Okay, so in her poem, Go Get Education, she urges that this is also an exam point of view. Who said go? Whose poem was called Go Get Education? It was a poem from Savitribai Phule. So she urges the oppressed communities to get an education and break free from the chains of oppression. She simultaneously campaigned against the child marriage while supporting the widow remarriage. So, widow remarriage and child marriage, okay, campaigned against child marriage and supporting for widow remarriage. She initiated the first Satya Sodak marriage. You should understand Satya Sodak Samaj. Okay, or Satya Sodak now. Who founded Satya Sodak Samaj? Any idea? Jyotibai Phule, Satya Sodak Samaj. But here they mentioned she initiated the first Satya Sodak marriage, a marriage without a dowry, a Brahmin priest or Brahmanical rituals in 1873. This only in 28th century, our Periyar taken this as Suyamariyadai Tirumanangal or self-respect marriages. So from whom it was copied? from Savitri Bai Phule. Yes or no? No dowry. No Mangal Shudra. Okay, no Brahmin priest. No Brahmin priest. இதுதான் பின்னாடி பெரியார் காப்பி அடிச்சார். அதுதான் சுயமரியாதை திருமணங்களா மாத்திட்டாங்க. Got it? எழுதிட்டீங்களா? Please read. Use a blue pen. Red pen அதிகமா யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க. And what is their legacy? Together by 1848 the Pule, which means husband and wife, இவங்க ரெண்டு பேருமே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றாங்க school for girls, Shudras and for Adi Shudras. So that is why I said 1848. Bethune School was founded by Bethune in 1849. India's first school for girls started by whom? Jyotibai and also Savitribai Phule. But do you know what is the condition of the girls that went for school in 1848? என்ன பண்ணாங்க தெரியுமா நம்ம ஆளுங்க? கல்லெடுத்து அடிச்சாங்க. ஏய் எதுக்கு நீ வர ஸ்கூலுக்கு? ஓ நீங்க இன்ஸ்டிடியூட்டுக்கு வரீங்க, எவனா ஒருத்தன் கல்லெடுத்து அடிச்சா உங்களுக்கு இருக்கும். யோசிச்சு பாருங்க, எதுக்கு நீங்க வரணும்? ஸ்கூலுக்கு போனதுக்கு கல்லெடுத்து அடிச்சாங்க. You know, such a worst days were all these. So in 1853, okay, they opened a care center for pregnant widows to have safe deliveries and to end the practice of infanticide owing to the social norms. This is also important current affairs. The Balahatya Pratibandha Griha, home for the prevention of infanticide. These are all some of the important terms. Balahatya, Alana Kodanda. Balahatya Pratibandha Griha, home for the prevention of infanticide. Started in their own house. This is also, she also started a home for deserted women. சமூகத்தால் கைவிடப்பட்ட பெண்களுக்கு தனியா ஒரு வீடு அமைச்சாங்க. Okay, she started a home for deserted women who boycotted socially. And the next one is the Satyasodak Samaj. The Truth Seeker Society was established on 1873 by Jyotirao and Savitribai Phule. This question was already asked in UPSC prelims. Satyasodak Samaj was called Truth Seekers Society in 1873. So the Samaj advocated for the social changes that went against prevalent traditions, including economic weddings, intercaste marriages, eradication of child marriages, and widow remarriage. So this is what about the current affairs part. Okay. Any doubts? டவுட் வரணும் அப்படின்னா ஒண்ணு நல்லா புரிஞ்ச டவுட் வராது, ஒண்ணுமே புரியல அப்படின்னாலும் டவுட் வராது. நீங்க எந்த லிஸ்ட்ல இருக்கீங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல, போய் பாருங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் கிளாஸ்ல டவுட் இருந்தா கேளுங்க. ஏன்னா நெக்ஸ்ட் இதே மாதிரி கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் செஷன்ஸ் இருக்கும். வெதர் யூ ஃபைண்ட் இட் வெரி யூஸ்ஃபுல் ஆர் நாட், எனி சேஞ்சஸ் யூ நீட் ஃப்ரம் மீ. வேகமா போற சார், உங்களை பார்த்தா பிடிக்கல அப்படின்னு என்னோட பிசிக்கல் அப்பியரன்ஸ்ல எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது. Okay, any changes if you want, definitely I will include. Whether this is okay, right? Writing and or whether you need only PPT. எழுதி நடத்துறது நல்லா தானே இருக்கு. Done. Okay, thank you. Bye bye.